What's up, everybody? Saturday Night Style coming at you live here. Return to the Dent Sea Scrolls. It's been too long, but now it is time to go back once again into the annals of time to learn about something that we've all been wondering. When did DSP's hatred, one-man hatred of a certain netcode style come to be? And we're going to figure it out tonight. But I am not alone. Joining me today is fighting game extraordinaire, Talby. Hello, sir.
Hey, everybody.
Big ups. Thanks for joining, Talby. Can you give a quick background on your knowledge so people know so they know we can trust you, Talby, please?
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to set the groundwork of what we're getting into?
Please. That's a good idea.
All right. So back in 2008, I think this was. The Capcom released a remake of Super Turbo, like a remake remaster kind of thing. Like they updated the graphics, they rebalanced some things.
Yes.
Whatever. It's pretty controversial for a lot of reasons. We'll get into that, I'm sure, over the course of the thing.
Yeah.
You know, don't want to spoil anything. But it's notable for a couple reasons. And one of the biggest is that, like I said, it was rebalanced. So that created a lot of discussion on this thread and amongst the FCGC broadly, because if you touch a sacred cow, HD remix. If you touch a sacred cow like Super Turbo, people are going to just be really upset about it for a variety of reasons.
Yes.
And also by this time, a little something called Good Game Peace Out, or GGPO, or as we call it, Rollback, had been released and was in fighting games players' hands for better part of probably about a year at this point. And this game is going to be using not it exactly, but a version of it that'll also, I'm sure, come up over the course of the thread.
Yeah, so these kind of two worlds combining here to make the subject of the thread kind of became about GGPO Netcode, because this new game is choosing not to do that. Now, was that their own choice? I don't know, but they couldn't use that GGPO is the key of this one, right?
I don't know if it was their choice or not. I mean, it could get into the licensing and stuff. I mean, GGPO was open source and all that kind of stuff. And to be clear, it does use rollback, but it doesn't use rollback that is like, Control C, Control V, copy paste from what Tony Cannon had made. And so I will say the end result is pretty good, and it's actually better than what Street Fighter 4 ends up using, which is delay based. But still, as you'll see, I'm sure over the course of the thread, there's a lot of discussion about it, because generally speaking, the FGC was extremely happy about GGPO and the ability to play against people across the world, all except a certain guy in Connecticut.
Yes. And you're going to see that at the end, okay? So we're going to build to showing that thread here. I have two short threads to show first. They are relevant for reasons, though, and then we'll get into the big boy, which is all about the netcode, okay? But I'll make sure we're all... we have the required knowledge to get what he's going to be saying on this thread, okay? Big ups to Cheddar Bob, who says, shout out Sean Ranklin. Big ups Liquid Richard, of course. I mean, that goes without saying. Big ups Cheddar Bob, you're a legend. The Red Egg Preppy says, you're as chill as meaningful as you are late and gay. Well, that's a way to put it. Okay, fair enough. Big up Sildagram for becoming a member. Here we go. Let's go. Bingo. Deposit Maker says, Tabby makes me laugh all the time on Discord. Big ups to you guys. I'm excited to see Phil be embarrassed again. Oh, mama. You're going to see a lot of that, I promise you.
I will say, I won't spoil anything. ALT sent me this ahead of time, which I'm happy you did, because it gave me a little bit of an opportunity to go back and kind of refresh my memory on a lot of this stuff. Yeah. But you will not be disappointed if you want to see the pig look like a total, just look like a total loser and idiot. I mean, it happens every single time he shows up in the thread. It's glorious.
If you enjoy DSP getting felted, this is the show for you, and I'm pretty sure everyone does, or you wouldn't be here. So I promise this will be a good episode for you. Okay, but with that being said, let's get to it. All right. So we're gonna start with the thread here. Again, this is like a appetizer, okay? This is a mini one. And this is from one of those threads, Midwest Championships. And this is a thread where someone's usually having a tournament. They're setting the stage for the tournament, saying, here it is, we're doing this, who's in, who's out, okay? This is super long, but DSP doesn't join until about halfway through. It's May of 2008 now, okay? And we're kind of going to be in that zone all this episode. mid 2008, late 2008. So here we go. This is DSP, and I will show you now for this one time, so we know it. For anyone this might be their first episode, System 1 is the placeholder name when people were banned from this website. So you might say, well, how do we know this is DSP? Well, if by chance someone quotes them, we can then get the proof of who it is. I will always tell you if it's not confirmed, it's DSP. If I don't tell you it's not confirmed, that means it is confirmed, okay? This is all public. You can go to this website yourself if you want to confirm anything. But every time I show you and say it's DSP, it's because this has happened somewhere down the thread, okay? And if I don't show it, if I'm not sure, I'll tell you, okay? I always make a note, I'm not sure, okay? So anyways, this first thread, DSP joins it. I said Derek because I saw Derek the Sid. But DSP joins it here and says, Daddy's home, you're all fucked, okay? This is him entering into the thread his usual way. Look at me, I'm here, okay? So then we go down later in the thread. Let me get my notes up here. So then we get to 6:30, someone says to him, DSP, if I make it to Midwest Championships, okay, I will money match you first to 5 for $30. Okay, someone challenges DSP. DSP responds by saying, this post means you will not be making it to Midwest Championships. Okay, very bold and strong. He's being good. He's trying to get everyone hype, remember? Then he responds later by saying, it means I'm waiting for an insurance settlement before I can buy my tickets. So that's what he actually means.
He's great at reading the room, isn't he, guys?
Yeah. Now, the reason I'm showing this thread is because now here comes a name you may have seen before if you've been watching this show for a while. That is NKI, okay? NKI's had a few feuds with DSP we've seen, and this is the start of another one, okay? He's going to be a player tonight, NKI, in the story. And he says, race to 10 for $50, okay? Then NKI finds a lot of support. Oh, shit, Nick is hungry. This I would like to see, $10 on NKI. I'm with Hunbug, $10 on NKI. A lot of confidence
for Philip.
DSP then responds to this, says, never on American sticks. On PS2, sure. I suck monkey balls on US cabs, he says. So he's not sure about that, okay?
Preloading that excuse, per usual.
And when it's not a loser, he'll always do it. NKI responds to that by saying, arcade, PS2, Dreamcast, whatever. As long as it's not CCC2. What's that, CCC2? Talby, do you know? Is that a joke? CCC2? So he says, as long as it's not CCC2, what could that be?
I don't know that is off the top of my head. I'm sure I know it. I just can't think. Yeah.
But as long as it's not
PC, Game Boy Advance. I mean, there's Game Boy Advance version, yeah.
He says, let's get this money, okay? And then DSP responds, the confidence now gone. Then I guess it's not happening. I no longer have a DC or a DC stick. And converters lag. So that's that. No idea why people refuse to play on Capcom Classics Collection. Big ups, Kuro. Capcom Classics Collections
sense,
too. Every console version of ST is pretty much equal ass, so it doesn't make a difference. I'm sure there will be just as many complaints after EVO if they end up using DC ST as projected. There's just nothing that comes close to real arcade. Then someone responds, did you even read the links provided to you in the other thread about the gratuitous input lag on that form of the game, Capcom Classics Collection 2? If you're concerned about converter lag, yet this doesn't bother you, so what was that post? Basically, it's very you got to be in the world to understand the post. It's very detailed, and it's all about how that game lags worse than even converters do. Okay, that was an NKI who of course now we can't see the links here. I would show it to you, but he laid out in great detail how the Capcom Collections is the worst way to play the game. It's even worse than the converters, right? If you want to go from one system to another, whatever, with your sticks. Okay, so it sucks. Then no, everyone kind of agrees that it's not the best way to play. Okay. Then we go to NKI, responds directly to Darkside Phil and says, like he has shown before, it has massive input lag. If you're too lazy to actually read text, here's the direct link to the video. Okay, fortunately, they don't have the video's gone. He then responds to DSP saying every console version of ST is pretty much equal ass. NKI says, I thoroughly disagree. DC version is very good. PS1 version is okay. And the Capcom collection and everything else is garbage. If you don't want to play me for money, that's fine. But please don't make stuff up, especially when extensive testing has been done to prove to the contrary. All right.
I will say it's surprising and kind of convenient for his sake that he wouldn't have a Dreamcast, because at this during the dark ages of the FGC, which is kind of like what we're coming out of, right? With like Street Fighter 4 right around the corner. Yep. The Dreamcast had a bunch of those games, and they were generally considered to be the best versions of a lot of them that you could play that, were not an arcade. So
that's interesting.
It's very convenient that he wouldn't. I think it was just because at the time, like, the PS1 ports were always really nerfed from what the arcade could do, graphics wise and input. And the Dreamcast was just a more powerful console, and they put out a ton of, like, in the 2 years that thing existed, they put out a ton of Capcom fighters on it.
Okay, so, interesting.
Yeah,
with the guy that has all the consoles, I wonder why he didn't have that.
It'd be surprising. It'd be surprising that all of a sudden, when there's a money match, that he just doesn't. That everybody thinks he's going to lose. That he's just like, oh, I lost my Dreamcast. God knows where it went.
Old Man Jenkins in the house says, I can't wait to see the Cannon Brothers admit we made this to hide lag so that we can make money, and now we're going to ban you. Oh yeah, that's coming. Trust me, it's coming. I found it. No, that I didn't find that, unfortunately. Okay, next up we go to DSP. Then says, DSP responds, of course, to this. This is 672. We go to 681. DSP does respond here, and I have to hit it, guys. Uh-oh. It's our first button push. Here we go. Okay. Not the biggest we've ever seen, but the nice start, let's say.
Jesus Christ, bro.
So I have to read this one. Here we go. I try not to be a dick, but people just love to put me... This is such a wrestling promo, isn't it? People just love to put me in that position. What?
He loves doing his, like, Triple H at the beginning of Raw, like, 20-minute promos on people. It's exactly what he looked like.
Steve Austin, aren't you the person who praised every console version of ST pre-Evo and then shit all over them directly afterwards? When asked why the abysmally bad PS1 version of ST was used at Evo 2005, where Supras didn't even come out, the reply was, NKI playtested it and said it was great. Of course, he got 5th, so Chun is probably really good in that version. Then fast forward to Evo 2006, where you were on stage demoing CCC2. No idea why you got that chance. And you said it was excellent. The game came out that fall and was used at Evo, yet it took you until after it was used at Evo to find it had input lag? Oh. I said it in another thread, and I'll repeat it since you obviously didn't read. There was no console version of ST that is good. They all have their subtle and sometimes not so subtle differences from the arcade version. Yeah, of course. Even emulators like GGPO have certain issues. It's inescapable. In fact, there are no console ports of games that are exactly the same as the arcade. Third Strike, CVS2, and MVC2 all have noticeable differences. However, these communities have just collectively said, fuck it. We're using one certain version and that's it. The problem is that every year someone like you speaks up and says, hey, this new version is better than all the others, and that is what we should be using. And then everyone jumps on the bandwagon, and Evo says, shit, we have to use what the players want. God, how much more do I have to read? Let's recap. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm sure it's easy to practice and get used to a game that is completely different every time you go to a tournament for it. When is someone going to speak up and call bullshit? My question is, why do we listen to NKI and other people year after year instead of doing what makes plain sense? How about this one? I can guarantee that after Evo this year, people will complain that the DC version of ST, dip switches or not, has problems. Now, what is dip switches? Just for those wondering, Talby, because this dip switches is going to be a topic of conversation here. Dip switches. What are they used for?
Sorry, what was that?
Don't check out. What are dip switches used for, Talby? What are they used for in the context of fighting games, please?
I never really used dip switches, so that's a little outside of my realm, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak out of term about something I don't know anything about.
So my understanding is that there are little settings you could do in the arcade to change how shit works, is my understanding. If anyone in chat knows, it's fine. But I think it's like, for example, you might say you might change things such as I don't know, the AI settings or something. I'm not sure. You could change things about the game, basically, the dip switches. So they're talking about sometimes you have to make sure you know the dip switches all have the same settings and shit like that when you're running a tournament. All right, but that's what he's talking about there. Okay, yeah, DSP already put Talby to sleep. Definitely. He said, "Well,
my bad. I'm sorry. I was zoning out looking at that wall of text. That's my bad. I apologize."
So last two paragraphs here. So in conclusion, NKI, although I'm sure you think that your research is in the best interest of the community, it is not. That is an amazing sentence. Research is bad for the community. Dumb shit. Stop researching shit. I don't want the info out there. Sure, you may have proved that there is some input lag on Capcom collections, whatever, but now everyone who adopted that version for last year's Evo needs to completely throw it out. Get a DC with this dip switch save, buy a new DC stick they can use, because all converters add input lag, which just brings back the problems from CCC2, and then throw it out, all fucking out after this Evo, since they'll be using SDHD next year. Great idea. Thanks, buddy. How about this? The next time you have a bright idea, keep it to yourself.
Why would you throw it out?
Because he's saying, you have to throw out the knowledge you've gained from the year.
It seems to me like he literally is saying you have to buy all this stuff, right? Get the DC with the dip switch, great. Get the stick, and then because they're moving to STHD, then you got to get rid of it. I'm sorry, Dreamcast is a great system. I don't know why you would get rid of yours. I have one. I love my Dreamcast.
He's really trying to make sure everyone just dedicates their entire year to this version of the game. And he doesn't want to throw all that effort away is what he's trying to say here, I guess. But all right, moving on. So now to get this thread back on track, I again have to praise Jason Wilson for holding MWC every year and being a stickler about using arcade cabinets. Now remember, this is that time, like Talby said, where we're moving from just arcades, right? We've realized now there's a bigger world out there. And some people DSP were fighting it tooth and nail, right? But,
arcades were, by the mid-90s, they were dead. They're gone. Yes. And the reason I was calling it the dark ages of fighting games is from, 2000-ish until really Street Fighter 4 comes out in 2009. There were a few games here and there. I don't want to say there wasn't anything, but there just wasn't a lot of big games, especially Capcom fighting games. Online play was just not really a thing yet. PlayStation 2 had it, Dreamcast had it very early on, but of course it was pretty bad back then. People just didn't have the internet for it, and really the first thing that brought people out of the darkness was GGPO, honestly. And then that was the first thing, but that was amongst the hardcore people, and then a lot of people got brought in because Street Fighter 4 ended up being such a big hit. And that's actually when I kind of got back into it, because I was into it as a kid, and then I got into it, I guess on DSP's level, I'd be a little bit of a quote unquote 09er, because I was like, oh shit, they're making a Street Fighter 4. That's sick. And it's going to have Xbox Live and all this stuff. And I can actually play with people, because I lived in the middle of nowhere at the time. So it was, good for me. Yep.
But there's a few people that really didn't like the arcade thing, obviously, but there was less and less by this point. But DSP is still wishing we could just do arcades, and that's, Yeah, and I installed the emulators and stuff on my school laptop and got a controller and played people online. It was really, at the time, it was the coolest fucking thing in the world. I didn't care if it wasn't arcade perfect. You know what I mean? That's how most people take it. Understand the downfalls of online play, but all right, here we go. NKA responds and says, Phil, our discussion no longer has anything to do with the Midwest Championships, So let's take it here, and we will do the same, okay? So we will go to our second thread of the night, which is just a continuation of this one, okay? Now, what happens here? Well, NKI says, this is pretty good. So this one says, this is a reply to a post that DSP made. The conversation is getting off topic and deserves its own thread. Derek Side Phil says, aren't you the person who praised every console version of ST pre-Evo and then shit all over it directly afterwards? Before Evo 2004, I said the DC version was good, which it is. After Evo, I pointed out a few things that were wrong with it, things that weren't a problem in the PS1 version. Before Evo 2005, I said the PS1 version was good, which it did appear to be. JSJ also agreed that it felt pretty accurate. After Evo 2005, I realized the PS1 version is not so good. I made a mistake. Admitting to my fault here. Then Evo 2007, he said, I said there was something wrong with CCC2, which there is. After Evo 2007, I said there was something wrong with CCC2, Triple C2, which there is. Then he goes to quote DSP again. When asked why the abysmally bad PS1 version of ST was used at 2005, where Supers didn't come out, NKI responds, show some evidence that Supers don't come out in the PS1 version.
Hey, I was watching him play fucking E Honda last night. Supers don't come out in Street Fighter 6. So
yeah.
I'm sure supers don't come out for him.
That's after perfect inputs, by the way. Yes,
he's
perfect
the best,
inputs,
as we know.
So he's doing the exact same thing.
USA.
He held up the controller and showed it. So
yeah, he put it right up to the camera. He's like, I'm pressing the button.
You can hear that, right? Okay. Then he quotes DSP again, who said, NKI play tested it and said it was great. Of course he got 5th. So Chun is probably really good in that version. Then NKI says, actually, Chun is marginally worse in the PS1 version. Her medium up kicks are unusable because they recover twice as slow for some reason. DSP quoted again here. Then fast forward to EVO 2006, where you were on stage demoing Triple C2. No idea why you got that chance, and you said it was excellent. NKI then responds saying, this statement is wrong on 2 accounts. I was merely on stage translating for Daigo when he played his exhibition match against Alex Wolf. I never played the game or demoed it in any way. Number 2, I never said it was excellent. For the very first time I played it, I said there was something wrong with it. He then quotes DSP again. The game came out that fall and was used at EVO, yet it took you until after it was used at EVO to find out input lag. NKI then says, I guess you never saw this post. And that is, again, that post where he breaks down how bad it is in extreme detail. There is no console version of ST that is good. NKI then says the Dreamcast version is good. It's not perfect, but it's definitely good enough for tournament play. If you disagree, back it up with evidence. He then quotes with DSP, who asked, my question is, why do we listen to NKI and other people year after year instead of doing what makes plain sense? NKI says, because I at least take the time to actually test stuff out instead of just making wild, random claims without backing them up. He quotes DSP
foreshadowing.
Oh yeah. That's why I put this one in here, guys. All right, so then NKI quotes DSP one more time. So in conclusion, NKI, although I'm sure you think that your research is in the best interest of the community, it is not. NKI responds with, so you think that instead of actually testing out different versions of Super Turbo to see which one is the best, we should just blindly pick one of them, say Triple C2, and go with that, no questions asked? Sorry, but that seems like a terrible idea to me. And you can do whatever you want, but I think most people would rather not live in a fantasy world where old characters have faster walking speed than new characters. Triple C2 doesn't have input lag, and Dreamcast Sagat's Tiger Uppercut is toned down. He then responds, the last one here is another DSP quote. Because all converters add input lag, which just brings back the problems from Triple C2. NKI responds, this is the last part. 1 frame of input lag from a converter is fairly negligible. 4 frames of lag from the Capcom collection is pretty bad. And your statement above confuses me. You said that you felt nothing was wrong with Triple C2, which has 4 frames of input lag, yet you're worried about 1 frame of input lag from a converter? I'm confused. So then we go down. DSP does respond quite quickly and in DSP form. This is a random person says, "Go NKI, I love your combo videos." Just want to show you that. And I will hit it again, unfortunately. Here we go. Okay, so this is longer than the last one, unfortunately. Here we go. I'll just try to hit the highlights. This is the first and last post I'll make in this thread.
Yeah, because he already got blown the fuck out. That's fine.
Well, that's not even true, but okay. We're going to say it now. This is the last post in the thread, guys. I'm not saying anything else. He would say more stuff. Because my original post in the Midwest Championships thread is my real feelings on the issue. I'll just reiterate some points. Evo has used 5 different versions of ST now. Every year it was somehow NKI who was involved in the supposed testing of the game to find out if it was valid to play at Evo, and then the inevitable tearing down of the game post-Evo after everyone complains. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Just really quick, yes, they were at that time. They were shifting amongst a ton of different versions of Super Turbo, but that's like, somebody mentioned this in the chat earlier, and it's 100% correct. Like, it just wasn't like rational to take arcade cabinets and move them around the country to be able to do tournaments. So people had to find some kind of solution, and people were trying to find what the best solution was. And through iteration, sometimes there's failure. You know, it's not that big of a deal, but DSP believes that if somebody makes a mistake, that like they can never come back from it.
Yes,
even though he can make infinite mistakes, and is expected to, that it's expected that that was the old me.
Yeah,
so
it's
just
really
wanted
amazing
to point that out. Like, it's not as big of a deal as he's making it out to be.
It's really amazing, and this you'll see in all this SRK shit we've shown, guys. Is that DSP expects everyone else perfection from everyone else, but then grace with every mistake he makes. Right? He wants forgiveness for every mistake he ever makes, but gives none for anyone else. He will never let people forget when they made a mistake.
It's like with the games like No Man's Sky or whatever. It came out, it was in kind of a crappy state, and now No Man's Sky rocks. But he can never give it credit. Or Cyberpunk 2077 is another one that's like that. He'll never give the game credit because, like, I'm not saying, it sucks that those games came out and weren't very good, but I respect the devs for putting the work in and like making them good. And Phil's like, oh, you made that mistake. We can't trust you. You suck. Fuck you forever. Now, yes, I might have jacked off on stream back on May 1st. But you have to forgive me for that. Yeah, I beg you every day for money, but you got to forgive me for that.
Yes.
It's just...
all these people, guys, all they're doing, is trying to make the best tournaments they can. Like, I don't know why he expects there's like this some like nefarious meaning of NKI choosing like, I think this version's the best. Fuck you! What are you doing? Like, we're just trying to make it the most fun it can be. What the fuck?
Someone else in chat pointed out Street Fighter 5 too. It's the same story. Like, that game came out in a pretty crappy state, but by the time it was done with its run, it's pretty good. I prefer Street Fighter 6, but there's things about Street Fighter 5 that I kind of miss in Street Fighter 6. So he just never can never give anybody a inch of grace. It's pathetic.
Yes, it's amazing. Like, he acts like they're trying to kill him or something. He's like, no, we're just saying our opinions that this dude did massive research on, NKI did. And it's like he's acting like he insulted him or something. What? He's not insulting him. He's trying to help. But anyways, I have no idea how NKI became the official collective voice of all console ST players, but apparently somehow he did, and Evo does whatever he says. It seemed like there's a bandwagon attitude of if NKI says it's what's best, it's what's best, and we should just trust him to make sound judgments. I disagree for reasons you will see below. Check attachment 3. If you'll direct your eyes to addendum 4A, you'll see.
I hope my email finds you well.
Also, I do know that NKI is one of the best Chun-Lis in the world, and I do know that he can play every character, but his knowledge of each individual fighter is probably lacking, say, compared to a pro in that area. In order to get a real opinion on what version of a game is best, we should be pulling the best overall, and not someone who just plays Chun 90% of the time. It doesn't make sense.
You played Vega and DJ 90% of the time. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Oh, we're not done the points. Despite NKI's involvement every year, the version of ST used at EVO is shot down immediately afterwards, and we go back to square one. Okay, equipment costs, blah, blah, blah. Standard version of the game. DSP requests, and I think everyone would, right? We'd like a standard version of the game so everyone can get ready for that. That's not some kind of big brain take there. Everyone wished that could be the case. But every year, there's different options come out. People think this is better than the other, blah, blah, blah. That's what happens. I'll read the last sentence there. Well, guess what? Here we are in 2008. SDHT is being delayed, and we're back to square fucking one. Holy shit. Now we're going to use a version of ST that is on a console that's hard to get, will have input lag because of converters, remember one frame, and requires that you get a dip switch save state on your memory card. I'm sorry, but I just don't know that many people that still own DC on that own Dreamcast on ST. Okay. Let alone having that fucking save state. Practice will be nearly impossible for the vast majority of gamers who got interested in Super Turbo last year because of the Capcom collection. It just totally blows my mind that we're moving backwards instead of forwards here. Anyways, this is just a bad business decision. The vast majority of ST players had been playing Triple C2 and are used to that version. Remember, he said it was the best, though. So then I'll read the rest. Anyone reading this right now, do you want to stop this cycle of bullshit? Okay, then please listen to me. When Super Turbo HD is released, okay, as long as there is not some insanely annoying or broken glitch that makes the game unplayable, please do not listen to the same handful of nitpicking, unsatisfiable people who have torn apart every console version of ST we've tried. As both a pro player and a gamer... Wait, that needs two. Yeah, okay. You got two X's on that one. I know how extremely fucking frustrating it is to be forced to play something different every year just to be told that what you just played is shit as well. Fuck it. Just put your fingers in your ears and stop listening to these stubborn assholes. SDHD is the new ST, period. End of story. Game fucking over. And now back to GTA 4 is what he says.
It would not, in fact, be the end of the story.
No, it would not.
Because this might be a spoiler alert, but people still play Super Turbo in tournaments, and they do not play STHD.
No. Okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
And just to reiterate what he's saying there is NKI was the guy that would put hours and hours into his studies to show how the games were different than different versions, you know? So he's saying ignore NKI's research. Who cares? Accept everything. Just choose one version. Now, again, it'd be good if there was one version everyone agreed with, but it still is worth studying which one's the best and shit like that. Saying the downfalls, all right? DSP is saying don't worry about it, just accept it. But okay. Few more things here from this stream. Devil Jin agrees. I want to show you. I always don't want to hide anything. Someone does agree with DSP here. Says, I like DSP's sentiment. I'm not a huge ST player anyway, so it doesn't really matter to him either. But Arcade Perfect ST would be nice, but that will never ever happen, especially now that EVO is a console-only event. ST is the stupidest fucking fighter of all the EVO games, and it's because of all this hardcore-ass nitpicking that only people over the age of 30 care about. DSP would be in that age bracket. Yes.
You know what? Honestly, kind of a base take.
Exactly.
A little bit true.
It really sucks that so much is invalidated each year due to people being super nitpicky about ST. And I think that is true because the ST players at this point are already the old dinosaurs, right, Talby? At this point, if you're playing ST, you're a dinosaur confirmed already in 2008, right? I mean, really, if you're playing the old version.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I am a little unaware of some of these things with like making ST work is like I wasn't playing ST. Like I played it as a kid because it came out in 1994. This ages me. I would have been 6 years old when Super Turbo came out. And so, yeah, I mean, by then, most of the people had already moved on, up and on to other games.
Yes.
And or they'd retired, or, the Canons, for example, like they moved into game development. Yes, people still played it, people still cared, but like, and it's a great game. I've played Super Turbo. I like Super Turbo. No hate towards Super Turbo, but like by this time, people had there had been multiple versions of Street Fighter that had come out since Super Turbo. We had 3 Street Fighter Alpha games. We had 3 Street Fighter 3s. We had Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2. You know, we're about to have Street Fighter 4 right around the corner. Like, you know, people moved on.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so those people, though, the dinosaurs, have a special place in their heart for that game. They always will. So that's why they get some very heated conversation about this game, and they want to get it perfect. So as you like, NKI had loved this game, and he wanted to get the best version possible. He studied it a lot, and here we are.
And I agree. Fort Worth raised. Street Fighter 3 is indeed, well, Third Strike is the much better game. Third Strike. I love Third Strike. That's kind of more. That's more my speed.
There you go. So NKI does respond directly to Phil here and says, Phil, I actually agree with your overall sentiment that having to use a different version of ST every year is stupid. I just have 2 main problems with your posts. Number 1, you fail to realize that we've made considerable progress. We now know that the DC version is the best home version. Triple C2, the PS1 version, AE, will never use them again because now we know. Number 2, you regularly make up random stuff and pass it off as truth.
Savage.
And he gives an example. Go ahead, Tommy. Go ahead.
Just to say, another base take.
Yes.
Another true, absolutely true and factual take.
Like this, it gives an example and says, I mean, in 2004, you had a version where the hitboxes were all wrong. In 2005, the same. NKI says, prove it. Unless you're holding some secret information, there is no evidence to show that the PS1 version or the DC had any differences in hitboxes. Okay? That's, again, DSP. Prove it. You can't just say shit. Prove it. Okay? Now we go down to... then is this one right here. It's 20. Yeah. Someone says, DSP, I hope you mean, this is not DSP, but someone talking to DSP, Shirt says, DSP, I hope you mean STHD, the arcade perfect mode, is the new ST and not the remix mode. Number 2, you are not a pro player. Are you making complete living off Street Fighter? No, you're not. Number 3, ST is a classic and the oldest Street Fighter still being selected at EVO. EVO should make an exception for this game and honor it by having it be the only arcade tourney at EVO. Console versions will never do this game justice. This person says, I can bring 2 Japanese cabinets myself. Surely we could get 4 or 5 more. Oh, yeah, and then
just 4 or 5 more cabinets. We'll just find them.
Adding hundreds, if not thousands, to the cost of EVO. Go ahead and do it.
No biggie.
And number 4, old. This is like I was saying. Old men Super Turbo players are picky and fossils themselves. They do not like change. And there we go. They're talking directly to DSP.
David Serlin would soon find out.
Yes. Oh, mama. FM Jaguar, a legend around these parts, has a lot of great posts. He says the best home version of Super Turbo is on GGPO. So I just
correct.
That's
at that time, absolutely
again.
Correct. Yeah.
Foreshadowing again. Here is, now this one I cannot confirm is DSP. It's one of those. I can't confirm it, but who knows. Here's what I think. I don't think it is, actually. But someone says, here's what I think and most people on SRK think. Adapt and overcome. All right. It's if Styx games, versions of games or whatever don't feel right to other Styx versions, then you need to adapt. Oh yeah, it's definitely not DSP.
That's
Sorry.
definitely not Phil.
Absolutely not DSP. But I want to show this one anyway. Just look at players like Justin Wong and PSX. Yeah, it's not him. They play with handicap sometimes and still manage to play decent and don't really complain about Styx versions. Bottom line is this: if you blame shit on game that you are losing, then you might as well not play. When I started playing Street Fighter in the arcades back in 91, we'd still play when some buttons didn't work and managed to get decent matches. Exactly, so it's not DSP. This guy knows you got to adapt and overcome. Shirt says, okay, cool. I guess I'm a super pro player in arcade ST. This is, by the way, I was saying in my head too, just throwing more nitpicking into the nitpicking pile would have been better off saying, when you type DSP, it makes me mad. This person's saying a pro player equals a top player. Okay, defending DSP a little bit. All right, wanted to show that. Anyways, moving on, we go down to already here to 45. And this right here. Is this 45? Yes, that's 46 right here. Dream TR says to DSP, I don't think anyone will complain about SDHD when it comes out because there is no basis of comparison to arcade. This game never came out in arcade. It's basically a console-specific game, which is why it sets it apart from everything else. Would you agree with that or disagree with that, Talby?
People complained about SDHD a fucking ton.
Yes, they did.
For reasons both valid and, in my opinion, a little invalid, but you know,
not really happy. Okay, so then 65 right here. Someone says DSP is a pro player, not haha. And then I guess DSP did check out after he knew he was going to get killed in this one. He didn't say anything else. But I did want to bring up a Watson on the last post in the thread. I don't know if this is a dig on somebody or not. I can sense sarcasm, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe I don't have enough knowledge to get the sarcasm fully, but I will read it to you here. Playing new games on a console stick is not nearly as hard as playing old games on a console stick. Uppercut motions and super motions are much more demanding, in my opinion, for older games such as ST. Newer games seem to make it easier to super to make the game more scrub-friendly. Clutch timing uppercuts and reversals on ST is very key to high-level play, and more severe on rougher joystick motions are needed, in my opinion, when playing certain characters. If you grew up playing on arcade cabs with durable sticks, then it's a really rough transition. If you grew up playing on Horis or Maz sticks, then you won't understand the argument. It's quite simple. If you are delicate like a little princess, you don't mind playing on console. If you're a real man, you need a big setup and want to be able to abuse the stick and do manly uppercuts. So there we go.
Yeah, I think he's being a little sarcastic, but he's not wrong. Like Super Turbo and the old Street Fighter games did have like the inputs were very precise.
Yeah,
compared to newer games, which they give you a lot more grace. I honestly think it's for the best because it gets more people playing. But again, Watson is no disrespect to him, but he was one of those Super Turbo
guys.
Dinosaurs kind of.
He
at
was
this time,
dinosaur too. Yeah, he was a dinosaur too. To be fair,
I mean he's great. He's one of the greatest Super Turbo players ever. But like, call it like I say,
Yeah. Big ups Meth Bear, who says that epic song is also called Lacrimosa, Latin for weeping. Apropos, since Phil's walls of text often follow his butthole getting painfully wrecked. Oh, yes, that is true. And that's the case today as well. Now we will get into the main event, okay? The main event is this, and I want to do a little bit of a setup before we get into the thread here. So GGPO, what is it, right? What are people saying about it? What has DSP said about it? Let's go through the years a bit before we get into the main thread. So in 2006, if you can believe it, 2006, Tom Cannon comments on a thread here about how far are we from online for all fighting games? This is like a fossil, I thought. 2006, he said this. Someone said that online fighters are totally possible, and Capcom just needs to invest in better netcode, okay? He then responds to that with, even with the best network code, you still have to cope with real latencies in the internet. There's no getting around the fact that it may take 50 milliseconds or longer for a packet to move from one physical NIC to another through the internet, no matter how good your client-side code is. Client-server just makes the problem harder, as now all your packets have to take 2 big jumps through the internet instead of 1, so you really want to do peer-to-peer. This opens up a whole new can of worms, synchronization and the two generals problem, time skew, etc. Yes, these are all solved problems, but even if you solve them, you still have to deal with those 50 milliseconds. One more point here. Someone else refutes that fighting games over the internet are not possible due to the laws of physics. This is a time, guys, where people said, maybe we can't do fighting games on the internet. Maybe it's not worth it. There was a world when that was a thing. Okay, and I know it was before your time too, Talby, but like there is posts here where they said, fuck it, we can never do this, all right? People were thinking like that. And it was a big problem to solve. Of course, delay was the first way people solved it, but GGPO was another way to try to make it even better. But here's him talking about that. Someone else refutes that fighting games over the internet are not possible due to laws of physics. Okay, then he says, sort of. It takes roughly 13 milliseconds for light to travel from LA to New York, which is less than 1 frame of latency. So if you had a line of sight between 2 consoles on opposite sides of the country, a really powerful laser, and some really cool networking hardware to use it to transmit IP, you could do an online fighter with 1 frame of latency. We're probably not going to get that, though. So what can you do? You work around it. Virtual memory is a great example. Way back before virtual memory, it was impossible to allocate more memory than you had in your machine. Your entire OS application, all of its data, had to fit in there, and you were done. The solution was to come up with a new memory management system which would use the disk as swap space and could transparently page memory in and out. Now you can use more memory than you actually have, defying the laws of physics. It's like magic. You could probably do something similar with fighting games. Acknowledge that you cannot transmit a packet in less than 1 frame and focus instead on creating the illusion of a 0 frame latency game by using magic tricks to hide the packet transmit time. If anyone solves this problem, it will be with good netcode to minimize the transmit latency and enough secret sauce to hide the latency that's inherent in transmitting packets over the internet. Now, you might be wondering what that magic is. Well, they created that magic themselves, and it is called GGPO. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is really, I was having a really good time reading through a lot of these threads because, it's actually legitimately really interesting to see how this stuff came to be. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the story goes that Tony in 2006, I want to say, so around this time, when the 360 was new, they put out a version of Street Fighter 2. I want to say it was hyper fighting on, Xbox Live Arcade.
Yep.
And you could play it online. And of course, people are like, holy shit, you can play it online, but it used delay. And allegedly, the story goes that the Cannons, Tony Cannon, found it so abominable that he's like, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to do it. And
wow.
I think this is him kind of tipping his hand a little bit for what they're working on.
Yeah.
Because it was literally, hey, this sucks. I'm going to figure this out. There's got to be a way to do this. And you can kind of see in how this is being written that it's the magic tricks and stuff. I think he's already got an idea of what is going to be done. So this is a super interesting little piece of archaeology here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I really had a lot of fun with this one. And it really, what we're going to show you some clips of DSP in the future. It really just makes it such a little sad guy, saying they're rolling dice. Look at this. Look at all the work that went into this. All the knowledge that was in 2006.
And it's also just it's so weird too that he has just this, and it's really just comes down to they banned him, right?
Yes,
he got banned off. That's all it is. If you just want to strip everything down, it's because the Cannons banned him. But if you think about it objectively, GGPO and Rollback is a miracle, a fucking miracle.
Yeah, they're still using it. They're still using it.
Yeah, they use versions of it. Every game. There's very few games that use it straight up. Fightcade basically uses it straight up, but but most games use it, like Street Fighter 6, right? It's their own custom netcode, but they use Rollback as kind of its primary, base of what they build upon.
Yep.
And it's I think I said before, if you announce a game in current year, and it's a fighting game, and you're like, oh yeah, our game has if Marvel Tokon, they were it's got delay based netcode. Everybody oh fuck this game's dead, and no one would play it. No one. I'd be like, it's over. Game's DOA.
And think about this, guys. Epion makes a good point. Cannon's trying to explain elementary school words to Phil that what he wants is literally physically impossible, and he still doesn't get it to this day. That's the whole episode wrapped up right there. Because could you imagine, DSP says in those fucking IRC chats, can you imagine him, Ponder, saying this to him? Tom Cannon saying this to DSP? DSP would fucking check out in 2 seconds. Or what? Slow down. Okay, well, explain to me why my Hadouken's not coming out, okay? He's like, okay, I tried to explain it to you once. Do I have to say it again? Yeah, my supers are getting dropped, though. What's that about? Okay, we're not really getting anywhere here, So
and this probably gets ahead, a little bit. But players nowadays, they come up on either playing on console or PC. They're not playing in fucking arcades, right?
Yes.
They play on whatever console. They get super good. They get to the highest ranks. They start to get noticed. They start to play, maybe against some of the top players online. And then the next thing they know, they're like, oh, maybe I should throw my hat in the ring and try to do Evo or be a pro or something like that. You know what I like? So, and then when they get to playing in person, they can still succeed.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
So yes, there's going to be latency and there's going to be lag. Like that's just physics, bro. Like there's no getting around the laws of physics. But the fact that it's as close as it is, like in current year, if you're trying to claim the thing that you are doing, like that you can't do it because you're playing online, you know what I mean? That it wouldn't work in an offline environment. You're just coping. You're DSPing. You're just coping.
So next up on the pre-thread warm up here, I do want to play a little bit from Alphaism Radio, and this was with David Sirlin. So just for the record, now David Sirlin is not the guy that made GGPO at all, but like you said earlier, Talby, he was the guy that was hired by Capcom to help with this game. Correct? That's the story there.
He worked for a company I think it's called Backbone Entertainment.
Yeah, Backbone. That's right. Yep.
And they're the ones. They made a bunch of remakes, remasters for modern at the time consoles, and they were the ones that were given STHD, and he was a former fighting game player. I don't think he was ever a pro, but he was definitely a player, and he took it upon himself to work on this, and he also rebalanced it, which is part of why this game has such a notorious legacy, so to speak. But yeah, that's how he came to be and came to work on this project.
I forgot I did actually we can have Tom Cannon introduce David Sirlin real quick. Here we go.
Negative on Seth Killian. This is David Sirlin.
There you go. Right. That's him.
David Sirlin went on to graduate from MIT.
MIT graduate. Again, maybe he wasn't valedictorian of his high school, but he graduated from MIT. Go ahead, David Sirlin.
He then worked with Backbone and Capcom on a game called Street Fighter II Super Turbo.
He's
HD
telling the story
Remix,
here, yeah.
Which some of you may have played. He then went on to found Sirlin.net, working on board games, card games, and has a new fighting game called Fantasy Strike that you can actually play on the indie floor. Right.
So there you go. That's the introduction to David Sirlin. He plays a major role in this thread we're going to get to.
And
today.
I want to be very clear, as we get into it, that I might say some things that might sound a little bit of critical of Sir Sirlin, but he's a legitimately super smart, super educated guy. His work on STHD, that's kind of its own thing, but he definitely knows what he's talking about, and he's just a super, super smart guy. So I just want to be clear that anything I say is meant with zero disrespect for Sir Sirlin.
Yes, that's fair enough. And what this is from is an interview on Alphaism Radio. If you haven't seen, we've done Alphaism Radio before many times. Great moments from that. This was just an interview with him, David Sirlin. And it is known at this point that he is working on that new game, Super Street Fighter II HD Remix. And they're asking about what kind of feedback are you looking for, okay? And this is a year before the thread we're going to show. This is a year before that. And this is the feedback they're looking for. And I think it's a good insight into what, the problems they had to solve. So here we go, just a little bit of this.
Ask people their thoughts on, if, let's say that lag occurs between two players. And so something's got to give. It's not going to be perfect no matter what you do. But how do they feel about increasing the input delay on both sides?
There you go.
Input delay is
that's one option.
The amount of time between when you press the button and when the move appears on the screen. So during periods of bad lag, you can increase that, and the game will still play normally, but it's a little less responsive. Another option is do not increase the input delay, but instead slow the speed of the game down. That's what I believe Dead or Alive does, and it has a weird effect of making the game a little easier, actually, because
now that is what DSP says to this day is his favorite way, right? Delay-based netcode, right, Talby? Where you slow the game down completely. You can tell they literally stop. Okay, now we're catching up. Stop. And DSP prefers that to rollback.
It has a weird effect of making the game a little easier, actually, because let's say that you were going to do a low roundhouse and then cancel it with fireball. I know you can't do that in Dead or Alive, but you know what I'm saying. And let's say there was some bad lag. So during the low roundhouse, if the game slowed down, you'd actually have more frames where you're able to cancel into the fireball, because it's slow.
Yeah.
So it's a little easy. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why the Dead or Alive solution, I think, is pretty good. So you can compare that to even a third solution of
There's a third solution.
Let's say you don't increase the input delay and you don't slow the game down.
Yeah.
So in order to fix the lag and the players being a little bit out of sync, you just if you find out that the guy was it thinks that he's a fourth of the way through his jump, but really he should have actually been halfway through his jump.
Yeah.
It flickers him over to halfway through his jump, like he teleports there. And I believe that that kind of thing is what's going on in CVS2 online.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems like totally the worst. But I'm sort of hinting at my opinions here, but there might be different opinions of other people who are.
So I thought it was interesting. He didn't really bring up rollback there, but that third option kind of sounded the most like it, didn't it to you, Talby?
Yeah, you sent me this earlier, and I listened to it, and that sounded the most like it. But obviously, with rollback, it doesn't flicker because
there's no flicker.
They add some animations to kind of hide it, and it's like DSP says that it's hiding the lag, and he's not wrong when he says that. It is hiding the lag, but it's hiding it kind of in the player's favor and in your opponent's favor too. You know what I mean? It kind of levels the playing field.
Yeah. So at around 2008, early 2008-ish, this is created in 2009. I know they were working on it much before that because we're going to see in the thread from 2008, they're already talking about it. But maybe it wasn't officially released or whatever. This website's still up to this day.
People were playing it back in late 2007, 2008. It had already been kind of out and about and added to emulators, but it wasn't put out to be an open source thing for people to use yet. It was just kind of a community thing. If you knew, you knew kind of thing.
And this website's still up now to this day. GGPO.net. It was something you downloaded yourself and would have to hook up yourself, and it was all free, obviously. And people in SRK were playing it already at this time. So
it's
before we get
to how they made money off of something that was free.
I know, totally free, by the way. Use whatever you want, and they could have charged a fuck ton if people would have paid it. Now, people might have been pissed, but people would have fucking paid it. Big ups, Boat Nights. I'm still in line at Walmart. Big ups, Boat Night. This is interesting. So this is I'm going to show two explanations. One's kind of like the quick and dirty explanation. This guy explains what rollback netcode is as well, and I thought it was a good explanation because we got to make sure we all understand before we get to the thread about what exactly rollback netcode is. Okay, so here's a good explanation from this dude.
How rollback netcode works is that we never wait for the next frame. We still have our delay of, let's say, 2 or 3 frames, whatever the developer thinks is right. So we're still going to wait 3 frames just to wait for things to get to us. So let's say we're at 90 ping in rollback netcode. 3 frames later, my inputs are going to play because we have that delay of 3. And I've got your inputs now. It's going to play. It's just like delay-based netcode. It's literally identical. Rollback is delay-based netcode.
Yep.
But it's got more features. So what happens when I don't get your input or the delay changes? That's what rollback does differently. Instead of stopping and waiting for your inputs, what rollback does is it says, I have my local inputs. I'm going to the next frame. I don't care. I'm going to predict what my opponent was doing. And all we do for that prediction is we just replay whatever was happening on the last frame. If they're holding forward, it's a pretty safe assumption that they're probably going to continue to hold forward. Maybe they stopped, maybe they didn't, but we're going to pretend they did. But in most cases, I would say 80% of the time in a fighting game, you're in a committed
That's
action.
coming later.
You've already jumped. There's nothing you can input to change that. You're already in a Fierce Punch. That's the next, 45 frames of your life is you doing that Fierce Punch animation. Nothing can change that. So if that hiccup happens to happen during that time, literally no visual artifacting can happen. It'll be exactly what the game thought it would be. But in the odd cases where somebody was walking forward, we thought they would continue to walk forward, but they actually jumped or they actually hit a button. We're going to get their inputs a few frames later because they dropped them or because the ping went up. And then the game is going to be able to look at the game state, rewind a few frames to where we didn't have the inputs, and say, did this match? Did what we get match exactly what we guessed? And if it didn't, it resimulates the game state in one frame back up to the current frame, totally invisible to the player, and then just renders the next frame normally.
There you go.
In most cases, this will be like an invisible kind of correction. I'll do like a little posing here, and for a punch, right? You'll have anticipation poses. Your character.
I think you get the point here. Also, now, since that wasn't enough, we do have, we have an explanation, but DSP is going to tell you what he thinks of that explanation in real time, okay? So this happened on DSP Reacts, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. This is great thumbnail.
That's like a nightmare. That's like a nightmare blunt rotation. Jordan Peterson, Rio DSP.
What do you mean by what? Tom Cannon sitting there. Want to talk about rollback netcode? DSP's trying to fight him. Oh, no, he wouldn't try to fight him. Oh, actually, I like it.
The Daigo parry.
Okay, here we go. Let's go.
Right there with bad quality. It's not, now I have a microphone that it picks up the audio much better. So that's why this is a little camera mic. Sounds a lot different.
Oh yeah, he already had a great mic.
Okay, what is next?
Okay, here we go.
In fighting games, performing the Daigo parry or certain combos requires precise timing. Press an input a moment too early
There we
or
go.
too late.
Why rollback netcode is better? Okay, let's fast forward and find out.
Move on
All right, let's fast forward and get the shit.
both screens. But this is terrible to play in
Fuck this.
unless the delay between both players is very short. But not everyone has super good internet connections, and not everyone lives in the same region.
Yeah.
If everyone could play offline together, lag wouldn't be a problem.
Exactly.
But we live in a world where arcades die and viruses live, so net play matters a lot.
Yes.
Sadly, there's no way to remove the delay between two distant online connections, but Tony Cannon discovered a way to make
Here
it
it
so your
is.
move appears immediately,
Oh.
even before it reaches your opponent.
Cool.
I
What was
started
that?
working on this around in like late 2005, early 2006.
Oh, I remember.
Wow, 2005. There you go. That's when he started talking about it. So, yeah, when was that post I showed earlier? Let me see. What
It was
when was
March 2006.
That? So he's already in the process of working on it when he wrote that
so
post.
it is like what
Pretty
I was. He was they were kind of teasing us a little bit with what was being worked on.
I love finding shit like that. That's really like finding a fucking fossil. It's
First,
awesome.
because all the games that were coming out for the consoles just had really bad delay-based netcode.
What's insane about this technology is that it's achieved by predicting the future and time traveling. Seriously.
Yeah, this is why DSP thinks. By the way, you're gonna get to that. It's not the first time you're gonna hear Back to the Future today. Not the last time. Excuse me.
Why it sucks because it's guessing.
Yep.
I've told you guys
There
this
you
a
go.
million times that
Get ready.
this rollback netcode, it literally rolls the dice.
Okay. Oh, you were close there, Philip.
It's rolling
It
dice.
literally rolls dice
Uh-huh.
to decide what
No.
happens.
Yeah.
Half the time you're not getting the right outcome, but oh well, there's no lag. It's like, what?
Actually, you might see it earlier, but 90% of the time, just doing the last input is correct in a fighting game.
Yeah,
just
he
by
like
normal
almost.
play.
The thing that's so frustrating about hearing him talk about rollback is that he almost understands it, and then he just like veers off at the last second into just absolute insanity.
But that's okay, right?
It's
Anyway.
okay.
Let's say there's 45 milliseconds of delay between you
And now he's already checked out. So, like, they could say the most amazing explanation here, and he would get it. It would click in his mind, but he can't. He can't say that anymore. So he's already checked out here. This means nothing.
your opponent.
But for you guys, I want to play it.
If the character you control has no lag and your move comes out before the input reaches your opponent, what does your opponent see? If you kick and your opponent's side sees it 45 milliseconds later, both sides are now 45 milliseconds out of sync, which is no good. But there is a way to get it in sync. When your opponent's side receives your input, it can just skip the first 45 milliseconds of your kick animation.
Yeah.
You might be thinking this could look weird or choppy, but at full speed, it's hard to tell. It's like when everyone starts singing happy birthday, but you join in a little late. You skip the first words of the song so you'll be in sync and no one will notice. But if your opponent receives all your actions 45 milliseconds late, what do you look like to them in the meantime?
Yeah.
In our kick example, you were shown to be just standing there for 45
check this out. Look at him. He's so,
milliseconds before kicking. Why
so
did
uncomfortable.
their side think you were just standing there? Because it was its best guess. It was a wrong guess, but it was reasonable considering you were standing there previously. At any given moment,
What?
each side
Goat
is trying
laugh?
to predict what the opponent is currently doing based on the previously received input. And what's crazy is, most of the time it's correct.
Yeah.
This is because it doesn't take a fortune teller to predict things one frame into the future.
I'm just going to
Yeah, it rolls dice, right, Philip? Here's where the dice part comes in.
assume the thing you did last is the thing you do next, like
Whoa, hold on a minute. He must have skipped the dice.
forever. Oh, you were holding back to block? I'm going to assume you're still holding back to block.
Can you guess what my sleeping cats will do in the next frame? If you guess sleep, then you might just be a precog.
Philip?
Obviously, you knew the answer because you saw what they were doing previously.
Philip?
But just like a precog, predictions can be wrong.
Yes.
To clearly show what happens with incorrect predictions, let's just say there's a huge 500 millisecond delay with your opponent. If your opponent is walking forward, your side will correctly predict their position because there's only one direction to predict, forward. But if they suddenly do something different like jump, your side will still think they're walking because it didn't get the memo yet.
Like actively trying to not listen.
But the moment your side receives the news that your opponent jumped 500 milliseconds ago, it will instantly roll them back to your opponent's correct position, which is in midair at this point. Hence, rollback netcode. Remember, this was an extreme case. With normal amounts of delay, the amount of rollback would be practically unnoticeable. Rollback netcode works because when the predictions are correct, things are in sync, and when it's not, it gets corrected before anyone notices. Sometimes huge lag spikes can go unnoticed if all the predictions are correct in that time, and you might be surprised just how often the predictions are correct.
How fast do people move the controller? How many inputs are there?
Yeah.
There's probably...
And here's why this netcode is complete bull.
Amazing. Amazing. Right when he starts talking. Now here's why he's wrong. Yeah.
It's
Go
like
ahead,
classic, like when he was doing the interview and he would like try to cut one of them off, you know, before they could start talking, so he could like put his narrative out into the world. It's the same fucking shit.
He has to say it first. So here's why it's wrong before you get the truth. Okay, so here we go. This is why it's wrong before you hear the truth. Yeah. Shut up, Tony. I got this. I'll handle this, Tony.
And you might be surprised just how often the predictions are correct.
How fast do people move the controller? How many inputs are there? There's probably...
And here's why this netcode is complete bunk, and people don't understand why it's junk.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it allows for people who play exactly the same all the time to always have advantage.
Okay, if you watched the video, you would know how stupid that fucking sounds. But unfortunately, he didn't watch the video. He's not listening.
He legitimately thinks that it's like this AI that's like collecting information in this like giant hive mind that understands like that it's crunched the data and it understands that like, yes, 95% of camis when they do a low medium kick, they confirm into this. Yeah. So if that's not, so it just gives it to him like no matter what. And, I mean,
he's probably rushing down right now. Okay, this is Cammy. Okay, she's probably getting him in the corner. Okay, I got it. Like,
and that's crazy on its face, but also like the flip side to that is let's assume for just 1 second that is true. Like Philip is like seeing beyond the matrix. So wouldn't you think he'd be able to like counter that and be like the greatest Street Fighter player of all time?
Oh my God, getting too deep. Can you imagine the amount of computing power that would take every single frame? Their AI guessing what they're doing based on the previous frame. Wow.
I mean, yeah, if you like, not to get too deep into like AI stuff, but if you read about the amount of compute that they use just to answer your basic question, like what is rollback netcode on ChatGPT? Like, if you extrapolate that to like, thousands of players at the same time, gathering data and all these different players and how, different characters work, it would just like there would be like a million data setters that are just like dedicated to Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
And like just Street Fighter 6.
A DSP, like when he's 90 on his deathbed. I have seen them. Fields of AI farms, all for GGPO. It's incredible. The cannon's covered up the whole time. Yeah, that's true, big guy, too. The worst part is that the netcode corrects to what input is received. It doesn't actually give the person what it predicts. That's another break in his fucking argument.
And it's the biggest one, because it literally just says, oh, you weren't doing that? Okay. And it goes back to what is right.
Yes.
So if in this, again, to go back to the Cammy example, if they're not confirming into a drive rush after hitting you with the medium kick, then it'll just not do it.
Yeah, because for his argument to be correct, it predicts and then overcomes what you actually input. That's what DSP wants you to believe, guys. Well, let's go all the way through. Okay, so DSP says you put an input in, right? And then it rolls the dice, all right? So there's dice roll first. Now, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but it rolls the dice and picks an input. But then it adds the modifier on if you're using a pattern, right? So then it says, okay, he's using a pattern and we rolled the right dice. Now let's give him the full pattern to beat DSP. I mean, basically, right? It's not that crazy.
I mean, there's a lot of issues that Tony's got with this. I mean, just look at his setup alone. I mean, God, his setup's trash. His microphone is garbage. He doesn't have like a Lego Mario behind him or anything.
Yeah, the setup
how
sucks.
are we supposed to believe what this guy is saying?
His ceiling's so low, by the way. I mean, he might be able to touch his ceiling. It sucks.
Where's his soundproofing foam?
This guy sucks.
Fucking loser.
He's a loser. He's poor.
You know what they're saying. It's going to assume that what you were just doing is what you're still doing.
Philip, what about the dice roll?
So what if you always do the same thing? So you always get what you want because the code favors you. What about
the code does not the code favors you? Ah, yes, a player that does the same thing many times. I favor them.
someone who's unpredictable? What about someone who mixes up what they're doing all the time? That's their game style.
Then the rollback netcode will correct to what they input.
What about someone who has a reactive play style? They wait to see what you're doing, then they react to it to stop it.
And then the rollback netcode will get your correct input, sir.
Well, that's not favored by rollback netcode.
I don't think anything is favored.
If anything, based on how rollback actually works, it would favor the reactive player.
Yes.
But,
okay.
If anything, I mean, it really doesn't. You know what I mean.
It doesn't favor anybody, but if it did, it would. It
would. Yeah.
If you are many times making it roll back, then it would look a little bit different to the person you're playing, which would be an advantage, right?
This netcode says just do the standard thing over and over.
Standard thing over and over? What is a standard thing? Okay.
You'll always get what you want because the rollback assumes you're still doing the same thing.
But then it fixes itself based on what you actually input.
And this goes into him not understanding frame data in any meaningful way, right? So if you hit jab for most players, for most characters in Street Fighter 6, I want to say it's 4 frames, right? And this is at the way rollback works is at every single frame. So if you're not mashing jab, there's no way it would finish the jab animation because it wouldn't get through the full 4 frames. It would go back to whatever the right thing. It would roll back.
This is one of the dumbest things, guys, and we really don't talk about it enough, of how dumb his take on rollback is. It's so insane, okay? And I hope you understand that more than ever after this episode.
The netcode 100% skews what you're going to see as an outcome online.
What the fuck does that mean? The rollback netcode skew... let's hear it again. I want him to explain this one.
100% skews...
Uh-huh.
Just think about that.
Okay, go ahead.
The netcode 100% skews what you're going to see as an outcome online.
Okay, so it skews what you're going to see as an outcome online. Remember, rollback netcode, the goal of rollback netcode is to get the inputs, and whatever you do, that's what the player does. It might have to roll back a frame or two, but it does do what you said. There's no making up and saying it works, but okay, go ahead.
Because it literally is trying to predict based off of what you've already been doing, and essentially rolls the dice and says
it essentially rolls. We've already admitted it's not rolling dice, but now he goes back to the dice, and now it essentially rolls the dice. Go ahead.
Well, the person who did that fierce punch 7 times in a row is probably just gonna do the fierce punch again, so give it to them. But the person who tried to react to the fierce punch and do the shoryuken through it, don't give them the shoryuken, give the other person the fierce punch. Why?
That's so stupid. That's so fucking stupid. Because a fierce punch is generally the way it works in most fighting games is the stronger the action is, the more the trade-off is It's a slower startup for more damage. So it's the worst possible example because, again, it's going one frame at a time. So if you were not inputting heavy punch, it would roll it back. It's so stupid.
All right.
Oh, because that's rollback netcode, bro. They just give you the same thing over and over.
Bro.
And then if it happens to catch the mistake, it'll try to fix it after the fact. But it's too late. The game's already ruined. That's rollback netcode.
Nope. Okay, wait. It's too late. Yeah, rollback netcode says, no, it's too late. Fuck it. We've gone too far.
Just give him a level 3. Just give him a level 3 super.
Yeah, do the super. Make Cammy. Cammy, corner.
Yeah. But it's too late. The game's already ruined. That's rollback netcode. That's what people think is good. Oh, that's the best. Dude, what are you talking about? You're literally favoring people who play like dunces. People who literally do the same fucking thing all the time.
Yes.
They don't think. They just play. You favor them. Why do you think the online pattern play is so prominent in modern fighting games? But idiotic people demand the rollback netcode.
Yeah.
Right?
That's like you, Toby, demanding it.
This is lazy man's netcode. This is, we didn't actually have an intelligent way to solve the problem, so we mask the problem.
Okay, reminder about that post I showed you earlier about Tom Cannon, very matter-of-factly describing the issues with rollback with online netcode. But DSP tells you it's lazy man netcode. It's lazy. Right.
But but the problem that he talks about masking is a problem that cannot be solved. It's physics. Like it's the amount, like there's always going to be input delay. So the way you solve the problem is by hiding it. It is actually quite the opposite of a lazy man's netcode. It's a brilliant solution. It's a very simple, brilliant solution to a very complicated problem.
And they're still using it in some form on every game to this very fucking day. And like I always said, if someone has a better option, there would be, if they chose to do so, there would be extreme financial benefits if someone came up with a better way, right? Let's say someone came up with a way that's even better than GGPO. We can't even think about it right now.
Yeah.
That there would be financial benefits for that. So it's not like people aren't trying.
And I guarantee you that Tony Cannon him fucking self would try to meet the person that developed that netcode and be like, holy shit, bro, how did you do this?
Yes.
I guarantee you that he wouldn't get pissy about it, that he wouldn't have streams like DSP being like, well, here's why that newfangled netcode is trash compared to my GGPO. Like,
yeah. He would be saying, like, okay, it's awesome. Yeah, this is fucking awesome.
Instead of solving the problem. That's exactly what this is. Because rollback netcode makes the match look like it's not laggy, when in reality, it's not. You're actually not getting the outcome that actually happened on the controller. You're getting whatever the netcode guessed was happening.
No, you literally are, though.
Yeah, this whole video, he's watched half of it. The video said that's not what happened. So why are you saying this?
And then it might happen to fix it after the fact. The other thing they haven't
It might happen to fix it. Okay.
And I don't know if they will. Dropped inputs. Rollback netcode has a significant amount of dropped inputs.
Just keep that in your mind, okay, guys?
Because when it's trying to make what's the word? Where they're trying to figure out what really happened and catch the game back up.
Yeah, do you trust this guy or the guy that says when the rollback netcode is trying to figure out what you did? Okay.
Sometimes it just will say fuck it, and it'll just drop the input.
It will not just say fuck it.
I had this fucking conversation with that man.
Here we go.
In an IRC chat.
This is the start of this. This is why we're doing this.
This conversation we're having right now in this video and on this stream. Okay. I had it directly with that man in an IRC chat room in the mid-2000s when he was trying to sell rollback netcode to Capcom.
Okay, go ahead.
And I put all of this data and all of this information and
he put no data and no information. I'll show you exactly what he put.
Analysis on shoryuken.com.
All this analysis. Now he's trying to be NKI with his analysis. He drops no analysis outside of, I was trying to do a move and it didn't happen.
Where they had a thread. He made the thread on, that's his website. Yep. He had the thread saying, I want feedback on rollback. And all the feedback that was positive, they left. And everything that was negative, they deleted. And
objectively not true.
On IRC. And I said, why are you deleting criticism that's true? So are you going to tell me that rollback netcode is not dropping inputs to rectify the two sides? He said, no, it does that. You're admitting it to me. Yes, I will admit to you that the rollback netcode eats inputs on purpose to rectify it to make it look like there's no lag. So why don't you want people to know that? Because I'm trying to sell the netcode to Capcom, and I don't need them to know that.
Come up with your own conclusions on that.
He told me that. Okay. And this was the mid 2000s. We're now almost 20 years later, and people still are like, "Oh, rollback netcode's the best." Oh, you mean the netcode that literally just rewards someone who plays exactly the same over and over and doesn't reward someone who's smart and tries to react to what they're seeing? The netcode that literally eats inputs to make it look like there's no lag? That's the best netcode? Again, it's a band-aid on the problem to make the game look better online. It doesn't give you a better actual situation or better outcome. It's not better connection. It just looks better because the rollback hides the lag. So you would never know. You would never know if someone's doing a special move and it drops their input because the netcode hides it. But somehow we reward this man. Oh, he's so smart. Yeah, you're so smart because you hid the fucking problems and brushed them under the rug instead of fixing them.
Again, these are problems that we cannot be fixed. They can never be fixed, right? People live away from each other, and internet has to pass data between the two people.
Tony Cannon should be really ashamed of himself that he hasn't figured out faster than light travel.
Yes.
He should be ashamed.
All this time, he's been sitting there with rollback netcode.
But don't say anything to Capcom because I'm trying to sell the netcode. Now every major game uses this netcode.
And again,
why do you think that is?
Yeah, I know. Like it's so amazing to think that wouldn't people want a better option if this sucks? They would be very happy to have a better option.
For what? It's not good. For 20 years almost, people thinking this is the best netcode. No, it's not. You need to. There's much we could definitely. If people wouldn't just accept this as the solution, all right, we would have people actually actively trying to fix it. But instead, people have just accepted rollback's the best. We can't get any better. So
the actively fixing it too. It's just like he literally thinks that like GGPO came out and it was never changed.
Yeah,
like,
no, it's been like that forever.
Like I was explaining earlier, like SF6 is a iteration. You know, Dragon Ball Fighter Z when they introduced it, like it's its own iteration. Like different companies have their own iterations of it that they're running, and they're kind of testing in the market like what works best and what doesn't. That's just the idea that it's been unchanged since 2008, 2009 is ridiculous.
Yeah, he still thinks that same one they played with in 2008. Absolutely, yes. That's still that's what
the one
they
you
use.
Play on in 2008. It was really good. Like it was better than Street Fighter 4. I'll say you that much. It was way better. And I love Street Fighter 4, but it was way better than Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It pisses me off. Because
it pisses me off. What really pisses him off is that no one gives a shit about what he says about the FGC. And he wishes people cared about this.
Someone mentioned it in Dragon Ball in chat. Like Dragon Ball Fighter Z started with delay based, and people they hated it. They had to go back and put rollback in because people hated it so fucking much. That's why I said Dragon Ball Fighter Z, because it's like a good example of like a game that probably would have died had they not made that decision.
That's the one where people flip out at the there's like a convention where people flip out. That one's famous one. Yeah, that's good. Jasper the Cat Dude says Cannon's created literal magic and DSP is stupid. I mean, basically, I'm not trying to be like, we always turn into like we're standing the people against DSP always on this show, obviously. But in this case, I really can't emphasize enough. The Cannons are fucking badasses. We're all losers compared to them. What they've accomplished in their field is incredible. But yet, DSP is the one that's smarter than them. I mean, it's incredible. What? And how that is why if you are a DSP fan, there is questions that you have to answer. Why are you following a man that can't understand the basics of something that means so much for him in his life, which is fighting games? He chooses to be ignorant about the most basic aspects of it. Right?
And when when he first did it, he did it for no other reason than based on Tony's own story that he played hyper fighting on Xbox Live Arcade and he said, this shit sucks. I'm going to do something better. Not to make money, but just so that because he was like, the community deserves better than this, so I'm going to give it to him.
It's amazing.
Like, objectively sick. Like, I'm sorry. If he did nothing else, if Tony Cannon did nothing else in his life, didn't do Evo, didn't do any of that stuff, just did GGPO, just introduce rollback to fighting games, he would be an absolute fighting game legend.
Yeah. But he did so much more, you know. But all right,
yeah. And Cracker Jack says it in chat. He probably just wanted some good matches. Exactly. That's it. He just wanted to play good matches with people, and so he's like, "I'm going to make this happen so I could play some good matches of Super Turbo."
And then he made a good the forums. SRK came. Then they made a good tournament. They did a lot of stuff, right? I mean, but as DSP screaming at his webcam every night about how the rollback netcode is a lazy option. It really holds a lot of weight. You know, the pasta maker is right. It's like shooting craps on a baccarat table. That's basically it. It's rolling the dice. And I got more examples of him saying it's rolling the dice too. I'm wondering now, is he going to let Tom Cannon finish? I wonder. He's got a lot out here. We can't let Tom Cannon say anything against that, can we?
The entire community
Let's
always
see.
saying this nonsense, and I was the only one who would be the one willing to speak up about this shit. Rollback netcode is not good. All it does is make the game look good and drops your inputs in order to hide the truth. I'm sorry. They just fucking explained it. That's
Did
what
they?
it does. So if you're doing the same thing over and over, if you're Guile,
Did they? Is that way? I must have missed that
and
part.
you throw Sonic Boom, you walk forward, medium punch. Sonic Boom, medium punch.
He really thinks that the rollback netcode operates on moves, you know? Like, okay, what came in? Oh, that's a Sonic Boom. Oh, okay, Sonic Boom. He's going to do Sonic Boom again.
It's like, yeah, he uses exact. Again, it shows he has no idea how frame data works. He uses exact moves, and it's like each move has so many frames, and it works on a one frame.
Yeah.
So just his argument, it demolishes itself. You know.
Yes, that's Redneck Preppy in the house says facts are meaningless. You can use facts to prove anything that's even remotely true. Fact schmacks, Redneck Preppy. Big up, sir. Thank you.
You'll get that 99% of the time. The guy who tries to react to your Sonic Boom, like jump over it, won't get to jump over it. Because that's something different than what the game thought you were going to do the millionth time in a row. So you don't get it.
Okay.
And then if you do get it, it might drop your input anyway to hide the lag. So therefore, you still get hit by the Sonic Boom. Why do you think no one can react to projectiles in Street Fighter 6?
They can.
This is fucking why. This fucking guy is the reason why no one can jump over Guile.
Okay.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Yeah. So, you gonna push play now, or are you too scared?
There's actually never been like more ways to deal with projectiles in Street Fighter than in like Street Fighter 6. You can parry it, you can DI it, you can jump over it.
All right.
You gotta push play?
And that's the thing. Will you ever hear anyone in the FGC say that?
You gonna let Tom talk or no?
Nope. So like I told you guys, this guy's working on a fighting game right now, correct? Whatever it is, the League of Legends fighting game.
Yeah.
Why on earth would I ever want to play that game?
Oh, we're already coping about the N2XKO game, okay?
And from SRK for talking about it. Buck years has been pushing this shit down people's throats to make a buck.
Yep. He's been pushing this shit down people's throat to make a buck.
But, I got banned from SRK for talking about it. I did. I got banned from Shoryuken.com at that time for being honest. And when I confronted him on IR...
We'll see about that.
Listen, I'm just trying to make a living, man. You can't
I'm just trying to make a living, man, is what he responded.
This stuff. You can't be talking truth.
You can't be talking truth is what DSP just claimed, Tom said.
So I guess I should just keep my mouth shut and never speak truth
Also,
in my life. So you can...
Go ahead.
If the cannon's just super quick, if he did do it to make money, I don't give a fuck. It makes my Street Fighter 6 games really good.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, that's not even the case, but yeah,
All right.
Yeah, if it was, even if it was, I don't care.
The video literally proved my points about rollback netcode.
What? We're not even going to let him explain it?
To a T. Everything I've said over the years, this video has proved it.
No, that's why this is called Why Rollback Netcode is Better.
It's very interesting. 'Cause I'm not sure that's what was intended, but it certainly did it.
Okay, well, let's read the first comment on DSP's video here. It says, I don't think your understanding of rollback netcode is quite accurate. Rollback, as explained by the video, only lasts for a couple of frames. The prediction part of the netcode is saying, I think you're pressing forward. Let me double check. Yep, you're pressing forward. Oh, wait, you hit jab now. Let me just skip ahead 2 frames of that animation so that your move comes out properly for your opponent at the same time. If you don't agree, then I'll just leave it as it is, because at the end of the day, I can only present what I know and hope you are informed by it. Hope you had a good day, sincerely. But no, that didn't prove anything to him. That didn't clear anything up, okay? Stop saying facts. Dumb shit. So I looked for, before we get to the thread, we're almost there. I did find the first mention of rollback in DSP content at all. and it is from January 25th of 2009. So this is a year after the thread I'm going to show you. But he clearly knows about netcode and has some thoughts about it already. So here we go.
What the fuck? Dude, why is everything he do beating my moves all of a sudden? What the fuck? And now you're gonna fireball again. It's frustrating because not only does lag affect the match because there's rollbacks and jumping around, but inputs drop too. So you'll be doing a move and you get the wrong move, like right there. The kick came out, but the motion to do the fireball, apparently somewhat part of it didn't input, and I got a roundhouse kick. So lag affects it two ways. Either jumping around the screen or you don't get your special moves, which is fucking horseshit.
So he already thinks that it's about dropping inputs. Okay, this is 17 years ago. That's going to be a theme. All right, so I'm going to keep that in your mind. And dropping inputs.
Only the shit he may apply.
Matt Ice says two things here. He says, "Is this what it feels like as someone who knows what they're doing, trying to explain how the dipshit is wrong and they can't see how wrong they are?" Yeah, that's. I mean, it's just frustrating when someone explains something they are so confidently wrong about. Right? It's like, all right, man, this video is made to show you what it is, but then he just comes up with his own conclusions, and it's just it's insane. It's insanity. Right? Imagine just seeing what you being proven wrong in a video form. What do? Well, you pause it 1,000 times and really pause it before like the mother load was about to be dropped on the proof, and then just give your own reality and then say, well, let's move on. That's what he did. I mean, yeah, don't what's the who's that guy? Don't argue with idiots because I forget. They have more experience or something. I forget.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they already think you're smarter than you.
Down to their level or something like that.
Yeah.
I forget the exact quote.
But yeah, don't argue with idiots. That's what you learned. And Matt Ice says, you guys don't understand. Sir Cannon discovered a way to use quantum entanglement and has been sitting on that knowledge to sell rollback netcode. Yes. That is true. Big ups. Yeah. Never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with experience. There we go. There we go. Big ups, Ozzy. Chuck Berry says, I'm running a scam on Capcom and the entire FGC and anyone who will ever play a fighting game again to enrich myself under false pretenses. But I'll tell this random moron the truth because he asked nicely. That is what he wants you to believe. I never thought about it that way.
Yeah. Philip, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm just trying to fuck these people over. I'm just trying to get a bag, bro. Shut the fuck up. Like that's literally what he's trying to tell us.
I never even thought about that. Yeah. This whole house of cards that Tom Cannon's been running just for cash. It's all hinging on DSP not spilling the beans.
He's literally like he thinks it's like X-Files and he's like Mulder and he's being told the truth by the cigarette smoking man or something and he's like, all right, you gotta believe me. He told me about the aliens, guys. You know.
Madeline Muwall in the house says reactive play is based on awareness. Keep in mind, this is the guy who caused yellow paint to happen. Always blames others, but he's just slow. Well. In the reality, yes, I mean, his own reactions are to blame, but you need someone to blame for those reactions not being up to snuff, and that's Rollback Netcode's perfect for that. You know that. And AMAC asks, who am I going to believe? A legit computer programmer? Engineer, actually. Or an internet fat slob who is known self-admitted liar? It's a tough call, AMAC. But yes, he was some kind of engineer. I don't want to say incorrect information, but he was not a network engineer, but... I can't remember, but yeah, he was obviously well educated. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend. Like I understand like how rollback works, but like I'm not going to pretend I know how it works because I'm not a computer programmer.
Yes.
But I am smart enough to look and be like, all right, yeah, this works.
That might have been in software. It's so obvious who to trust in this situation. It's ridiculous. It's stupid like to say it anymore. Like, who do you believe in this situation, you know? And that is so true. God, Chuck Berry, that's so amazing. I never thought about that. Yeah, we'll just tell, if we believe DSP is right, and he did this all for money, why would he then share it to DSP, the biggest idiot on the world? That then they know he's an fucking idiot. Emerald says,
he's like, I also have the Epstein Black Book. I'll give you that too, Phil. I'm just going to give you all the secrets to how the world works.
Area 51, I know it all. I have the codes. Emerald says, I asked DSP with the sock what a good solution to your netcode would be, and he said, I'm not a tech guy. He always complains about it. If you have criticism, you need to provide a solution instead. Yeah, And it's not always, I can see you complaining about it. Let's say Rollback Netcode sucked. I think it's fine to say on a forum that it sucks. But that's not the case, and no one else said that. And other people did bring up issues, too. I want to be clear about that. But no one was like DSP saying it's the worst option and fuck it.
In the main GGPO thread, which we're not in, but I remember from back in the day, people were giving legitimate criticism, like, oh, I'm playing this game, and sometimes this happens. And they would respond being like, oh, yeah, I looked into it. I was able to replicate this issue, and we're going to try to fix it. Like, the idea that anybody that said anything bad about GGPO was banned is
it's
ridiculous. Just ridiculous on its face.
People are saying negative things about it. All right, here we go. One more example of DSP's great knowledge of GGPO, obviously.
Worst. The netcode for fighting games. One of the most glaringly apparent things that they did not get right in the last console generation was the online multiplayer gameplay for competitive fighting games. And I don't just mean one. I mean Street Fighter, I mean Tekken, I mean Soul Calibur. Pretty much any fighting game that came out in the last generation had online gameplay capability that really just was not up to snuff when it comes to a competitive environment. Whether it was dropping inputs, whether it was rollbacks, whether it was visibly really horrendous slow motion lag. These fighting games, for whatever reason, could never get online gameplay right, as opposed to some of the other first-person shooters and third-person action games. And it was quite disappointing.
Incredibly different situation in those games. But anyways,
also,
go ahead.
I love
it. Go ahead.
I love the clip. The first clip is him just getting fucking cooked in Third Strike. That gives me so much joy.
Oh, you didn't like it?
That really just was not up to snuff when it comes to a competitive environment. Whether it was dropping inputs, whether it was roll
good clip, Phil.
backs, whether it was visibly really horrendous slow motion lag. These fighting games, for whatever reason, could never get online gameplay right, as opposed to some of the other first-person shooters and third-person action games. And it was quite disappointing because there were people who really were like, wow, this is the first time I can play my friend from across the country or across the globe.
Get him,
and a lot of the times when you go to do it, you have a whole match. Now, it's
he cut it. He lost, I'm sure.
a whole generation of people who just started playing fighting games with this last console generation have never played people offline before, and they don't even understand the concept of lag. So for them, they're like, oh, that's just how the game plays. And for them to actually jump from the online an offline tournament would be impossible that they don't understand, because they have no frame of reference.
On, Evil Ryu.
It's quite ridiculous. So the whole deal with fighting...
That's 3 losses in a row. Can we get another one? Come on.
Games being played online, not being up to stuff, was so disappointing. In some cases, game developers started instituting handicaps, such as, oh, here's a lag switch built into the game that you can adjust for how you like to play. With games such as Street Fighter 4, they relaxed the button inputs and the inputs to actually pull off special moves, because they realized that probably in a strict online environment, they weren't going to work. So very disappointing that games now, in order to become more mainstream, basically kind of sold out when it comes to the online gameplay, and basically dumbed down their games so that they can possibly be played at a higher level, at a more casual environment, per se.
I have no idea what that means. They sold out to what?
So fighting games still haven't, in this case, even today with Killer Instinct, people have already discovered problems with the netcode of that game not being in sync. So even in the next gen, it seems like we just still can't get it right when it comes to online gameplay with fighting games, and that's a shame. Up next.
It's funny. He was playing those Third Strike clips, and that was the online version that came out in like 2011. And that's like one of the best versions of the game. And you know why? Because it has rollback.
There you go. 2 more clips here that I have to show you about DSP's thoughts of rollback in the modern times. Then we'll be ready for our main event. Velvet in the house says, Filbert is a malignant combination of bad faith, jealousy, and utter stupidity. But he's happy, and his liver is not going to wage quit one day. You watch. That will not happen. Definitely will not happen.
All right. back when GGPO netcode was first created, in
Yep.
what was it, the early to mid 90s, the Cannon brothers, the guys who were behind SRK and Evo and all of that.
I love this. Cannon Brothers. Cannon Brothers,
The
whatever.
mid 90s, the Cannon brothers, the guys who were behind SRK and Evo and all of that.
Yeah, these
One
assholes.
of them wrote the code for GGPO, and
Yep.
he really wanted to get the netcode out there, and he wanted
Yeah,
to sell it to
why not?
Capcom so Capcom would put it into their games. So they had threads on shoryuken.com about it, and I
Yep.
started playing games that had GGPO netcode. In particular, they had Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo and a few other games you could play over emulators over the internet using GGPO netcode, okay?
Yep.
And it was so cool.
The majority of people had this wool pulled over their eyes where they thought it was like the best thing ever lag-free, and it wasn't. I actually had definitive proof where it would drop frames of animation.
He did not have definitive proof. His definitive proof is, I saw this happen. And as you know, when he plays Street Fighter, he says that a lot, right? For things that aren't really true.
Would drop inputs, it would have rollback, right? The holy trinity of bullshit when it comes to fighting game gameplay. Dropped inputs,
Yep.
dropped frames, and
Yep.
rollback, okay? And everyone seemed to be kissing GGPO's ass on shoryuken.com. And I posted up and I said, but I don't understand. When I play Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, a lot of the times I'll be in a combo and my input just won't come out.
All right.
And my whole combo's dropped. Now the opponent has a free opening and does a combo because I'm expecting my input to come out and the combo to continue. I'm not holding block or whatever, right? The opponent just mashes out or does something and blows through my move now because my combo dropped. Same thing with dropped frames. If dropped frames happen, you can't see every frame of animation. You can't react to what's going on in the game, and someone could get cheap hits or continue a rush down or whatever because you can't react because you cannot see every active frame of when you have an opening to do something. And of
Okay.
course, rollback, I think everyone knows how bad rollback is, where it shows something actually happening in the game, it takes it away. So it actually show health disappear, then it reappears and resets. It's garbage.
Whoa, hold on. It resets health now. That's new. That must be a new feature.
Not belong. That's the worst fucking thing ever.
Well,
And
I mean, it does
posted
do
up on-
that. It does
Yeah,
that
but-
for like Raw Phil when it's like, oh, Raw Phil's playing DSP as Cammy, so we got to give him all his health. We got to make sure.
Get
he
all the
wins.
health back. Get all the health back. But it does correct in. I want to emphasize rollback netcode's purpose is to actually show you what actually happened. So let's say if there's a high ping match they're doing, and health does get returned. That means the person didn't do the actions that would led to his health being taken away, right? Again, it's not like guessing. It's just showing you what really happened, okay? But yes.
shoryuken.com, and I said, how are you guys all kissing GGPO's ass? Like, how do you not realize this is in it? Like, every time I play, I experience it. And not to say that I had the best internet in the country, but my internet wasn't bad. I still had cable internet and everything back then. And I was like, I don't understand. And I got banned from shoryuken.com.
Okay, well,
And
we're going
when
to see
I
that.
questioned shoryuken.com staff about this, all right?
What happened?
My answer was plain and simple. They said, we're not going to publicly say this, Phil, because this is before YouTube or whatever, where I had a voice to be honest and speak the truth like this. And I was told, well, we know that GGPO netcode drops inputs frequently, drops frames of animation frequently, and has rollback, and that's bad, but we're trying to sell the code, and since we're trying to make a buck, we don't want anyone to know that there's actually problems with it, and since everyone else on Shoryuken is so dumb that they're kissing our ass, we're banning you from the website.
Now this is the new telling of the tale.
And that's
We're trying to make a fuck ton of money, Phil, but yeah, we'll tell you. And this is someone that's already been banned from SRK multiple times. Reminder that the Cannons own SRK, so they would know about this. And yes, this is and it does drop frames of animation, right? That's a feature, not a bug, though, right, Talby?
And also, like what was that? I'm sorry, I was
like dropping frames of animation is literally. It's on the tin. That's what it's supposed to do to get the correct state of the game. You know what I mean?
It's just trying to get both sides of the people across the divide on the same page. You know, if you really want to think about it that way, it rolls back to what's right. It's in the name.
Yeah. But what were you gonna say? Go ahead.
I actually forgot.
Oh, mama.
He just said something stupid, and I'm sure.
Oh,
it was when
Rollback
he was
Netcode's
talking
here
about
today, but we got Rollback Netcode. Go ahead.
I remember. He was talking about the again. It goes back to his talking to the Cannons. Why would you if this is true? Why wouldn't you screenshot this and email Capcom and be like, "Hey, these guys are trying to defraud you."
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Capcom, massive scandal right now. I know this dude. He's trying to fraud you guys. He's trying to steal from you. Can you imagine? Matt Ice says Sir Cannon spilling the tea to the Snitchinator. Yeah, this is the Snitchinator. He is. Okay, one more modern telling, and then we're gonna get into it. This is the most modern thing we'll show today. 2024. Okay, what does DSP say about this? Is the kind of one of the most modern tellings. I know he talks about a lot. Rollback netcode sucks and shit, but this is one of the last times he talked about his thoughts of the inner workings of it. Okay, so here we go.
Which fighting game is
Sorry, this look.
Well, you don't like this look? He's looking cool. All right, he's looking cool. Come on, here we go.
This amount of online lag. This one does, because this isn't lag. The problem with this game is not lag. It's netcode dropping inputs.
Okay, so this is again. This is right after the King's. We're in the middle of the King arc right now, guys. So this is him retelling the tale for his new awesome audience.
So he must be going to the
fans.
unicorn, right?
Yes.
With this look, like this is going to the unicorn look.
Because this game has rollback netcode.
Yeah.
Netcode frequently is rolling dice and trying to predict what you're going to do.
Again, he still says rolling dice and predicting what you're going to do.
Has rollback netcode.
Yeah.
The netcode frequently is rolling dice and trying to predict what you're going to do. And then half the time, if it's running too fast, it'll give you the wrong input.
Okay.
If it's running too fast now, it gives you the wrong input.
So you're screwed.
Okay.
I mean, some of these times I'm absolutely doing like back fears, and it gives me just regular standing fears, and that literally could be the end of the round for Dawson. That's the netcode that is used for these games.
What?
Lagginess is if you're playing and there's so much delay between when you hit a button and it comes out, and I'm not getting delay. I have the best setup. I have the absolute top of the line gaming PC with no input delay, 120 hertz, great TV, great joystick. It's not lag. You have to understand the difference. It's definitely not lag. It's the netcode dropping inputs, completely different issue.
Okay, there you go. So in 2024, the most recent time he said rollback netcode literally is rolling dice. I once again can't emphasize enough how is not
I
what
love
it's
seeing
doing.
Jack's Cuxer down there giving him 25.
Well, he loves rollback. He hates rollback too, I guess. Wilson Barbosa says, don't tell Capcom it drops inputs. Even if this was true, the devs would discover this in hours upon reading the source code the canons gave them. Yep, if it was a bad thing, they wouldn't be using it. You think Capcom wants to have bad netcode? Right? You know? Dollar Van says, DSP hate because an urban style man is successful. I don't know, you know. Is that an aspect to that? I don't know. But, you know, there could be. I'll put it that way. There could be. That could be an aspect to it. I think successful people in general, to be fair, it doesn't matter the color of their skin. Right? I think in general, like, I think he hates all women, but Asians especially. Could it be he hates black people especially? I don't know. Or successful black people might be his most hated kind of person.
Phil,
I don't know, but you know.
I think Phil just hates anybody that's not like him, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's a allegedly straight white man, right?
Yes.
So anybody that doesn't fit within that pool, he automatically doesn't like, you know.
It's a force multiplier, says Misery Merchant. But
I do think there's scales. I think like Asians are way up there. Women is way, way, way up there.
Way,
you know?
oh mama. Yes. He loves
I think
to say
women
the
are
bitch.
number one with a bullet of who he hates, in my opinion, if I had to put to like a tier list together.
And then okay, that'd be a fun stream to figure out the tiers. But I think the number one woman he hates, not racist. It's not a racial thing. It's a strong woman. That's the number one archetype that Philip hates more than anything else is strong woman. He hates them.
I think it legitimately like bothers him that he has so much of an issue with Cammy in Street Fighter 6. Cammy is like an archetype of like a strong woman.
Yes.
And like that character, just whatever it is about her. Actually, I know what it is about her that he can't deal with, but like just cooks him, even though she's not, I mean, she's good. She is good, but she's not like this number one high tier like he likes to imagine.
He wants you to believe.
And I think there's like he knows the memes. He knows like that we talk about it, and that like I think it just that it's a female character too. Like really, really, really burns him.
Yeah. Well,
He doesn't play
say,
female characters. He loves playing muscly men.
Independent is a better way to say. Yeah, I think independent. Well, it's kind of the same meaning. It's what I kind of mean. But yeah, you're right. Independent, strong woman. That's the worst. That's the worst. He's always hated Ken. Well, interesting.
Well,
Anyways,
it's like rushdown stuff. He can't deal with like without getting too much into like Street Fighter. He can't deal with pressure or rush down whatsoever. Just cannot deal with it.
Yeah, he never has.
Characters that are really strong at that archetype, depending on what version of the game you're at, like he's just going to struggle with. And as a Cammy player, Cammy, a lot of her pressure is pretty illusionary, and if you kind of know the frame data and like where to get your hits in, you can counter. But of course, he doesn't know all that. She's just so fast that his gen-addled reaction time, he can't deal with her.
Big ups DS Pikachu in the house. Here we go. Random DSP to get us going.
Forced anger.
How about you just keep your fucking mouth shut, you lying little abortion?
Oh, God. Jesus. So you're a Cammy player, so that means you're a gooner then, right? Talby, a fellow gooner, safe to say? Or
I've just sure, why not? I've always liked Cammy since Street Fighter 4.
Nothing wrong with that. I think we all have. We all do. Jeff Joestar 95 says, "Why does he hate him so much? You can feel genuine hatred in his voice. Is it jealousy?" Yes, like we said. The main thing is success, right?
And the fact that he dare ban him from, it's like when that guy from the red face guy, banned him from like Wings' chat. And he's like, "How dare you ban me from your chat? You need to have a discussion. You need to have a discussion with your mods, Wings."
Yeah. And he still talked about it.
It's the same energy.
He held that grudge for like a month. Remember when he gave the $50 super chat? That's like a month later, and he's still in on it. Yeah, you banned me. Don't you fucking forget it. Done shit. Skullmaster Master of Skulls says DSP also has insane ideas about what's reactable. Swears he can reactively break 5-frame throws and would break the game. It would break the game if he could. Yeah, he thinks that's true too. He just wants to appear to be having all the knowledge and be a top player, guys. But we all know he's not, as you know, as anyone that watched him knows. But okay,
it's because he's never moved on from Super Turbo. Like the way he talks about fighting games, like. He talks about it like you would talk about old Super Turbo. And we're probably going to get into some of the minutiae of Super Turbo tonight, but it's its own beast. It's its own game,
Amax says he wants to play his fighting games like a turn-based JRPG. Yeah, that's what he wants to play it as, because he wishes he had the skills to play it like that, but he doesn't, so it's all cope. NWO News says, notice how DSP only detracts LTG. Are you saying that because it could mean the African-American people are the people he wants to go after the most? Could be. He doesn't. Well, he went after Wings a little bit. He went after Review Tech. Those are all large gentlemen, though. Anyways, all right, let's get to the point. Okay, enough of this. Let's get to the thread of the night, which is, this is the official Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix general discussion thread, which is started on July 8th. Okay, now I will summarize here. This article is all about the game that's going to come out, and that is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. This was a game, now Talby, please correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've gathered here, David Sirlin was kind of somehow got in with Capcom over something, and he suggested a few things to Capcom, to make things to do, like projects. And one of them was Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. And Capcom liked that idea enough that they got Sirlin in-house to help make this game. As you'll see, this is it's caused a lot of controversy because one person that's in the fighting game community has a lot of power in that case, because they're working with the game company that's going to make the fucking game. So a lot of his questions, a lot of his changes were met with a lot of resistance, let's say. Is that safe to say, Talby? Right? Am I saying anything crazy yet?
No, that's all accurate. Like a big part to set it up of like what HD Remix was attempting to do is Super Turbo, as beloved as it is fucking broken because it was an old game. Yeah, that's the big one that Cracker Jack just pulled out. That he was. Some of the other allegations was that he brought players to play, and that they gave him feedback on the balance changes that he made, and then he just disregarded what they said and just did what he was going to do anyway. That was another thing, and like some of the things that he changed, like in and of itself, isn't a bad thing. Super Turbo notoriously has random damage. So like if I hit you with a medium punch, like it's within a range, of course, but like the damage is random. Like there's a modifier of like how low or high that damage can go. That goes for stun. There's just a lot of stuff like that. Random stun. So there's a lot of that stuff that people were like okay with, but the character balance changes. People had a lot of issues with.
Yeah. Okay, so this is obviously this is 11,000 post thread. Okay, guys, so this is massive. Now, DSP is not in there the whole time, but he's in there for the beginning a lot. So this is what we're going to do. This is the main event. This is the main event for sure. So this is a big fucking thing about all the things they've changed. We're not going to read through this. Their design goals, though, I think are worth it. David Serlin wrote this. He wants to make the game easier to play, more inclusive rather than exclusive. Okay, number 2, he wants to make the game even more balanced for tournament play. And 3, add fun as long as it doesn't interfere with number 2. Okay, now not everyone agrees with that, made it happen, but that was the things that he wanted to do. They wanted to in the Capcom blog on their website, which still exists, but the posts are gone, sadly. They would really very transparent about what they were doing. There's a lot of posts from David Serlin himself on there. Apparently, you can't see them anymore. But, all the things they were trying to do was here, okay? They also talked about the netcode a little bit. They wanted to get the songs, widescreen mode, blah, blah, blah. Online matchmaking, they wanted to make sure it has that. Blah, 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 blah. Now we get to netcode. Now, that's the most important one for us today. Then, while Svensson can't detail just what it is that developers are going to counteract such issues with HD Remix, that means the lag issues and stuff, he offers a bold, potentially reassuring statement. And this is someone else that worked on the game, not Serling. He says, it's network code that's never been seen in a commercial fighting game before, and it will hopefully provide, even under relatively poor network connections, a much better experience than any fighting game that's ever existed. Okay? So, someone then says, why is Svensson so confident? You might assume that Capcom will license the GGPO algorithm since it has been proven to provide almost lagless online play for fighting games. However, to date, Capcom has not committed to using GGPO despite its excellent reputation among the hardcore players that use it. Why would Capcom invest their resources in reinventing the wheel if GGPO is already out there? Don't expect an official answer from Capcom or Backbone for now. Backbone is the company that's making this version of the game, correct? Talby? Or was that who? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's who Backbone, Backbone was licensed out by Capcom to make this game,
Yeah. So some speculate that Capcom did not want to pay to license GGPO. This is merely conjecture and has no factual basis. Despite Capcom's refusal of using GGPO for SFHD, Svensson acknowledged GGPO's capabilities and indicated they are doing everything to replicate its capabilities. Recently, Tony Cannon, that was Tony Cannon, the man responsible for GGPO, revealed that he was hired as a consultant to improve Street Fighter HD's networking code. SFHD will not implement GGPO because by the time Capcom announced that they will license GGPO for their online games, it would have delayed SFHD even further to implement the algorithm. Nonetheless, Tony assured fans in this Capcom Unity post that SFHD's netcode will be as good as GGPO's. Okay? And this is Tony Cannon saying, and indeed we know it's possible. We're doing everything we can to provide similar levels of performance to GGPO. Exactly what everything we're doing is, well, some of that is going to have to remain a mystery until we're either successful or we fail. Suffice to say, I do mean everything. Read into that what you will, but I can't provide details. Sorry, that was a Serling quote. Okay, that's a Serling quote. All right, so there we go. This is where we're at on this thread so far. They are not doing GGPO, but they want it to be as good as GGPO. Capcom has hired Tony Cannon as a consultant before, but Tony Cannon is not working for this game directly. David Serlin is, okay? All right. Now we go to when DSP enters into the thread. This person says, the opening of Ryu theme sucks monkey's balls. Okay? Then DSP says, it's Ken's theme. Someone then says, read, comprehend, and then post. Okay, there we go. Great joke. Everyone loved it. Everyone's still laughing to this day about it. I know
you asked me, you asked me about this. I was trying to figure it out. I think the thing is that the remixed version that they use, it's 20 seconds-ish until it gets into the, pretty famous
part?
melody from
Yeah,
the song,
yeah.
you know, that people know of Ryu's theme, and that's what people were upset about. I think maybe he was trying to do a joke of saying that it actually sounded like Ken's theme, which it doesn't. I know you asked me about it, and I like went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what he was talking about, and I couldn't figure it out.
Gutter Trash says, I point this out for a reason. He says, because they gave you a fake Hadouken now, I noticed that I have been getting screwed by Negative Edge with the fake Hadouken coming out instead of comboing from CLK into Super. Okay, this is in the weeds, but it's important. Okay, so we get to this. I'm a famous double tapper. All right, I'm a famous double tapper. AKA, I tap the button twice to get it to come out on clutch moves. I'm having problems, though, because, for example, with Ryu, I'll walk up sweep and then cancel into fireball. I'm frequently getting sweep HK Hurricane because in Super Turbo HD, the motion inputs are so forgiving. When I'm going back to do the FP Red Fireball, the game recognizes the early tap, double tap, and assumes I wanted a Hurricane. This doesn't happen in other versions of ST. Just one of those things you don't think of until it happens, I guess. All right? So that one is, I believe, is DSP on that one because it's going to get
and he's
remembered. Yeah.
he's button mashing because to get, if you're trying to do a Fireball, it's quarter circle forward punch, and to get a Hurricane kick, it's quarter circle backwards kick. It's like completely opposite inputs. And somebody thinking here is just like, what are you talking about? It's just him mashing out.
Mashing too much. I'm a famous double tapper. Okay, so masher, in other words. Okay, Serlin says there has been no change to the input recognition on Ryu's Fireball or on Ryu's Hurricane Kick. Those should be no easier or harder to do in Remixed, Classic, or Super Turbo. Okay? Then someone says, that's what I thought. Just DSP and company fucking up the motions and blaming it on the game. Got him. Oh, shoot. Shoot, that guy must be a troll. Next up, we have DSP responding to that guy. First of all, go fuck yourself. I know how to do basic motions. Second, it might have to do with the fastest speed. I just thought about it, and I'm not double tapping RH, roundhouse. I'm double tapping whatever button I'm using for the fireball. So maybe the game is recognizing the roundhouse as a held button kind of deal? I'm not sure. But I do know that doing a low roundhouse cancel in a fireball should be giving me hurricanes after the sweep. So something has changed. Is anyone else getting similar results? Remember, this is the data and proof he provided, guys, okay? This is part of it. You're seeing it now.
TLDR skill issue.
You're seeing this data now, guys, okay? Next up, we move. This is how... Oh, by the way, I saw someone did ask. Someone asked, how do we know that's DSP? And I know that because of the quotes, okay? And I'll tell you if I don't know it's him. But yes, this is DSP because of a quote. He was banned, so it changed to System 1, all right? Moving on. Then this guy responds and says, I don't understand how this is even possible. Fireballs use a QCF motion. They should never make a hurricane kick, QCB, come out no matter what button you press or however many times you press it or with what timing or in what game speed. And no, this has certainly never happened to me.
It's like, sorry, Phil, my IQ is above room temperature, so I can do Hadouken properly. Thank you.
Thanks. Then this person says, Phil, I'm actually having a much more proficient time executing what I want with HD can as opposed to NCAN. Granted, I can still make mistakes here and there due to human error, but walk up sweep into fireball and whatnot has never been more consistent with me. So he is having the exact opposite. I
will say real quick with the NCAN, or sometimes you'll see like in an earlier post it was like Sagat.
Yeah.
Super Turbo allowed you to pick between the quote unquote new and old versions of the characters. So the new versions were the ones that were in Super Turbo, and the old versions were from I think the version prior, Hyper I think it was. So that's what, and it allowed you to do that. And certain like Sagat, old Sagat is like way better than new Sagat. So that's if you see that, that's what that means.
Okay, big
and
ups.
for
Okay.
and for HD collection, there is no new and old version. They're kind of compressing them into like one version, which again is in and of itself a little bit. Sorry, Hyper Fighting was after ST. I'm a little off on my ST timeline, so but
it's fine. Yeah,
but yeah,
we got you.
The point stands. They're trying to compress them and make them just one character in a lot of ways. Or and of course, people are going to have issues with that, good or bad, because ST is ST.
Saber says then it could be the speed screwing with your execution timing, or it's your style of execution that's just not agreeing with the game. You know what that means. You suck. I don't know. All I know is I love how Ken controls now. Someone does say, I always want to show both sides. I get the same problem quite often with Sanwa buttons as they activate so short into the button press. Afro Legends, someone we've seen before, and he did have some success competitively, says, I'm having no problems with walk up, CR, roundhouse, and fireball either.
Crashing
no problems.
Roundhouse into fireball. Yeah.
No problem from Afro Legends there. Okay, so that's a real player. Okay, now we go to this one. I want to make sure here. Yes. So Sudge says, same here. He's agreeing with Afro Legends. I could imagine a scenario where a fake fireball came out on accident, but sorry, man, I don't see how the heavy kick is coming out. Is that correct? So there we go.
And also fake fireball is something that was added to HD collection. Like they actually gave Ryu the ability to throw like a fake Hadouken, which again, also controversial.
King then responds to DSP directly and says the following. This is when the DSP posters react to said, first of all, go fuck yourself. I know how to do basic motions. Okay. We have the response from King, who says, you must suck royally at execution if you're getting hurricane kicks from roundhouse Hadouken attempts. The other guys have already said they're having no problems, so it really must be you. I'm having no problems doing it on a joystick, so it really must be your execution style. Try holding down the roundhouse. Stuck out tongue. Someone has to say it. Probably one of the reasons why he wasn't invited to the HD Rex game testing. SRK must have lifted... Oh my God, okay. Oh my God, guys. Hold on to your fucking butts on this one. SRK must have lifted their no Neanderthals policy on posting. Most ignorant and stupid post next to GD. I'm not going to involve myself and resort to go fuck yourself since this moronic douchebag can't find anything really smart to say. Nice comeback, by the way.
Got him.
To get back on topic, when are we going to see cut character updates? It's killing us. There we go. So, Ponder responds next. And as we know, that is Tony Cannon. Ponder, the guy I showed you the post from 2 years ago. Starting here. And he says, yes, it will be good, but not in the way you're imagining. Someone asked about the game. For the original poster and everyone on the bandwagon, DSP's original post made it very clear that he was getting accidental heavy kicks from attempted low roundhouse into red FB block strings. What could that be, Talby? FB block strings? Full...
I don't know myself.
Anyway, a move. Guys, all you need to know, a move. Then, the motion for that is D plus roundhouse B, D, B, D, you know, the move,
to block
right?
a red fireball block string. Okay, yeah.
It's perfectly plausible that he's accidentally going through DB between D and B and getting the heavy kick on the negative edge, especially with the game running faster than the accosted standard. Always remember, first make sure you're right, then flame, not the other way around. So I wanted to bring this up because Tony Cannon is saying, guys, maybe DSP was telling the truth, guys. He's defending DSP in this case. Guys, it could happen, okay? Here's what DSP is saying, and it could have happened. Listen, it's possible, and I'm going to give you the example. So I have to emphasize that Ponder's coming out of this, looking very reasonable. Call me crazy. He's saying DSP might be right, guys, just so you know, okay? So let's not flame automatically, okay? Let's give him a shot, okay?
Yeah, he's saying he's doing a bad input, but he's also saying, like, it's a reasonable bad input to get.
Yes, it's not insane.
because you'll get the red fire, because Ryu's got 2 versions of his Hadoken, and you get the red one for the heavy punch. So it's not, he's not like straight up defending him, but he's also just being like, hey guys, you can chill it out a little bit. He's not the tyrant of the board against DSP that he's made to sound like, you know?
Exactly. 666 Slatteran says, Tony Cannon rent-free in Piggy Head for decades, literally decades at this point. And Shiny Thief says, out there, Theo theory I had at the time, DSP detracting LTG was going nuclear. And as a Fox News viewer, Phil would know that Trump calls nuclear the N-word. Could be him thinking he's... I don't think so. You're giving him too much credit. Shiny team. Okay, moving on. Milky also says maybe that will work easier for him with the more lenient window in HD. Probably have to hold RH due to negative edge and fake fireball, though. Again, trying to give tips to DSP a little bit. King, the guy that was directly going against DSP, responds to Tony Cannon next and says, last time I checked, he can still hold down the roundhouse button until the duration of the input motions to not negative edge it. Lol at the hurricane kicks. He should be going into training mode and practicing his execution. Shit, he can adjust and fix before he blames Serlin on, oh my god, input suck accusations. 2% increase from US Turbo 3 is negligible. Oh my god, 102%, we're so doomed. He sounds noobish to me. Shrugs. Okay, and then waits for ignorant douchebag. Back. Real Rollback Netcode fucked us. We're live. You didn't lose me, right, Talby?
No, I did not.
Okay, yeah, you didn't lose me at all, right? Yeah, it's just
no. Sorry, I just muted my mic for a second, so
no problem. That was it was YouTube, not my fault. We're back. That was Rollback. Okay, Rollback. All right, next, Warrior Dream says, wow, I thought the fireworks ended with the 4th of July. I'm kind of doubting DSP will care. Enough derailing the thread, though. Let's get back on track. Enough of this kind of nonsense back and forth. Let's get back on track, this person says. DSP then responds, okay? And this is one, he says, I just love it when scrubs who can't beat the guy who lives on the corner think they know better than seasoned players. I'm betting that's a speed issue for me and nothing more, which will be fixed. But give someone an inch and they'll take a mile. It's just part of the game, I guess. I just wanted to bring up an issue I'm having just in case anyone else is having it. If not, then I guess it's just me, and that's fine. If you think you know better than me, then step up like a man and challenge me to a game. If not, go away. This is a beta test, and we are all trying to get the issues out as much as possible. We don't need Joe Nobody trying to shit on established players because he thinks this is finally his chance. That's not what this thread or the SDHD beta is about. We're trying to flesh out bugs and or differences from Arcade ST that might cause problems in the future. If you're not down with that, you're not needed. Okay, so he wants the known players should have preference, right? You can't have these nobodies questioning the known players. These are known players. Don't you get that? Dumb shits. Known players.
He loves gatekeeping. He
loves it. He wants to be seen as this big dude. Shirts. We showed him before Shirts, who just says LOL at DSP's comments. There you go. Hinaki says, Phil just likes to blame random shit on not him. I mean, I suck at everything, but at least I don't blame the games for doing it, unlike a pretty good player like him. Hey, fair point. So there we go. This is
18 fucking years ago.
18 years ago, boys. Hell yeah. Okay, moving on to 175. We have a little bit of a mix. Okay, a little bit of a break from DSP talk. He comes in. That's Devil JM. My bad. 175. So people are. This is a very hot thread, by the way. Very hot. Everyone's talking. We go to the next one here. Cigar Bob makes an appearance. Everyone. A lot of the favorites show up here for sure. Serlin then says this. I've heard some complaints that the beta build is dropping inputs sometimes during online play. I'm not saying whether this is or isn't true, but I'm having trouble reproducing this under test conditions. All right. Keep in mind that ST drops inputs by design as part of the way different speeds are implemented, and also during the slowdown caused when you hit someone with a fireball. So I'm assuming the people who claim some inputs are being dropped are well aware of that and are claiming it in addition to that. If anyone has more information on this, that would help. Does it happen around the same time as anything in particular? The occasional slowdown that happens sometimes in network play when flickering and rollbacks are happening a lot or not a lot at the beginning of the round and the third round only. It would be equally helpful to provide feedback of, I don't think there are any dropped inputs beyond what ST has if you believe that to be true. Okay? Keep that in mind. All right? Brian here says...
It's funny.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking of this. Like, he always talks about Super Turbo being like the perfect fighting game. And Serlin's talking about like, oh yeah, the game just drops inputs like by design. And it's like Super Turbo has so much just weird shit in it because it was like, you know, a fighting game. The genre had only existed for a couple of years before, you know? So it's just really funny that he thinks that that games have never improved past it, you know?
Yes. And it does slow down, and when that slowdown happens, sometimes you drop inputs, but it's known about, and it's by design a part of the way different speeds are implemented. It's by design in the game. But once it said drops inputs, that's all DSP need to say, you know, is that, okay, yep, dropped inputs, guys, dropped inputs. Anyways, Brian here has an example I wanted to show you. I remember I had one occasion where my input was obviously dropped. There was a big lag-induced slowdown, and as I did some kind of special move command, but nothing actually occurred, aka not normal or special. It was a serious lag hiccup, but perhaps the same thing is occurring on a smaller scale in normal play. I'm not sure. Wanted to show you some people are saying they are having that happen, okay? Someone else said the dropped inputs are pretty noticeable during a laggy match. The laggier it gets, the more noticeable it is. Okay, so some people are saying, yes, there is dropped inputs. Okay, now, we get to there's Cigar Bob, by the way. Cigar Bob says, there is no problem with drop inputs, just netcode rolling back. That's Cigar Bob. Okay, he's been on the stream before, and his comments have. And he's the guy that he brought his own cab somewhere and people were playing it. That's Cigar Bob, okay? But then DSP responds and says this. This is the money match. This is the money post. This is where I believe was the genesis of all of this. The genesis of the one-side war between GGPO and DSP. I really believe this is one that we could put this in the record books as where it really was cemented, okay? This is that post for me. Here it is. DSP says, this is the first game where I've ever even heard the term rollback. As in, the game takes back things happening on your screen. I'm sorry, but that just makes zero sense to me. All right? If a game is running in slow-mo, at least I expect the game to be worthless and mean nothing. But to have things going backwards in time while I perform moves? Bullshit. You know I'm the resident hater. But I'm trying to be honest. The ridiculous slowdown at least made me accept how shitty the net play on AE was. This game has great netcode for the most part, then fools you into thinking you can have a great game with anyone. Then it become a terrible Back to the Future remake, and you wish you never played at all. Okay?
You know, I was just thinking about this.
Yes.
I mean, I think it comes down to his like autism. And like, you know how like when he was having that rant about crashing out and how he wasn't crashing out, and he's like, think about the word crash out. Think what that means. You know, when you think about a car accident, you know what I mean? Like he thinks of things in these like hyper literal ways. So he sees rollback, and in his brain, he's just like, he cannot like grasp what that means just because of the words being used. Like the original sin is almost like he just can't comprehend what those words mean.
Yes.
And he's too obstinate and stupid and himself to like get over that.
You know, like, with 40-Year-Old Virgin where the guy says, you're using a lot of big words and I don't understand those big words, so I'm going to take them as disrespect. DSP did that literally. So like he doesn't know what's going on, so he already hates it because we can't understand it. Anything we can't understand needs to be destroyed. You know what I mean? So he doesn't know what's going on, so that means it sucks. All right, that is it's horrible, right? I don't get it. That means other people also don't get it. So I want to shit on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
like,
that's
I'm white and I don't get it.
yes, exactly. So we don't get rollback, so it sucks. I mean, we definitely know it sucks. That's all we want to know. Make sure everyone else knows this. Master Betty says DSP doesn't know what a dean's list is. Mr. Big Ups, Master Betty. So now DSP has set his flag in the sand here. This is the first game where he's even heard about the term rollback. All right, this is the first he's hearing about it. It seems a little late for that for me, honestly. I think he was trying to come up with like a gamer journalist headline here when he said it became a terrible Back to the Future remake, and you wish you never played at all. It's like an IGN review. You know, they got to finish with a clever line or something. You ever seen those?
Yeah.
Toby, what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah,
you got to finish with something clever. You know, like
he's always trying to do. Like, I think he spent a lot of time online, obviously, and he's always trying to add these like game review writerly flares or wrestling promo kind of things to his language, and it comes off like super inauthentic and fake because he is.
Death Stranding is a game that'll make you wish anything but death for Kojima or something. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of stupid shit, you know. But anyways, that's what I'm talking about. That's what he was trying to finish with.
Shows that there's life beyond Metal Gear or something.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Big ups. So Jaha's in the house here. Big ups, Jaha. This is an episode for you, brother. Big ups. Okay. We then get to the responses to that specific post of DSP. Okay. Bruce LB says, "Man, what the fuck are you talking about? The first game you ever seen it in? Seriously? Did you never play Diablo 2, Counter-Strike, or like any game online ever? Because in every one, when the game lags up, shit goes back in time. It's just the way the netcode works. Fighting games have just been late with using this type of netcode for whatever reason, but overall, even with the rollbacks, it's much better," says this person. Just what the fuck are you talking about?
And that is true. I believe the reason that it took long for fighting games is like the 2D nature of it and like how the animations work and things like that. Based on what I've read, I'm sure somebody knows better than me, but like that is part of why it was like a little bit late to the party.
And also, I saw about this that fighting FPS games, there's inherently much less let's say specific information that's being shared. Like if you're stepping in the wrong place on an FPS by a few frames, like you're to the left a little bit, that means nothing, right? It's outside of when the shot happens, right? Outside of the shot, there's a lot of leeway, and it's still the same exact game for you, you know?
Yeah, because you're in a 3D space. So there's more, there's just literally more physical or, you know what I mean by physical, like, real estate that your character can move around in and it not feel weird, where you're on a 2D plane.
Yes.
So you really notice it if you start to like teleport around or moves or don't come out or whatever. So
yes. It's different. If it's different ball to wax. Yeah, it's a different thing. It's much easier in those games. But okay, DSP then responds to Bruce LB, okay? And he starts with, it's a big one, "Are you retarded? We're talking about fighting games, not old PC games. FPS games have been doing rollback for ages. Or to be even more specific, current FPS games do delayed action instead, meaning your screen is actually slightly delayed, and you might die after the fact because your own game is rolling back to what actually happened." What? Is that delayed action? Okay, anyways.
I don't know.
Seems like rollback then, but okay. "This works in many types of games because you don't need pinpoint accurate execution. In fighting games, you do. I personally dislike rollback because it cheats good players."
Yeah,
it knows the good players. That's what Tony Cannon programmed in. It's a good player. It
good
cheats
players. All right. Piece of peace. Raw Phil.
Raw Phil.
Writing it in.
I emailed Tony Cannon those names, by the way. You're welcome, everybody. "You can do a perfect reversal, see it hit on the screen, and then 1 second later be down 50% life for no apparent reason. All the while, it's unbeknownst to you until it happens. At least with the massive lag of previous Street Fighter games online, you knew when you had a shitty connection and the game wasn't going to mean shit. Now it's almost impossible to tell when you are fucked until you actually get fucked. The entire game might be perfect until that one moment that makes or breaks the match." Again, rollback netcode gives you the inputs that you input yourself, okay? It's not, I don't know how this cheats to good players comes into play here. But okay, last paragraph here. GGPO also uses the same code, which is why when everyone else was applauding it, I was just like, give me a break. How could people take GGPO seriously when every time there's a clutch situation, the inputs drop and you can't get that reversal super combo that is needed? It is extremely difficult to get perfect reversals on both GGPO and STHD because so many inputs are dropped. At least in STHD, however, some motions are being relaxed, which helps to slightly relieve this issue. Still, we seem a long ways off from perfecting net play for fighting games, okay? So, again, this is, Big Guy makes a good point here. My inputs drop during clutch moments. I was going to say. So, you're
DSP,
saying... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I've watched DSP play fighting games for fucking ever now. It's kind of like my guilty pleasure, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen that guy have, like, a massive life lead, have everything, his opponents burn out, and he just just absolutely chokes. He's so bad in high pressure situations.
Yes.
It's not the game, it's you, bro.
He asked you to believe that it cheats good players and also that it also drops inputs more frequently in clutch situations. This is all things that Rollback Netcode has to understand and take in its code, right? And mold the code around it. It's a clutch situation, okay? So you want to make sure it doesn't work, okay?
And it's also absurd that he thinks, like, I love fighting games, but this idea that fighting games are like the ultimate competitive game is so fucking cringe. Like the idea that first person shooter, like, have you ever watched Counter-Strike pros before, Philip?
Yeah.
Like, do you think they don't need pinpoint perfect accuracy? It's absurd to believe that. That fighting games are the only one where you have to have perfect input. It's so childish.
We get some takes here, responses to that post from DSP. And they say GGPO and SDHD use the same basic principles that 3D games have been using for over a decade. Rollbacks and rubber banding are very common in those games. The only reason you don't notice it much in those is that they use interpolation to smooth things over, which is much easier to do with 3D than 2D sprites. There's nothing novel at a high level about how GGPO and SDHD works. It's just relatively new for 2D games. It's been in use in other games forever. Someone then also responds to DSP saying, go ahead.
Which is why GPO and Rollback is so great. It's a simple solution to a complicated problem. It's, Phil wants this big, he always talks about this with games too. It's like, why isn't this revolutionary? Why isn't this revolutionary? Like, sometimes things don't need to be revolutionary. They just need to fucking work.
Yeah.
And Rollback fucking works.
Fallout says, if you perform a perfect reversal, any rollback will be in your favor. It doesn't warp back in time as much as it compensates for what happens on both sides. Rollback is far superior to input delay. Play a while on GGPO, it demonstrates it excellently. I haven't tried the beta, but apparently it suffers from rather more extreme rollbacks. Those can cause gameplay to suffer more than slight input lag would, admittedly. Don't be so hasty to judge it inferior until you see how good this method can be. Someone says, Kate, missed this bit. How the fuck do you expect people to take you seriously after you say stuff like that? Got him. Okay, there we go. Moving on positively here. Next person says, GGPO doesn't drop inputs, dipshit. Also, you will never get a rollback, which prevents you from getting a perfectly timed reversal ever. Rollback goes back to what was supposed to happen with the same inputs if the game was perfectly synchronized. Seriously, DSP, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Go away.
Honestly, like, GGPO doesn't drop inputs, dipshit. You could just, like, end the stream on that. that's pretty much it.
Go away is what they say there. That's a very direct, but I like it. Next we have I've gotten dropped inputs on 2DF but not GGPO. So this person is saying he has gotten dropped inputs on a different solution, not GGPO. So there we go. And only dropped inputs are only on heavy lag though. So there we go. Next up, DSP, because you're a big baby, here's how rollback actually works. Okay? Blah, blah, blah. Zangief does low punch. He does SPD motion. Ryu does reversal DP. Actually, blah, blah, blah. He explains what's going on. The game goes, wait a minute, and instead plays the third frame, the one where the DP actually hits you. Anything that happened pre-rollback is on the assumption that it happened 2 frames ago if your opponent was holding the same buttons he was. Post-rollback is what actually happened. Every input is recorded unless there is actual lag, okay? Again, trying to explain to DSP how this works. This one is my favorite. Someone says, I'm going to try to, someone says, I can't scroll correctly, but someone quotes the when DSP said, "Are you retarded?" And this person, Lazy Foo, responds with, "He's not."
Savage.
DSP
Amazing.
will never
He's not.
understand that brevity is the soul of wit. Like, that's just a perfect.
Then they respond to DSP again. The inputs are dropped as already explained. Then this person says, saying rollback drops inputs is like complaining a super doesn't come out because you're being comboed. If you're expecting 100% lagless, latency-free fighting games with anyone on the planet, you better start rewiring the internet so everybody has Ethernet cable plugged into your house. GGPO's double buffered latency compensation isn't arcade perfect, but it's damn close and damn good. Okay? Next up, we get to DSP's response here, and that is when he said he's not. DSP says, "You can't read. I wasn't talking about rollback when I was talking about GGPO."
What?
What? What? Okay, on GGPO, you can press buttons and have nothing come out repeatedly, especially when it's in a clutch situation where you need that perfect timing to do a reversal. Nothing happens. Sorry, but I know how to do reversals. And yes, he is retarded. Then it's edited, okay, because he gets slammed after this. He says, "Wow, you guys sure do love your GGPO. You swear that no inputs ever get dropped? Interesting. So why does everyone on GGPO say that it's just for practice and not serious? I, for one, don't play it because although about 90% of the gameplay is good, you get that 10% where something doesn't come out that should have, or something doesn't feel right, and you just get frustrated. At least for me. I'm sure I could get used to it, but it would probably completely throw off my game when I play IRL. And there would always be the random factor of losing when a move doesn't come out." So there we go. That's why he doesn't like GGPO, okay?
How they were able to sell Capcom on GGPO is like when they finally got the meeting, like Tony played somebody in Europe. Like, I think they were in California at the time, and he played somebody in Europe in Street Fighter Alpha 2. And just like that, being able to connect with them, because they tried to explain it to Capcom and they just didn't care. But just seeing it and understanding, like, oh shit, like he's playing with somebody across the globe in this game, in Street Fighter Alpha, and it's really, really good. Like, that in and of itself is a benefit because 99% of players are not competitive. They're doing it just for fun and just for practice. So, like, just because you don't want to play it doesn't mean that it's not a good solution for everybody else.
It is insane to think about a random dude. Now, I know exactly. They've done a lot of, let's say, other projects to make them not totally random dudes. But imagine a random dude creating something so good that the literal company of the biggest fighting game in the land, Capcom, says, like, yeah, we're going to use what that little random person made. That is such a big hurdle to cross, right? It's like saying, like, I want to make something that Nintendo's going to use, right? What? You can't even think of a situation where that would happen, right? That's how perfect the solution was, you know?
It took them a while to get it to them. You know, it took them a while to like, actually get it in front of Capcom. I know they tried a few different times. And, I mean, part of the reason Street Fighter 4 was on delay was because the game was already so far in development that if they tried to implement it, you know, it would have pushed back, you know, dev time even more, and they just need to get the game out.
If you put in the links below, I put a link to a panel that Tony Cannon does, and he talks about that specifically, about convincing Capcom that it was worth it and all the struggles with that. So click that out, check that out. It's like a 40-minute panel they did at EVO once. It's really cool, but obviously we can't just watch the whole thing. But
and he wasn't like, the way he presented it wasn't like, oh yeah, you need to give me a bunch of money for this. It was just like, look at this, like, look at how we can make this experience like good for players, you know what I mean?
You know,
like, and again, like I said earlier, even if there is a financial motivation behind it, I don't give a shit. It's a good product. Like that should be
it's
rewarded.
the best.
Yeah.
And they're not going to risk if it was a scam, you think they'd risk telling DSP about their scam? Makes sense.
Yeah, just putting their entire reputation on the line to tell this random moron
that they know is a moron, and they've already banned
yeah.
multiple times on this website. Then Darkside, this person responds to Darkside Phil, GGPO doesn't drop inputs anymore. That has been fixed for quite a few versions. Seriously, stop embarrassing yourself with your uninformed bullshit. Okay, there you go. Makes sense to me. 2002. We're all afraid. Yeah, so we're all afraid of people like you lolling at us. This is a joke because he says, you guys sure do love your GGPO. Then Sweet Johnny V says, yeah, it's great. Honestly, you're cheating yourself if you're avoiding GGPO just because every once in a while there's a glitch. There's a lot of good times to be had on there, right? Seems reasonable to me. Audio CG says, second, is GGPO perfect? No, but is it the best option for online play? Yes. Here's hoping HDR can come up to the same standard. DSP, seriously, man. Online will likely never be exactly the same as head-to-head. Well, maybe when fiber optics are the standard. But we all want it as good as it can get. Do you know why? I, for one, cannot even play ST in an arcade where I live. There is no ST cab left in my hometown. None of my friends seriously play Street Fighter enough to offer much real competition, so guys like me turn to online as the only option to play the games that we love. Will online ever be a tourney standard? Nope. So you don't really have that much to worry about then, do you? Okay, are the rollbacks in HDR a bit out of control now? Yep. Hopefully they can tighten them up and rock the house with HDR. Calm down the negative jabber and realize this game is not for pro players only. If it was, it would never have been made. Us non-pro players can deal with a bit of jump like on GGPO. You know why? Because we don't play perfectly, we play for fun. For those of you who are playing for a pro title, you guys will play seriously offline, just as you have up till now. And realistically, you guys should wipe the floors online as well. Nothing will change except that the rest of the market, you know, the people that drives the game industry, Joe Consumer, will get much better 2D fighter online experience, hopefully. Okay? Very reasonable post there. Okay?
Yep. Like, honestly, this guy, like, his experience was very much, it was like mine. By 2008, there was no fucking super turbo cabs or, you know, Street Fighter 3 cabs anywhere near like where I lived. So if I wanted to go, there is a relatively big famous arcade not that far from me, but I'd have to drive almost 3 hours to get there, and I'm not doing that. And then hoping I run into somebody that's like, hey, do you want to play Third Strike with me? Like, that's just ridiculous. When I can download, you know, GGPO and the ROMs for these games and play somebody online. Even back then, in a much rougher state than it is now, it was still like, for us, it was pretty revolutionary.
Ozzy, thank you for saying this. Just a reminder that DSP failed computer science in college. Yes, it's always good to remember that he could not even pass the first year of computer science in college, and he blamed it on the teacher. He blamed it on the teacher. I'm sure it was the teacher's fault, right? Lazy Foo says, GGPO doesn't drop packets. It's UDP in the network itself. Double buffered latency compensation does no good if the packets don't arrive in the first place. You already said things that DSP doesn't know, but you said packets and latency. It's too late.
It's not too much. Who fucking cares?
GGPO managed to allow fighting games to be playable up to 100 ping. Counter-Strike players would kill for that type of latency compensation. It's the best out there and managed to do so without slowdown and dropping half the input. It's not arcade perfect, but it's impossible for it to be without tearing the entire internet down and rebuilding it. Crying about a few missed packets, especially as few as GGPO has, is like bitching about gravity.
By Metallica.
Savage.
And yeah, Darkside Phil says, and yes, he is retarded. He quotes that again. And then Lazy Foo responds and says, oh, he's not the retarded one. We've had now and no you back and forth 2 or 3 times now. Okay. Okay. Next up, far from done. The saga continues. Okay. And that was 214. Next we go to 218. And that is this person saying, This is 218, right? Yeah, he says, I second that. Playing GGPO has become ridiculously awesome, especially with the staggering amount of utterly awesome players out there. I still can't believe I'm playing against the legendary old school pros that rocked EVO year in, year out, and watching epic games live and in high fidelity. Just pure, unadulterated awesomeness beyond my wildest dreams. And I wanted to show this because like that's what it's about, man. You know, it's giving people these positive feelings about the fucking fighting game. That's how this person, like, you know, that. Imagine wanting to kill this. You know,
one of the best things about Fightcade is that you can watch games.
Yeah.
And like, so you can just go on there and watch random pros just like fucking around playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and it's a blast. Or you can play them yourself and get your ass kicked, but it's still cool to get your ass kicked by like Justin Wong or whoever the fuck. It's fun to be able to like actually like play with those players and see them work and work things out. It's fun.
The problem is like DSP was not probably getting respected as the good players that people are watching, so that he automatically has to shit on it. Like this is like such a positive thing people are having, right? Like imagine that feeling, just pure. This guy's so pure and his positivity, right? And DSP just wants to shit on this because he wants to blame his dropped inputs on it, because of course it's not his fault.
And that's the thing. Like 3-4 years before this, like people were like, fighting games are fucking dead. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And this has like been this is like an absolute godsend for the community, and people are so happy about it. And you have this one cranky guy who's literally just like flopping into the thread and it's like, you're all having fun. Fuck you guys for having fun. Which is, it's just so shitty. He's like literally that meme of like the people standing around talking to each other, and the guy, you know, the other guy's like,
exactly.
Stop having fun.
GGPO is awesome, huh?
Yeah, and the one guy like just leans out with a thumbs up, like, cool story, bro. And then they go back to talking about how fucking cool the GGPO is. Like,
and I wanted to show you
his life.
This is really, as you've shown, guys, I'm trying to show you when people are positive about it, but as you could see, no one agrees with him here. Nobody. He has no friends in this one, right? I've showed you when people agree with small points on it, right? But no one agrees with him on this one. AMAC has a good point, well, a funny point. What if DSP is really telling the truth this time, and the cannons are really a scammer, and they just confess the whole act to the village idiot who's also known for being a pathological liar? That's a good movie twist. Like, you know, at the end, we figure out he was telling the truth, and the cannons are just like swimming in their money in their vault somewhere. He was right all along.
And he got fucked over because nobody can trust him, because he was saying for years he didn't play WWE champions, even though he was totally playing WWE champions.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's make it like a Twilight Zone episode. That'd be funny. Okay, moving on. We now go to, we just did the 217, 225. We get back to DSP. Chimes in again. He can't stay away from this one. All right. This is Lazy Foo says DSP responds to that person that says GGPO doesn't drop packets. All right, they don't do it, and they said he's the retarded one. DSP responds saying, when were these changes made? I've only played GGPO twice, mostly because it doesn't work with Vista properly, still has massive issues, but I'd like to know if something was changed. I considered trying it on my laptop again if there is no input dropping. So he has only played it twice, has no idea what rollback means, but he's played it twice and is bitching about it after playing it twice. And before the current changes, by the way. He has not been doing the updates.
Could have literally had a bad experience just because of like one connection that he had. Yes. Because one other person had a bad connection.
Okay.
Or he had a bad connection.
King says works fine in Vista for me. Okay, then we get to 241. There's some big names I'm skipping by, but you know we can't show you everything. There is James. What's his name? James Chen. I don't know. James Chen. James Chen is there. He has a podcast. And there's Ultra David. He actually, interestingly enough, as I found, he does the show with James Chen that they still do. They still do a show every once in a while, and they do the Ultra David is the guy he does the show with him, and that's pretty cool. They've known each other for a long fucking time. I'll show it to you here. It was, anyways, I'll show it to you in a second. screenshot. But yeah, pretty cool. They're still doing stuff together after all these years.
Yeah, he commentates like Street Fighter 6 and stuff still too. He's like super in the community still.
Oh, cool. There you go. So he's a legend that stuck around and no one hates. Well, maybe someone hates him, but not most of the people don't hate him. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Let's get to the next mention. So this is DSP saying when were the changes made? Okay. When were the changes made? Then we get to 241, which is where I'm going next. And Darkside Phil says, I'd like to know if something is changed. Okay. So that was a quote. And here we go. This is what a DSP, give GGPO another go. It's really a whole new ball game if you haven't tried the last couple of builds, especially the newest one. All right. Give it a shot. Okay. DSP then says, just responding to that, says, I'd like to know if something has changed. Fallout says, I can almost guarantee you've never played a version of GGPO that drops inputs. It was quite some time ago where it did drop inputs, okay? So it was a long time ago when that version caused you to drop inputs. DSP does not respond to that directly. He comes back a lot later because he's getting, once he realizes he has no friends, he will often run away for a long time, and that's the case, and that's what happened in this case as well. Next up, we have this. Okay, so this is 276. I have to show you this. This is not DSP. This is Omega. Okay, and they're talking about very specific things about characters in this case. Okay, so they're trying to say about how, it is weird how Chun's stored super stays, considering how people know that's a glitch. Just too much in the weeds. Not important for us. But this part is. While it may be a bit late to comment on this since it's from the previous page, why not go with the middle ground and let players be able to freely alter the dip switch settings themselves, just like it's able to be done in the DC version of Super Turbo. Okay, so he's saying we should be able to change the dip switches however we want. All right. Now, Talby, we talked about dip switches, a very specific thing. In arcades, you could change some settings, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's not important, but just remember the dip switch thing, all right? Because DSP has a comment on that. And he says, I am strongly against, this is his return to the thread here after a long time away. He says, I'm strongly against having changeable dip switch settings, just as I am strongly against having different selectable speeds. The number one problem with the US Super Turbo community since turbo tournaments moved over to console is that there's no standard of how to play. Some like Speed 2, some like Speed 3, some like PS1, some DC with dip switches, blah, blah. It's bullshit, too confusing, and so unstandard that many pro SD players have had enough. Even if it's massively different from true arcade ST, I just want one version of Super Turbo HD to play at a tournament standard, period. It's when we start fucking around with options and settings that all the chaos begins. The US Super Turbo community can't truly advance in Super Turbo until a standard is set. And here's hoping that the final build of Super Turbo HD is that one set version. All right. So again, this is a pretty standard take, it feels like. I think he does get some agreement on this. Omega agrees, says this is where original ST comes into play, which is included alongside the remix version, by the way. The game caters to both, blah, blah, blah. People basically agree, okay? People basically agree with him, all right, on that take, because it's like, pretty standard shit. Next thing of interest comes here. And this is DSP who says, damn it, man. I'm an admitted scrub, but I was starting to get a big head after finally getting used to the stick and beating people I previously couldn't touch the last couple days, but tonight, something bad happened. I got bitch slapped back down to earth, LOL. I couldn't buy a win tonight. GG to Cigar Bob, but if I wouldn't have been fumbling around to get my hands-free headset to say what's up, that would have been your fourth loss, buddy. Actually, GG to anybody I've played. I forgot how much ST kicked ass and haven't had this much fun on Xbox Live in a while. Continue arguing about character changes in 3, 2, 1. This is one of those cases where I can't tell if that is DSP, but it sounded like it to me. What do you think, Toby? Too positive, maybe?
I was thinking, like, while you're reading it, I'm not sure. I could see some of it, like the very cringe way of writing and trying to be like, he does this thing where when he plays pro players or like very highly regarded players, like don't do it to me, Snake Eyes.
Exactly.
In, like, recent things where he gets like really bitchy and weird and kind of subservient to them. So I could kind of see it.
Yeah. So
but
I'm not sure. But
at this time, he had so much pride wrapped up in Super Turbo that I don't think he would admit to taking a loss. So I don't know. It could be. It could not be.
Ziggy adds he did use a headset for Alpharism Radio. That's good.
Yeah.
And we have seen him do this subservient behavior when he's getting fucked in a thread really hard. Okay, that's just a fact. When he has no friends in a thread, he will do this. Like, all right, guys, I admit I'm not the best player in the world. Like, he understands he's lost sometimes.
Yeah, and him calling himself a scrub, I think that was kind of a red. Like, I don't know that he would ever call himself a scrub, but at the same time, maybe, again, he's trying to, like, get into people's good graces after getting blown the fuck out earlier.
Yes,
which he's done. So, I don't know. It could be, could not be.
Meth Bear said, did you watch the Boulder in the Road Cope? No, I did not. What is the Boulder in the Road Cope? Big ups, 2 Cats, 1 Roach. Nice to have you here tonight. Okay, next up, I wasn't sure that was DSP, but this one I am sure. 424, DSP shows up again and says, and he's quoting a tweet and says, didn't Serlin say that juggle problem was fixed before we even knew about it? It's just that he had to submit an earlier version because Microsoft had a lengthy Q&A period. DSP responds, nope, he said it wasn't a gameplay issue until day 2 of the beta when we all noticed it. Just like the speed was an issue until I brought it up and others noticed, which make me hope there's either a second beta or there's a major effort by pro ST players to make it out to the game studio to play test the rest of the game. I've been trying for weeks and the major consensus is I'm broke. Great. Nobody blame but ourselves. And that's how we know it's DSP, because this person says, really, where did he say that? Okay, where did he say that? Is the person asking about, where did he say that it wasn't a gameplay issue? Where did you have, any evidence for that, Philip? Or, you just saying shit again? Well, it turns out he's just saying shit again. Johnny Chimpu says, Serlin has been working with top tourney players all along. That is true, but DSP wasn't one of them. So that's, again, part of this, I'm sure. Someone says, can anyone just have a little faith? It's not like ST will cease to exist after HDR is released. In fact, you can play it with nice graphics and sound now. So even if you assume that the rebalanced version is somehow going to suck ass, you are still getting something cool out of this whole thing. There you go. Next up, we have E3 happens, okay? So E3 takes place in between the last post I'm going to show you, okay? And in this E3, they did not show anything about the new game, okay? They didn't show anything. Obviously, this thread, that's not really positive things for this thread. They want, more attention on what they care about, but that didn't really happen, okay? They did talk about some movies, though. So that's just to get you in the headspace of people here. Okay, so 477, we have the talk of the E3 happens here. Okay, so right here, Capcom E3 conference is starting. Let's hope they show something for HD Remix. This is in July of 2008. They didn't, okay? They did not have anything for the game there. DSP says, more like Capcom follows suit. Let's not even mention Street Fighter. Let's talk about a movie for an hour based off of a game that didn't sell well and was reviewed as average. This is a great marketing idea. I really don't know what else to say. Maybe you want to talk about your best efforts and maybe you're totally retarded. I rest my case, okay? I don't know what he's resting his case on, honestly. But then some people wish they showed more. Inkblot shows up now. Now, this is Tom Cannon. Tony Cannon is Ponder. Tom Cannon is Inkblot, okay? He then said, then he says, I'm not a fan of that press conference, but Lost Planet sold 1.5 million units, which is a huge success, especially for the opening game of a franchise. He then says, DSP, your credibility goes down with every post you make. Okay? Savage. Next up. Repped for Truth. Someone then says, he had it to begin with. LOL, I got negative rep for this. DSP, is that you, buddy?
I could totally see him just like just gin in hand, 4 a.m., just negative repping everybody
Fuck
that's talking
this.
shit about him. Yeah, fuck you guys.
Someone then quotes the "he had it to begin with" comment, and he says, apparently not, as he was screaming that the Dreamcast Super Turbo wasn't a good version even after it was proven, and also that the CCC2 didn't have input lag after NKI verified it did. That is the reason I showed you the threads earlier. That's what that's referring to. That meant that right there. Okay, next. DSP has to respond. He then says, I don't know a single person who... He's responding directly to Tom Cannon on this one. I don't know a single person who bought it. I have many non-Street Fighter friends who own 360s, by the way, and the reviews were lackluster. You're correct. 1.5 million is a good showing for a game that didn't have any type of fan base whatsoever beforehand. But at the same time, it certainly didn't compare with sales of any of the top games of the past 2 years. By no means would you call it a blockbuster. So why make a movie about it? Halo I can understand, but Lost Planet? Really? Was there a cry for this from anyone on this planet? That's the game journalist quote there. That's the IGN quote.
I bet he wrote that and was like, yeah, I'm cooking with gas.
Yeah, he's so
feeling
happy.
Himself. He's
Leans
like, yeah.
back. They're going to love this one.
Takes another sip, takes a defiant sip of gin.
And also, this is E3, which is supposed to be about games. But Capcom instead does a roundtable discussion about a CGI movie? Great marketing there. Meanwhile, they had a room with playable versions of Mega Man 9 and Street Fighter 4, but there's no mention to the media at all about those games. And please keep talking about out of your asses and following everything NKI says. It's pretty obvious he's become the Pied Piper of SRK. Keep mindlessly following and see where it gets you. Unlike you, I actually play the games and speak from experience, not from a 2-minute video that NKI made. So yeah, to get back on topic, no Super Turbo HD info at E3. At least, nothing made public to the media. I haven't heard about a playable version before there from anyone. Bummer. This is my favorite post of the night. Tom Cannon, quoting DSP, and the NKI 2-minute video comment. Shame on you, SRK, for being swayed by pesky facts and video evidence. You're 0 for 2 here. Care to make it a hat trick of fail? You can do it. Oh, God. God. Holy shit. Oh, God, please. Oh,
I can also
God.
just see him, like, again, up at like 3 a.m. reading that and just seething, just losing his fucking mind.
This is why he hates the cannons now, guys. This is it. You're seeing it. Because they could so effortlessly felt him with facts and evidence, and even being funnier than him. Crackbone says, responding to DSP, by all means, post a video with evidence that contradicts what he found. Otherwise, you're just being a whiny bitch. But I guess you wouldn't want to deviate from what you're best at. Oh, God. Please. Oh, my God. It's getting too rough in here.
He just does this thing where he's like the village idiot, or like the person that's like up in the pillory that you throw vegetables at, and just everybody on SRK just walks by and just throws a rotten tomato at his fucking face. He just sets himself up for it.
Oh, here we go. We don't know who this is, but it's responding to DSP's quote again. And here we go. It's not over, guys. It's not even close to over. You made a bunch of baseless claims, and he went out of his way to categorically disprove each and every one of them. Even in the face of blatant facts, you never admitted you were wrong. All you ever did is come back with something else completely irrelevant that you thought you had discovered. Whenever someone mentions Super Turbo Pros and doesn't bring up your name, you get offended. You're a stubborn individual who thinks that running tournaments and placing highly in Super Turbo 1 year should get you a free pass to do anything, despite the fact that you're the most vocal naysayer on this site. You always claim that top players agree with you, yet I haven't seen a single one of them post to support you. Why is that? I think more people will be inclined to listen to you when you stop lying. No one wants to wade through a mound of bullshit to find the one potential nugget of truth you may have stumbled across. Oh,
Ref, call the match. Call the fucking match.
holy fuck.
Kind of reminds me of like when he was talking about, I forget the exact quote where he was like, "Oh, I gave you an answer. It doesn't have to be the truth. It's an answer." And I think that's kind of how he sees these online arguments with these people. He's like, it doesn't matter what the facts or what truth is. I'm just going to say something.
Yeah, exactly.
And hopefully I win. And hopefully I win over enough people to my side that I can, win the argument. And he never does. That's the thing. He never
wins. He never does. Most times people it's like it's stupid to argue with him, I guess, on these forums, because like it doesn't matter what you say or how wrong he is. There's no end point to him that acknowledges whatever you say. So if you do say good points, like this person said, he'll bring up just irrelevant shit.
It's like the same reason we're here, though. Like, yes, like there is nothing I can say. I could like have an interview with Phil and like explain Rollback to him, like to his face, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter. Like he wouldn't ever capitulate and say like, "Oh, you're right" or whatever.
No.
But it is fun to just take a crack at the guy
because he's so dislikable. He's so unlikable because he always lies and decides to be like an asshole every single thread he's in.
And it happens on every interaction he has with people, either here or anywhere else. That they start off maybe with good faith with him. It's like, okay, Phil, they try to have a conversation with him. Like again, like side scrollers tried to, or a lot of people do. But eventually it just gets to a point where it's just like, fuck you, you're an asshole,
Yeah.
And because he's an asshole to everybody. And he just never understands that that's just not a way to win hearts and minds, I guess.
APAC is a good point. Phil is snaking them. It's the King Snake beta version. Oh, yeah, definitely. He's going to get over them someday.
Pre-alpha. We've had so many King Snakes since then.
Someone says grabs popcorn again. This is good. I say hurrah for a Lost Planet movie. It's a good game. I can see it lending well to a movie. Someone else quotes DSP, says totally. I can't think of a thing he said in the history of this thread I disagree with. Granted, I haven't seen him say anything, but hey, NKI hasn't even given opinions on most of the things people hammer you about. Personally, I enjoy your contrary points, but pulling NKI's name out of your ass as if it's some conspiracy is pretty silly. So there you go. This person's saying, I like your contrary points, but randomly bringing up NKI out of your ass like it's a conspiracy is pretty stupid. All right? Next, we go to the next one. 498. Stiltman quotes that very same thing we've been showing. Dude, 1.5 million sales for any first game that doesn't have Microsoft advertising on an entire system launch around, i.e. any game not named Halo, is really freaking good. The vast majority of games you see on shelves don't break sales into 6 digits, much less 7. And you, of all people, actually put big faith in reviews these days when most gaming mags and websites pretty much depend on the publisher's ad revenue. I thought you were the king of hate. Ooh, king of hate reference there. Okay, moving on positively here. Let's go to 626. Now, this is one I can't confirm, but I will throw it out there. Is 626 right here. It might be too positive, but I'm not sure, so I'm going to say I'm not sure. It says, I'm loving these new gameplay vids. Game looks very polished and the backgrounds look great. Yeah, I don't know why I put this in. I think it's too positive. But let me try again. Let me read the whole thing. I did laugh at how huge the 3 Mexican Indians in the background of T-Hawk's stage are, though. Perspective-wise, they are taller than him. Gameplay looks smooth, and it looks like the bit of choppiness in the beta is gone. I'm getting hyped. Now we just need a release date. It's probably too positive, but the Mexican Indians made me think for a second, I guess. But
it does have that. I don't think it's him either, but it does have that thing where he'll like be playing like NBA 2K and he can immediately tell you how many like black people are in the crowd. Like, he just like there's 275 black people in the crowd. Like
yeah.
He has this like weird like sixth sense of just like knowing.
6 black people, 3 Asians.
Yeah, he just knows. Like it's so crazy how he like zeroes in on that.
He'll know that like in any game where there's a background like posters and shit. He's like, oh, a black person. He has to point it out. It's incredible. Oh, look, a black one. Oh, there's a black guy there. Oh, okay. Oh, he's black. Oh, okay. All right, 634 is confirmed, DSP. This is confirmed. I need to ask Serlin an honest question. Was the speed changed for E3, or was that original speed, the same speed used in the beta? I don't want to jump to conclusions anymore, so let's hear the answer and go from there. DSP trying to realize maybe he's gone too far and says, I don't want to jump to conclusions anymore, so let's hear the answer and go from there. Please don't jump on me, everybody. I want to get the truth. So Serlin does respond, and I wouldn't have thought that was DSP, to be fair. But I have found the truth here, and it is, Serlin says to DSP directly, the E3 build did not have the fixed speed, he says. So that was definitely him, okay? Then DSP says, who's now more positive than ever, he says, thanks, Serlin. FYI, I love the new footage. See? Don't you think it's him? Kind of now? Because he's more positive now. He's trying to went to a positive leaf, I think. You know what I'm saying? Turned a new positive leaf.
And he does do this. He has a history of doing this on the forums where like he'll do his King of Hate thing. He'll come back. He's obsessed with being online, right? It's like you know, like with Twitter, he posts on Twitter constantly.
Yeah.
And I think he like can't stay away. So he's trying to like slowly, positively kind of like ease his way back in and try to get people on people's good graces. But then, you know, you just know how he is. He's an asshole, and eventually he's going to do something or say something to somebody that ruins the mood again.
Don't worry. Thanks, Serlin. FYI, I love the new footage.
Or like somebody said, maybe he sobered up, and I think that's part of it too. I think he goes through this loop, and he does this now too, where he'll do something when he's drunk as fuck, like, you know, for the sake of argument, call Wings of Redemption at 2 a.m, and then in the morning when he wakes up, he's like, oh, that was so fucking stupid, and then he has to come up with some like cope to fix it, you know?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think you're right. It's the morning after. Thanks, Serlin. I love the new footage. HD backgrounds are dope. Oh, dope. Hello.
That's fucking dope.
T-Hawk changes are interesting, to say the least. I can't wait to try them. Also, I didn't notice any changes to DJ at all, but I'm okay with that. Would have been nice to see someone actually try to play Vega, who knew what the hell they were doing. Also, Serlin, any idea why all the HD footage being put up on YouTube from E3 is being taken down? It's odd that anyone promoting the game would make a copyright claim. Don Barracuda says, I asked Sven, who works at Capcom, or Backbone, I'm not sure which one, but he knew nothing about it. Someone then says, I think it's just YouTube messing up. I checked the video once and it was fine. Later it said no longer available, and then later it was back. YouTube shit, not important. Okay. Next we're going to get to 6. This one was shocking to me. Okay, let's see if it's shocking to you. DSP stays away for a while. People talking about the new changes to the game. And then DSP comes back, and it's right here. And someone says about new characters. Okay, let's get some new characters in here. DSP then says, my vote is for Hard Gay. 30 now it's a funny name, but it's a character.
I know,
you know who that is?
Yes, I do know. I'm aware, but that's why I'm laughing. It's just really funny.
30 billion Japanese will buy the game if he's added, as opposed to 10 people if I'm added to the US release. So DSP said, if I'm added to the US release, I couldn't find that joke. So I don't know if that was said somewhere else. But he's kind of insinuating, I assume he's insinuating that someone made that joke about him being added. I couldn't find it though, so I think maybe he just pulled that out of his ass. I don't know.
Just a DSP ego moment. I don't know.
I couldn't find the joke though, and I looked. If you don't know Hard Gay, he was a comedian. He was a flash in the pan style success. A lot of comedians are. They have one gimmick, and that's kind of all they do. And once that gimmick gets old for TV, they go more and more local entertainment. And now, like, you'll find these guys. Some of these guys are doing like local news and shit now because they lost their popularity. He was a wrestler as well, and I think he's doing wrestling still to this day. But it was pretty funny. I used to love this shit. Let's give you one little minute of that. This is him.
SOS の依頼が来ました。よもスウェフ。問題のハガキはこちらです。なるほど。
So this is Hard Gay. This is from the mid 2000s, so I guess it would have been more, I don't know, seen on the internet, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's Hard Gay. So there we go. He's very funny. Good bits. Anyway, so that was DSP's vote for Hard Gay. How do I know it's him? As you can see here, SFHD remix. Woo! Or if you're hungry for some ramen. Okay, that was a different bit he had. Okay. Next up, I want to show 768. Now, I didn't know what this meant, so I'm going to throw it to you, Talby. Again, we're not missing anything here. 768. Right here, okay? And it's right here. So I wanted to show this one. It's a post from one of the techs working on Street Fighter HD's network code. They've apparently found the reason for the more frequent rollbacks versus GGPO. Short version, they weren't compensating for packet loss on high ping connections. Cool to see some news coming out, even if it's a bit nerdy, okay? Then, what did I want to see with this? Forget what I wanted to show with that one. All right, so anyways, they showed that they're not using GGPO, they're using their own version, and apparently they found something that makes GGPO better, right? This is what the mention is there, okay? Now, we're going to get more directly into the GGPO talk. And that is right here, okay? So, this is H821, okay. So Sweet Johnny says, the two betas are absolutely commendable. It's great that they're doing that, and frankly, I'm surprised they're doing it, but at the same time, I think it's perfectly acceptable to bitch up a storm about the netcode for these two facts, okay? This person is not happy with the netcode of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. They says, GGPO was readily available and should have been licensed for it, so there's zero excuse for not having something that plays at least as good as it. Okay? So this guy wants GGPO. Crackbone says, did Backbone make Super Street Fighter Turbo for live? It's not listed as one of their games on the website. As for licensing GGPO, people really need to get a reality check as to how major corporations do business. There's a whole host of potential issues when you're using a contractor or outside code. So this is telling people, hey, there's a reason they couldn't use GGPO, but everyone wants it, all right? All of these are valid, serious questions that could have prevented the collaboration from happening. It's not just hand check, get GGPO, hooray. Corporate managers have to look at more than GGPO is awesome when making decisions, okay? Next, Ponder talks about this, okay? Speaking from experience, packet loss, or more frequently, out-of-order packet arrival is the biggest cause of large rollbacks in GGPO, okay? GGPO, NFBA, and now Backbone are all using the same tricks for latency hiding, but that's only part of the story. How each deals with packet loss makes a huge difference in the quality of the user experience. That's not the whole story either, but I'll save that post for another day. I don't know what Backbone is doing, but there's at least one thing in the recent post by Capcom bloggers that makes me raise my eyebrows. I wonder if they're focusing on the right things. That being said, here's to hoping that the next beta will be vastly improved. So he has questions as well, okay? Ponder then says, GGPO was developed on a wireless adapter, by the way. GGPO is better because it's under development for 3 years and has over 6 months of extensive testing on the real internet. As Backbone's code base gains more testing, it too will improve as developers figure out more ways to make their algorithms better in real-world situations, all right? My biggest question is whether they will have enough betas before they release to get the code up to GGPO's quality level, all right? They're thinking about GGPO. Okay, next up, we go to 840, and this is right here. And the quote says, Ponder, are you at liberty to discuss any possible contact you've had with Capcom? It would certainly go a long way towards clearing the air around here. Ponder says, people have asked Capcom for clarification regarding what's going on with the networking code, but even until very recently, they've been slow to say anything other than it will be really good. This strikes me as odd, given the huge amount of transparency on other aspects of the project, like the music, balance, change, etc. Even on the art, they were very upfront about getting feedback on quality initially and explaining the reasoning behind the art reset they had to do. I'm not going to comment on anything Capcom hasn't already told you about the netcode. To their credit, they have gone beyond what many companies would do, even in consulting with an independent developer, and it would not be in anyone's interest for me to say anything beyond what they want you to know. That shouldn't stop you from asking. Just don't ask me. Okay? I want to give you all the context. All right, so people are really talking about the netcode at this point in the thread. DSP is not there, but they're giving another beta out. People aren't as stoked about it. People really want rollback netcode in this. As you can say, it's not like Tom Cannon is questioning it, but at the very least, he did say, hey, I'm hoping they're making the right decisions, okay? And it does sound like clear, an NDA. Yeah, go ahead.
The game does have rollback in it. They just want rollback on the quality that GGPO provides. Just wanted to make, because, yeah.
If you can believe it, this is when DSP comes back. At the end of that video, he said it's SDHD. It's coming out later this year, so is that enough to confirm an 08 release? DSP says, jokingly, I have a t-shirt that says SDHD Fall 2007 Evolve. And that's funny because the game's not coming out then. It was delayed. That's the joke. Someone laughs at it there. Okay, very hilarious. I do have to show you everything here. Next up, DSP again comes in. And I cannot confirm this one either, but I want to get your take on this, of course. Cool. I'll have to get the game another go tomorrow since I now have a Hori stick and the Ken BS is fixed. Hopefully the netcode is much improved as well, okay? Don't know if that was him, but not that impactful anyway. Next up, we have this comment here. So this person says, netcode optimization has been made. Overall, the online experience should be about 50% better. Blah, blah, blah. There, you can do it. Someone asked, what exactly does this smoothing do? Anyone have anything specific, something with rollback? Or is it about rollback, this smoothing experience you're talking about? Okay. Cigar Bob here, it says, I'm very disappointed with this update. Loraldo, I'm not sure if you are right. All I know is that it's just not right and I don't really care anymore. Fuck this shit, back to not playing Street Fighter. I've had problems joining matches on Ranked and Player. The lag was no better than the last version. I'm so apathetic about this. I really don't care if they fix it or not. So some people, like Cigar Bob, are pissed at how things are going. Right? I want to give you the full experience here. Next, 122. In my opinion, GGPO can't be mentioned enough. It is unequivocally the best netcode for fighting games. They had a chance to acquire it, but since they didn't and have decided to build their own, they need to be reminded that anything less than GGPO will leave a lot of people unsatisfied. Not only that, but this is perhaps the final version of Street Fighter 2. I want this to be the definitive edition release of Street Fighter 2. I want the best for this project, and the best at this very moment is GGPO. All right? This is how confident people are with GGPO. All right? I want you to see that. Everyone's saying this. Everyone's saying how good it is because the latest release of the game was not great. A lot of people complaining at this point. Okay? Next up. Here we go. This is confirmed to be DSP. And he says the following. One thing I noticed that I actually like. Ken's fierce Dragon Punch isn't as good as his jab Dragon Punch invincibility-wise. Meaning, you can use the jab DP to go through fireballs, but the fierce DP actually gets stuffed. This is a good thing, as it eliminates my concern of Ken being like HF Ken, who just throws about fierce DPs willy-nilly, due to the ridiculous invincibility that they have in that game. Blah, blah, blah. One weird change. To fix the stupid MP Shoryuken juggles, the second hit of the MP DP was completely removed, huh? So why would anybody use that Dragon Punch? Jab is way better. Blah, blah, blah. Just very deep talk of this. Then DSP says, I created a thread in the Evo forums about the games being play tested. Apparently, TVC is a big hit so far, but nobody has talked about anything else yet. Someone said, from what I heard last night, everyone is playing original ST mode. Okay. 12:57. Then we get
TVC's Tatsunoko versus Capcom.
Everyone's playing it. That's apparently what everyone's playing. Okay. We go now to Tom Cannon next, who says, well, I just got back from Evo and played about 30 games of the new beta. Tom Cannon says, I'm not enthused. I didn't see any big rollbacks, but the game feels completely jittery and a little laggy all the time, even over sub 100 millisecond connections. The characters' movement is not smooth at all. They jiggle around like the TV is vibrating or something, even when they're just jumping around and not doing a move. It seems to me like they made some trade-offs that improve the game in the worst case, but actually make it worse in the average case. All right, so this is, again, people are not happy with the new changes, all right? Then someone says, ugh, I'm getting a very queasy feeling. He's explaining about what he's explaining to Sir Serlin here about the problems he felt, all right? Now, DSP, of course, the genius he is, has to chime in. And this is where it picks up again, okay? So DSP says this. I don't think I've posted more than once on the Capcom forums, but I'll be around Friday to playtest, okay? Cigar Bob, I'll keep an eye open for you on live. I've been playing a lot since the 2.0 patch. I'm currently ranked number 1 in ranked matches. So I should be able to contribute. Okay? Okay. Next post. DSP, were you invited? I think they are just doing private matches only with specific people. I'm not sure, though.
Oh. The ego.
Okay, here we go. DSP responds with, that would be pretty dumb. I would assume they'd set up rooms where we could play each other and play test the game, noting bugs and odd occurrences. Single private matches are not the way to go here, especially since I've played it like crazy since the patch, and I'm ranked number 1. Well, despite what they do, I will be on Friday night to play it. People are around. I think the game is way more playable now that the Ken bullshit is out. He was not invited, as you can see. Okay? He was not. Next up, we have an amazing, amazing one. This is right here, 47, okay? Can you believe it? This guy, Crackbone, says, of course... wait. Saber responds first and says, too bad the new smoothing shit is no good at joining games, and it's not single private matches. So far, me and Cigar Bob are invited. There's probably a couple others. There's also probably more than one Capcom rep that is going to play. I don't know what's really so stupid about it. Okay, this person says, of course you know why he thinks it's stupid. He wasn't invited. He's number one in ranked, you see? King then responds as someone had to say it. He thought he was entitled since he's number 1 on Xbox Live. Kind of hard to talk to a guy that hates everything.
I mean, there it is, right? I mean, that's kind of the issue.
DSP responds, people really do genuinely hate me, don't they?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, they do.
Correct. You figured it out finally. I just want to help Capcom make a better game. Oh, here, I got it. Here. I just want to help Capcom make a better game. Since I don't have contact with the Capcom devs, please invite me to one of these private matches tomorrow if you're in one. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Just trying to help and make this game the best it can be. I tried to organize a trip to Cali to play this game live, but too many schedules conflicted. Thank you for the soul-crushing hate. I always appreciate it. Just par for the course, I guess. Bullshit. I always coping about not being invited.
Well, and also like everybody knows, like they've read the threads and they know like his game knowledge and stuff. Like, what kind of like actual input are you going to give Capcom? Like, all right, guys, here's what you got to do. Make it so I always win. I always win. And whoever I'm fighting always loses. Like, that's
like this. It dropped the super. You see that? It just dropped it. You saw that, right? That's his input.
Here's my idea. What if you could, for the sake of argument, buy a 6-star Ryu that was better than the 5-star Ryu, and you just won automatically at like a 99% ratio, something like that.
I was pushing the button. You heard that, right? Hear this? Hear that? Ponder then says,
holding it up to a Capcom rep. Yeah. You can see me pushing the button.
Look at this right here.
You can see it.
I was mashing the button. Look, I'm pushing nothing. Look, I'm not doing anything. Okay, anyways, the cannons respond directly to DSP in this case and say, I'm 99% sure tomorrow's playtest is about showing Capcom how the networking code performs and being able to talk about it with people who have been the most vocal on their bug forums. I really doubt any gameplay tweaks are going to be discussed. That's why you weren't invited, dumb shit. Okay, DSP then coping responds, I've seen a bunch of lag, warping, and other rollback and other issues, so I hope they will be looking for those issues. Tom, you better be looking for those, okay? Anyways.
But weirdly, only on matches he lost, so that's why,
Someone says, response to DSP, I don't hate you, bro. I have too much love in me. This guy, Haneki, just laughs. DSP's quote about the people hating him. That's the best response, by the way.
Honestly, yeah. Super based.
Good job, man. That's it. This is 160. Okay, next up we go to 73. 81, 3, 73. Okay. 668 73. My bad. Okay, here we go. 173. Okay, right here. Serlin says, I guess I wasn't invited either. So Serlin wasn't invited himself. It sounded weird to me, but he then says, not sure what to say about dropped inputs. I did laboratory tests and was not able to reproduce it. It doesn't mean it's not real necessarily, but if it's real, it's hard to isolate. Also, in the last 2 days in the live patch, I played about 100 games of player matches. I think my record is 97 and 3. And I did not experience dropped inputs then either. Any specifics on when this happens? Tell me specifics about the dropped inputs, okay? If you have dropped inputs, please tell me about them, okay? Next up, we get to 138, and the meeting. I wanted to read this because the whole meeting gets a rundown. I'm not going to read it all, but they talked about everything that happened at the meeting. Okay, they ran into some bugs. They wanted to talk about it. This is what happened at the meeting. Tom Cannon responds to this and says, thanks for your report. I'm really disappointed by Derek's view of GGPO. I realize this information is coming fourth or fifth hand, but everything being reported about GGPO is not true. Okay? A lot of people are saying, again, holy shit, Ponder's a straight up beasting netcode in this thread. Please, come on, Backbone. I know some of you guys need this. Get on this ASAP. Get GGPO. People are really trying to get GGPO to happen. All right. Then we have this one here. But yeah, seriously, I'd love for them to implement GGPO's netcode. But from the comments being made from that talk and Ponder's own statements, it seems fair that their ego wouldn't allow it, even if Ponder was offering it for free. Okay, so they're saying it seems like maybe they don't want to do GGPO, and it might be an ego thing. All right. Next up, they're saying obviously false. This was Capcom makes games not to make good games, but to make money. It's sad but true. Okay, that's what someone says about Capcom. Tom Cannon says, obviously false. What was the financial incentive for holding the meeting over Netcode this evening? The Netcode is already better than what they have shipped in the past. Capcom has done dozens of things to show that they obviously care a great deal about the quality of the game, and they're going to great lengths to make sure the game is great. But they're in a bizarro land where Capcom Backbone will do some very hard things in the name of quality and not do a simple thing that could solve the problem once and for all. And that means using GGPO. Okay, he really thinks that will be the best option. All right. Next, we get this is I'm looking for 1415. Okay, that is here. So this is what FPS usually do. Okay, and this is talking about the difference of rollback netcode. I don't want to read this, but we saw it. But he goes through what they do. Okay, what happens in rollback netcode. All right. Now we get to DSP here, and this is DSP trying to sound smart, okay? And when DSP tries to sound smart, you know it's not going to go well. So here we go. I do have to read this one. Fighting games will always experience these problems. There's no way around it. What other... Now, remember in the same thread how we didn't know about anything? Now we know so much. I hope you're ready, guys. Okay? There's no way around it. What other games require that every single input be recognized almost immediately? There's a reason why sniping in FPS games online either seems way too easy or impossibly hard. In most FPS games, the game has to give you hits that you didn't earn because it can't determine if you actually should have hit the person or not. The game gives you the benefit of the doubt and just gives you the kill. What? Okay, there are a handful of games that don't do this, and in those games, sniping is near impossible. I don't know what that means. What? Okay.
Like they talk about AI hallucinating. Like this is just a Phil hallucination.
Yeah, Phil hallucinating, just saying things. Now imagine if Street Fighter did that. Every time you do a reversal, the game gives you the benefit of the doubt that you did it with perfect timing and you hit your opponent. Nobody would ever be able to attack a downed opponent, and the game would suck ass. So instead of that handicapped version of the game, coders are trying to make it so that every single input is almost instantly recognized and accurately applied to the game. It's an impossible task, at least with current-gen internet technology. This really is going for IGN, aren't we? Okay. At this point, I think it's more of an attempt to mask the lag. You can either have the lag be ridiculously apparent, such as they did with Third Strike Online, where the games ran in slow-mo, or you can try to hide it completely by just not showing it, a la Soul Calibur 4, where your inputs become massively delayed, but the game runs at normal speed, or you can try the rollback system that GGPO and Super Turbo HD are using. Personally, I prefer the first option because at least I know when I'm playing that the connection is shit and the game is going to suck ass. He repeats this many times. So, my major gripe with the Super Turbo HD netcode is that the game seems to be running fine until you realize that you can't get a reversal at all. I've been in many games where the person I'm playing is complete garbage, but they're able to get free jump-ins and walk-up sweeps because reversals don't translate properly with lag. Oh, okay. The experience becomes nothing like playing the game offline because you end up having to adapt your game plan and stop trying to do reversals and such, and play extremely defensively. Or else, you could abuse the lag yourself. I've been in games where literally every time I attacked, the game showed me hit the guy, then the game took it back and I got reversaled. WTF. How can you even count that as a legitimate match? It's obvious the guy on the other end is either just spamming DPs, or else for whatever reason, he's not experiencing the lag that I am. Last comment. I really don't think we'll ever have truly lag-free online play in fighters with current-gen technology. Pretty much everyone has taken a stab at it and failed. GGPO is a good attempt, and the best one so far, but even that has its issues. For now, we're just going to have to write off online play as casuals, and only consider offline play as truly tournament-worthy. All right?
He just I mean, this is just like a wall of nothing, but the way he talks about games is like there's like this grand conspiracy against him and him alone. And it's really ridiculous.
I'm starting, I've done a few of these episodes now, and I've seen this playbook before from DSP. Well, he'll get cucked for the entire thread but then he'll take like a moderate take on something and really try to make it a post that everyone like just like gets behind and it's like, yeah, that's right. But like he doesn't quite get there. But like that's what he's trying to do here is kind of like recenter himself and like say like, yeah, GGPO is the best attempt we have so far. But in the end, it's not as good as offline play. Like, yeah, okay.
And it goes back to his whole thing that if like if something isn't perfect or 100% of what he thinks it's going to be, and as we've established, like it's just not possible to do lag-free online play. That if you can't achieve the impossible, then it's not worth doing.
Yes, that's what he wants you to believe. Yeah, and if you don't achieve something, you're a failure and you suck. And you also hate him. That's for sure, too. Okay, so this person, Thraz, legend, he did the quote, but actually changed the quote. This is something you could do in SRK. So he made DSP quote say this: I have no idea about how FPS work, but I'll take a guess and act as if I know about it. This guy's a king. Thraz is a king. A few times he felt some on this one. Then he says, Radiant says, I really don't think we'll ever have truly lag-free online play in fighters with current-gen technology. Pretty much everyone has taken a stab at it and failed. GGPO is a good attempt and the best one so far, but even that has issues for now, blah, blah. Same quote. He's reading the quote DSP said. Then DSP said, the person responds to DSP with the following: has anyone with even half a brain ever considered online play as anything more than casuals? Like, are we seriously expecting Backbone to create an online experience we can run freaking tournaments on? Because you seem to be the only one expecting this. Exactly.
Yeah, 99% of Street Fighter players will like never play an offline tournament.
Yes,
like that's just the reality of the situation.
Oh god, he thought he had a softball post everyone's going to agree with. He was very wrong. Would you mind stating specifically how and in which FPS the online multiplayer gives you the benefit of the doubt? Because as someone who plays almost every FPS competitively, I fail to see how the slightest bit of lag would mess up my movement and aiming any less than it would my reversal timing in a fighting game. The only example of lag not hindering online play in FPS is in COD 4, where the hit detection is so well designed that if you kill someone in a laggy game but the lag causes the kill to not register immediately, that person instantly dies when the game stabilizes. Okay, Thraz responds to that person who says, no FPS does that. He's just figuring things out the wrong way and not taking into account all the factors. Okay, so then we get to, where are we at? 1423, 14. GGPO along, okay, GGPO 2425, okay. Ugh, I just figured out how people are getting ranked above me. This is DSP, by the way. I played Spire NL, whoever the fuck that is. He was horrible, but he had a terrible connection. Everything kept spazzing out with the jitter effects people have been talking about since the 2.0 patch. I destroyed him 2 rounds, then he went into lag abuse mode and pretty much did endless fireball and DP abuse tricks. Not to mention, he was literally moving back and forth in midair during jumps, making it impossible to tell if a hit would cross up or not. Okay? Spire NL, you get the official Turd of the Day award for someone who abuses lag to the fullest. As for FPS games, I have played some where it is very hard to snipe without massive practice, and then I've played some where it's very easy, meaning I can be in the vicinity of someone and I hit them without actually being on target. I've played a few like that, and I know I'm not that good of a sniper, and I know I'm missing shots, yet I was racking up the body counts. These games had to be adjusting and just giving me the benefit of the doubt. So this is his data he's talking about, guys, and his facts and data. This is one example of them, okay? It happened to him once or twice. So that's the facts and data you got to recognize, okay? Call of Duty 4, you need to be dead on and usually a headshot in order to kill someone, all right? Next up,
I like how in that first court when he's talking about the Zwire and L person, is he's just explaining what he always does in fighting games, where he might win the first set or the first round of fights, but he's very easy to read, and over time people pick up on him that are any good, and then destroy him. And that's basically what he was describing there.
Thraz again in the house, legend.
Some
Says
might even say he's a pattern player.
Oh, you could. Thraz says Call of Duty uses client-side hit detection, which means that this guy has too many facts. This guy's a troll. Call of Duty uses client-side hit detection, which means you have to hit on what you are seeing on the screen, and if you do it right, it'll count. Both Unreal Tournament 3 and Bad Company use client-side prediction and probably some server-side reconciliation. I don't know about BC's, but UT3 is as rubbish as the rest of the game, which means your client predicts what's happening at the server. That's why it can happen that you get hit, that you hit when you didn't aim well, because your client may not be predicting your enemy's position correctly. But that's not all. You also got to take into account things like bullet traveling time or hitboxes, which are way bigger than UT3 than in COD, and are probably the cause of your perception that it takes more practice. This guy has too many facts, okay? I don't think DSP is going to respond to this
Seems like
guy.
a troll. Seems like a troll and an asshole to me.
Well, I think so, too. Somebody agrees that I was wondering why this guy's ranked so high. I thought he was just okay. Some people agreed with him. Okay? 138 next. There. Right here. There's definitely something fishy about the guy. I played him a couple days ago. He has decent connection. He was pretty terrible. After I won the match, he dropped. Funny thing is, I checked the leaderboards a couple minutes later, and his rank went up. Okay, so something might be... Ranked is pretty gay, this guy says. It's gay. Okay, next, 1445. This is a situation right here, okay? So Ultra David says, even GGPO and 2DF aren't tournament worthy, right? Online play is great for practice and for getting a pretty good idea of how the matchups go, and the USST scene has really benefited from it. But it's not good enough for serious top tournament level play, says Ultra David, okay? Now, this is DSP, who says, in response to that, okay, so it's not just me who has problems blocking fireballs online. It's even worse in SDHD, where if you're any less than half screen away, you simply cannot block a fireball on reaction. Keep in mind I'm using widescreen mode, which is basically zoomed in, but it's pretty much impossible. And I'm convinced it's the only reason that Ryus are winning at all. I get so fucking frustrated when I can blatantly see the fireball coming, pull back, and nope, I eat it. Eat it! What really sucks is that you get the bad habit of trying to do things early. For example, doing a jab DP early, because if you do it in real time, as if you were offline, you get the fireball to the face. So then you start doing things too early, and it completely fucks up your game. Arg. Okay? Brian says, in my opinion, people bashing online play need to wake up. Essentially, no one plays ST in arcades anymore. Dumb shit. Okay? DSP says, Brian has a point. There's nothing wrong with playing ST over the internet in any form, and if people want to hold tournaments in it, I don't see a problem with that. However, as he suggests in number 3, we should not under any circumstances say that online and offline ST are the same game. They aren't. No one is. He's creating this argument himself. No one is saying they're the same. Lag basically forces you to change your gameplay and adapt to strategies that don't work offline. There might be a godlike Super Turbo player online who can't beat many of the good offline players and vice versa. Blah, blah, blah. Bottom line, if people want to play ST online and play tournaments, let them. However, don't make comparisons between online and offline. No one is, by the way. Okay? But vice versa, they both take... here we go. Let's use a metaphor. Okay? Don't make comparisons between online and offline because they're the same game. Many pro ST players will basically refuse to play any form of ST online because it really is different from offline play, and that's fine. But the second that someone says that an online pro is better than an offline one and vice versa, that's when we need to take a step back and realize we're comparing apples to oranges. They both taste good, but they're not the same animal. All right. Not the same animal.
It's kind of a mixed metaphor there, but whatever. We'll let it go.
This guy responds to DSP with a book of himself and says, I think online ST can be interesting and competitive under the right circumstances, but I don't think it's worthy of tournaments because of the inherent problems with playing online. Everyone agrees with that. DSP says, that's all well and good, but you have to understand that if STHD is held to EVO, it's not the same game as the one you've been playing online all year with lag. Strategies will be different, and some things that work online will become completely ineffective with the way things are going, and if the trend keeps up and more people pick up online play and take it seriously, Evo may need to be renamed the Offline Fighting Game Championships. Oh,
wow, you wrote a banger there.
Whoa, God. Kid Willis has a good point. DSP could have probably parlayed this into some job with the Cannons if he wasn't a shitter. Many of them did, by the way. Many people did get future opportunities, right? Because
there
of their...
are a lot of people that show up in these threads that are still in the FGC, as, like we were talking about James Chen earlier. He's still a commentator. There's, obviously the Cannons themselves. It goes on and on.
Dustin Wong's in these threads we showed before.
Yep, Wong, obviously still very popular, it's successful.
It's just too dumb.
And it because, networking matters, and knowing people and being nice to people matters. He might not think so, but if he wasn't such a prick to everybody, then maybe there would be a universe where he's doing a fighting game podcast, or
he would be a guest. He would be at the guest level at least on James Chen podcast. He's far from that now because of what he chose to be.
I mean, he would have to be a completely different person. I understand, chat, like that would never happen. But
it's not happening.
It's like the one of my favorite like little DSP-isms is when he talked about Machinima, and they asked him like, hey, what do you want to do with your career and stuff like that? We know you like fighting games. Have you thought about being a commentator? And he's like, what? I just want to be a YouTuber. What are you talking about?
I already have a YouTube channel, dumb shit.
He just doesn't understand like that importance of like diversifying yourself and like getting out there and talking to people, and you know what I mean. He's just so stupid.
Big up Sir Percy Thrillington said Dempsey scrolls are the best. They are. We're getting close to the end here, sadly, but we will still have some more gold to dig up, I promise you. DSP said, that's all well and good, but you have to understand that if Street Hell Evo taken seriously, offline fighting game championships already said that. Nothing XS says in response to DSP there, I can't think of anything in particular that works exclusively on GGPO that wouldn't work in a normal match of ST. There's no real input delay, and the lag compensation works pretty much 99% of the time. I think it'd be safe to say that GGPO could probably prepare you for a real Street Super Turbo tournament, given that you have decent enough connection and play people with similar connections. Okay? That said, blah, blah, blah. They think it's fine. They think it's possible it will work if you practice it. And that turned out to be the case, really? Yeah, go ahead, Talbot. You know about that story.
Yeah, and I think I sent you this.
I
just like randomly got a video in my recommendations, and there was a guy who won this tournament in Super Turbo, and he was playing Fei Long, really good player. And they mentioned during the thing that this was the first time he's ever played on a cabinet. So where do you think he was playing before?
That's
he had to have been playing on Fightcade.
Mm-hmm. Zombie damage, looking strong.
Right here.
Quick
First
2-0.
time ever playing on a cabinet this weekend. And
first time ever playing on a cabinet.
it seems like he is just at home. But, Yoga Boy just told us, like, someone convinced him to buy a joystick because he used to be a pad player. And so,
that's James Chen talking, by the way. So there you go. Full circle there. Look, Ultra David is on the screen, and he's also a commentator at this. Full circle, boys. Nice.
Yeah, I just saw that, and I sent that to you because it was just like, at current day, it's gotten so good that there's just like, and this happens in the SF6 too. Like, there's nothing that you can do online that like wouldn't work in person. It's close enough. Like, is there going to be lag? Yes, but we're talking like milliseconds of lag that your like average person just isn't going to be able to comprehend. And that guy, if you watch that video, he destroys everyone, and he plays Fei Long, who's like good character, but not like top tier, And it's a good watch.
Someone says here, anyone who thinks that online play is even close to offline is crazy. Even talking about now is like beating a dead horse. Much of the game is based on reaction, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, people are kind of arguing about online play is not the same as offline play, and everyone kind of agrees with that. But yeah.
But also, that was back in 2008, too. Like, this was a different time. We're on so many versions now of Rollback. Like, people back then couldn't have comprehended that. So even the people that are saying that back then, I'm like, I think if you ask them now, they probably wouldn't say that. Unlike DSP, who's like dug himself in on this, like, Rollback's bad. It's never as good as offline,
No one's making the comparison he's said. But here we go. I tried GGPO a couple of times last month, and although it was better than all the other online options I've tried, it wasn't as good as offline. It's not trying to be. You know what I mean? That's the first statement. It's wrong.
No one's ever made that argument ever.
Yes.
Like that. There are online tournaments held, like, you know, Twitch streamers do that kind of stuff all the time where people, but it's not considered serious. Like, they still do the actual events in person for a reason. Like, no one has ever made this argument.
I tried GGPO a couple times, blah, blah, it's the same. First, there is always a chance of lag, resulting in harder reversals and combos. Second, although people have disputed this fact, I did have dropped inputs and massive skipped frames. Although people have disputed this fact. Pressing buttons and having nothing at all come out either means one of two things. My joystick is busted, or the program is dropping my inputs. And considering I was using a Hori Real Arcade Pro 3 that I bought a few months ago and have rarely used, I have to believe it was the program. And after only a few games, I got totally tired of my opponent seemingly just appearing in front of me and hitting me with no frames in between. Not saying it was full screen or anything, but when you're used to offline ST, you get real tired of that shit quick. Third, apparently to avoid input lag, you need to tweak your USB ports or something, which makes no sense to me. I guess Windows automatically delays inputs on USB? What? Yeah, definitely. But that to me is a huge issue that somehow needs to be overcome, without having to download separate programs and fucking with Windows registry settings. Bottom line, oh, there you go. We got one. It wasn't a bad experience, but it would definitely take me time to adapt to some of the subtle changes. And if I did adapt, it would definitely fuck with my offline game. So in my best interest, I've stayed away. I've only played SDHD online because it's not pure ST and shouldn't mess with that gameplay. All right. Pretty tough.
It sounds like to me you got to buy another, like a Rolls Royce, a joystick. maybe you got to get another like 5-10 wrist rests. Feels like to me you just got to buy your way through the problem, Phil.
Someone says, yes, there is lag with the USB ports. It's simple to use, and if the overclocking screws, we do not stick with the USBs, whatever. And if you're playing with the input lag, I think you are, then yeah, I can see how you wouldn't want to go back. I remember how horrible it was for learning how to tweak the USB ports. That input lag, however, isn't GGPO's fault. I can understand the fear of altering your offline game with online ST, although I still think you're missing out on some fun times. Fuck you! Someone said, DSP said, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, if you are that worried that your gameplay is gonna be ruined by playing some offline or some online matches with people, you're probably not that good.
Yes, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know?
Good point. Someone said, DSP said it best. There are some strats that work very well online that would never in a million years work offline, okay? I haven't gotten GGPO yet. Okay, so there you go. He hasn't gotten GGPO yet. Does ST on GGPO function well enough to be taken seriously? So another person that's coming up with conclusions besides not even trying it yet. Okay. So that's the guy that the guy that agrees with DSP. Surprise, has never tried GGPO. Okay, so there you go.
Maybe that's Jack Traxxer.
Why is the subject at hand very lame? Seriously, beating a dead horse here. Why are people still trying to persuade others on SRK, of all places, that online is worse than offline? No, it's not as good, but it still has good uses, and it's a good practice tool. How many times does it need to be said? That's the bottom line, right? Someone said, you could have installed GGPO and tried it within the time it took to write that, man. Yeah. Bitch about GGPO, but without even trying it. This is like the future DSP fan here. You could tell.
Future fan or a sock. He did use socks.
Oh, that's true. Someone said, I'm sorry, but while your point may be correct, there was no one who can identify with your complaints of dropped inputs and variable input lag. The input lag is constant and inputs are never dropped on GGPO. That's the reason it's good in the first place. Okay? Got him there. Someone then says, we have a great response here. That is right here. Exactly. It's funny because people are still running the rank about as turn as it seems. Not there. Where did I want to do that one? Okay. Exactly. Shit, without GGPO, I don't know where I go to get my ST fixed. The scene is pretty much done in here in MIC, so GGPO is all I have. and there's a lot of good competition online. This is real talk. GGPO is all I have living on Maui. I haven't really even had fighting games much in the last 10 years that I've lived here. GGPO has brought the enjoyment of playing again. Though it's not perfect, it's goddamn close enough for me. Okay? Just want to show you more positivity about GGPO. Remember, you're supposed to think it's some scam to get Capcom to give him money? That's what I wanted to show you. Damn Die has joined the fray. Now, Damn Die is somewhat of note because they have a much more robust history of good finishes at the fighting game tournaments, I should say. They've been going for a long time, have a few wins under their belt. Let's just call them a good player, okay? He got second place as recently as at CEO 2025. He got second place in Tier 3.
He's actually the person that zombie damage person beats in that video.
Oh, so, there you go.
So he's still in the game. He's still doing it.
Damn Die says, with that said, you will have bad... I would like to chime in here and say that high-level online play is a reality. I learned to play online as it transferred well offline. I do not have a problem adjusting to different things, nor am I even aware of having to adjust. There are countless replays of myself that can be used as reference, displaying consistent reversals and on-reaction DPs against opponents from France, Italy, Brazil, and the UK. This is directed right at DSP, even though he doesn't say it, because DSP is the only one saying you can't do that shit. With that said, you will have bad connections from time to time. There are many people that still use wireless connections and don't understand that having BitTorrent open or playing the Xbox Live at the same time will negatively affect things. If you find a bad one, drop it and move on. There are many good ones to be had. For all those that have tried GGPO and brushed them off, I urge you to try them again. Know that it is possible to play with the same excitement as intensity as offline. That's positivity from a very good player. Someone says, so there isn't anything we can do to get them to use GGPO. I mean, what if we all agree to pay a higher price for the game? I, for one, would sure as hell be willing to pay extra for it, but I'm not sure how you guys feel about it. This guy's saying, I'll even pay more money for them to use GGPO in that fucking game, all right? This person says, I'm sure everyone here would pay double for having GGPO netcode in the game. That's how much people loved it. They would pay double for it. Okay. Now, DSP responds to this one. This person says, I'm kind of new to the HD beta, but here are my impressions. I liked blah, 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 blah. I just don't feel as good on HDR over live as I do over the old crappy network coding of the old game. And it isn't that finding a good connection on Hyper is impossible either. In a nutshell, I'm not impressed. Now, of course, DSP takes the opportunity to jump on this guy's comment, and he quotes it.
Sitting there, just scrolling the thread, looking for one person who even kind of agrees with him.
Exactly.
Just locked and fucking loaded to shoot this comment off.
I've showed you every time DSP posts, I show it. I've skipped a lot, though. He just reads through this. Okay, yeah. Okay, there. This guy agrees with me. Okay, here we go. You are correct. In HF, the game slowed down to a crawl whenever you had a bad connection. You knew when you had a bad game because it was apparent from the second the game loaded. In SDHD, GGPO, and all other online versions, they are basically hiding the lag. And you have no idea when the game is fine or when it's going to totally suck shit. This is extremely apparent in ranked games that you create. You have zero ability to see your opponent's ping or to deny them if it is a terrible connection. My major gripe with this generation of online play is that if the game lags, you have no fucking idea of your quality of your connection until you try to do something clutch. Oops, your reversal didn't work. Oops, you can't block fireballs unless they're less than a half screen away. Oops, you thought you knew what was going on and then the game pulled a rewind and you just lost 60% of your health. Well, to me, oops is not acceptable. And that's why, as an offline player, I do not accept online play as the same as offline. No one does. However, if people accept online as a tournament-worthy standard, I have no problem with that, as long as they realize that it is in no way, hold on, it is not in any way related to offline play. They are totally different games.
Ooh. I feel like what he's trying to do here is pre-invalidate the next generation of players.
That's true. Agree.
I think I think he's just trying to set up. It's like, okay, there's all these people that are going to come up playing. Like, I think by this time, Street Fighter 4 was already out in arcades in like Japan and stuff. And I think he was just he knew that there was going to be this new group of people coming and that most of them would get the bulk of their experience playing online before they moved to offline, before they did tournaments. And so he could easily be like, well, they learned in online, so they're not as good as us, core players back in the day that only played offline.
Yeah, he's pre-coping a generation here. Pre-coping. Just remember, I got 4th place, bitch, and that was offline.
Yeah. He always wants to put himself up on this, on this pedestal where it's just like, time's passed you up, old man. The future is now.
This was in the offline world, by the way. You young bucks don't understand that. Okay, next up, Inkblot says, Tom Cannon again, who is everything I've seen from him, they're very just chill people, all right? I know maybe just an online persona or whatever, but they don't really speak negatively of much. He says, what a load of crap. This is gross mischaracterization, just like all of your other posts. Okay?
Oh, God.
This is someone else, by the way. You're a fucking dinosaur, and I don't just mean that in age.
Yep.
God, please. Next person. How is GGPO anything like what you just said? All right. Someone says, this new person, okay, guys, do not listen to DSP about GGPO. When he came on, the few times he did, he would complain about input lag. I'm guessing here. Now, we don't know this. This could be the IRC chat, and like they may be together talking when they're playing. So he says when he came on, the few times he did, okay, he would complain about input lag. I explained to him a ton of times about converters having input lag and being able to fix it by changing the USB polling rate. If he was still feeling input lag after that, then maybe his complaints would have been taken more seriously. Fortunately, he was using Vista. Changing your polling rate on Vista took more work at the time, and he didn't want to do it. He was scared to uninstall 2 updates that was required to do it. Anyway, he played for a while and still blamed GGPO for the input lag. GGPO is set to 1 frame input lag by default for smoothing purposes. I set mine to 0 the majority of the time. Lag on GGPO appears in different ways. You get things like rollbacks, and sometimes you get a minor freeze. Even with major packet loss, I've never gotten input lag. I've gotten crazy graphical glitches and everything else, but if I press my button, I get my attack. It may get rolled back, but my attack comes out. Bottom line, he's not a reliable source, and he talks out of his ass 90% of the time. Yes, I know this is public knowledge. Oh, fuck.
2008.
Oh, yeah. I love the add-on of, yes, I know this is public knowledge. I know. You guys already know this. Okay. Next, Smooth Cat, another character we've seen in the past. Phil, you're on crack. GGPO works wonders for me. It's so good. As for lag, only thing I ever got was some rollback when I'm playing Japan or Brazil players. But I always get the moves I want and always get my reversal. No input delay has ever happened to me. If HD is even close to GGPO, I consider it a success. There you go. Smooth Cat was on Team Hate. Oh, interesting. Was on Team Hate. Next up, we have, not done by far. This one here. Okay, so DSP decides to respond directly to Tom Cannon. Where does this post say that I'm talking about GGPO exclusively? Okay. The paragraph you quoted starts with this generation of online play. Thanks for assuming. This is more directed toward SDHD, where the problems are way worse than GGPO and every game seems fine. Except for the worst ones where everything is jittering all over the screen. In fact, my last statement in the paragraph before is directed solely at Super Turbo HD. Way to jump the gun. However, the statement still stands. All those methods all seem to try to make the game the same as an offline experience, when in reality they are masking if you have lag or not. I would rather have the game run in slow-mo, so I know that the game will suck ass rather than have it seem to run in real time and then end up getting graped when one moves I'm doing doesn't come out, clutch reversals don't come out, and I can't react to things happening because of lag. Please explain to me how this does not apply to GGPO, because I certainly wasn't able to react to certain things going on, and I was most certainly pressing buttons and nothing would happen in the game. So you can either blame Hori or you could blame Dell, and I was using XP this time, not Vista. Or you can blame the programmer, or you can blame the third party who manufactured the USB port, or you can blame God. But the bottom line is, it was not as good as an offline experience. Please disprove this point. Again, no one is saying this.
Before you move on,
yes, please.
I think it like really. I was just thinking about. I was watching him play Street Fighter last night, and he gets hit. Oh my God, lag spike! I think he legitimately thinks that it's like this weird conspiracy against him. That if he can't see the lag that like delay shows you, that it must be this like devious trick that they're trying to do to you, and thus invalidates the gameplay. It's such a weird way to think about these things, because like. I don't know. I play all kinds of games. You run into a lag spike, and I think for 99% of people, you're just like, that sucks, and you move on with your life.
Yes.
But he treats it as like this like affront to him, and that again, it's almost like not worth doing this if it can't be perfect. Well, it's never going to be perfect, Phil, because there's the laws of physics that you'd have to figure out.
Yeah, I think he really takes it as an insult to his legacy if there's rollback frames or something. Philip then goes on, sorry, it just says, hold on. It doesn't matter who's to blame. It is GGPO, it is SDHD, it is hardware or software, it's a combination of factors. I don't know and I don't care. Well, there you go. But what I do know is if things don't go down online the same way as they do offline, then it's not the same ST. And that has certainly been my experience so far with all forms of ST online play. Everyone in here is so quick to go tooth and nail to defend their favorite form of online play, and everyone certainly has valid points about how there has been an ST resurgence because of GGPO. But at the same time, how many well-known, top-ranked ST players have posted about how they love this new generation of online play? I've seen exactly 0. If anything, players like Shirts and myself have said that they appreciate the effort and that GGPO is the best effort so far, but it's still got a long way to go to match the offline experience. Sorry that that Shirts is not agreeing with him, by the way, but sorry that we speak the truth and don't sugarcoat our opinions. And that's just who we are. Deal with it. And if you don't like it, move on. If anything, the best praise of GGPO I've seen is people saying that if it weren't for GGPO, they would never had an ST comp. This alone warrants praise for the effort put into the project, and you should feel good about your time and effort that was dedicated to it, because it's obviously making a positive impact on the Street Fighter community. But I'm not willing to jump to the next step and say that it's as good as offline play just yet. No one is, okay? Just want to make that clear.
Please show me the post where one of the cannons said, like, yes, we've invented this thing that is as good as playing as offline. Please show me that post.
No one has ever said this, okay? So we've created this entire straw man argument to have someone to argue with or to have a point to make here. King says he's blaming GGPO for his execution. DSP is SRK's village fool. He just says that like DSP is in the thread, just says it right there. You just have to excuse him. He's our village fool. You just look past him, okay? Just ignore him, okay? Shirts chimes in. Speaking of Shirts chimes in here and says GGPO is the best online experience I've had, only because I can hide lag by playing with the smoothing. However, even with this option, the difference between online and offline play is substantial, for me at least. Okay? He makes no bones about it. I'm an arcade player, and the difference is great. But anyways, personally, GGPO is good for practicing matchups and just having fun because most times it's a good experience. I won't name drop, but I've heard many other top players other than myself talking about online play in general and how it's not to be taken serious for obvious reasons. Maybe I'm naive, but I'm surprised people would think online ST results can be taken seriously. If you know ST, then you would know, especially in certain matchups or if you play certain characters, the most subtle online differences have a huge impact on the outcome of the round. He then says to DSP specifically, DSP, don't name drop me in your crazy rants. So he's like, I kind of agree with you, but just don't name drop me in your crazy rants, please. Thank you.
and yeah, and what he's even saying is just like, yeah, I think it's really fun. I enjoy it. I don't think it's the same as playing offline. It's not that crazy of a statement to make. It's like the same thing everybody else is saying. Only Phil has this like really narrow band of like, it's got to be perfect. It's got to be this. And if it's not, then we got to throw it out.
So I want to show you, someone did agree with Phil on one single point. This always happens when DSP throws out these 1,000-page points. Someone will find something they agree with. I don't know why this happens. This is like, yeah, the guy from Twitch should be banned because Emiru got attacked or whatever, right? Like, yeah, everyone agrees with that, by the way. But it's not a base take if you say obvious shit. This person says, Phil does have a point in that even if it is possible to make GGPO a better experience, most players are not willing to put in the time and effort to do so. That's true. Most people don't want to fuck with USB polling rates, okay? That's a true statement. But anyways, that wasn't the main point of Phil's either. But moving on, someone did agree with Phil
and I
there.
think, and at the time, like, you kind of understood that this isn't the same as, he also just wanted this to be like a console, you know, where you just put the disc in there and you play the game. Like, there was the understanding, like, all right, I got to download some stuff. That was part of the fun of it.
Yeah. This blah blah blah. Expected to release same. Okay. Next up, Inkblot. Tom Cannon. Okay, this is good. Tom Cannon responds to the guy that said Phil does have a point. So he responds directly to the guy that said Phil does have a point. Inkblot says DSP does not have a point in the context of this thread HD remix. These supposed limitations of GGPO are a consequence of it running on a PC. As Ponder mentioned, his brother, there are no router USB settings that make the GGPO algo run better. All of these are non-issues on a console that is already set up to run an Xbox Live or PSN. Let's bring this thread back to the discussion that is helpful to Capcom. How are they doing with the beta, and what feedback do you have to help them improve the quality of the game? Remember, that's what we're here for, is to make that game the best it can be. Okay? Someone says... blah, blah, blah. Oh, this guy agreed. It must be a DSP fan or DSP himself. He did agree slowdown. At least when it slows down, you have an opportunity to adjust instead of getting surprised. I'd kind of like to see a lockstep toggle in the final HD. This is another DSP fan who thinks delay-based netcode is better. Okay. Again, you don't find many of those, but this person says, I honestly have no idea how people can choose slowdown and input lag over GGPO style netcoding. I haven't played the beta. Maybe it really is bad enough to make people say such things. Clearly, this person can't believe it either, right? Look at him. How could you possibly choose this, guys? It's ridiculous. This guy says, screw slowdown. I agree. Slowdown sucks. Someone quotes for truth. Slowdown sucks. I'm showing you how much people hate slowdown here, okay? Next up, I want to show you. Now, I started dropping character art about the game here. This is Vegas here. People are bitching about it. A lot of bitching about it, okay?
People didn't like the art for it.
People bitching about it.
A lot of people didn't like the art style.
So
myself included. I didn't love it either, but it is what it is.
So, in your mind, people viewing, what take do you think DSP will have about the art? Okay? Try to come up with what you might expect the angle DSP is going to take on this, okay? Now, Talbot, you might know, so I won't ask you, but
yep.
He might choose to love it, he might choose to hate it, or he might go off the board, okay? So let's come up with your own conclusions on this, and then we'll see what DSP has to say, okay? So, DSP says the following. I'm lost. People are still debating art? Really? It matters? I'm worried about STHD's input lag and dropped inputs and masking lag, not about what the fucking menu icons look like. And he got buried after this as well, so he has to say, I'm sorry, I'm too old. Please explain to me why game art matters. If it is any condolence, the game art of ST looked like total shit to me in the 90s as well. Please. Why would the art not matter in a game you care about enough to rate hundreds of posts in? Of course the art matters. But anyways, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, part of what drew me to Street Fighter is that the art was fucking sick. You know, like that's part of the thing. Like the character designs, the backgrounds, the stages were like really, really cool. And he's so like weird and anti-art, like all kinds of art. It's very strange. Yeah, I don't know.
People respond to DSP saying, when Capcom doesn't give the community anything to talk about, a new piece of art comes out, of course we're going to talk about it. If it doesn't matter to you, then why even bother posting? If Capcom would either communicate with its very small dedicated fan base, then maybe we would be able to talk about the input lag and dropped inputs. But as it is now, those invested jump upon any scrap they can to keep the subject alive. Absolutely. It's a thread to talk about the art. The company set this up or made sure it was set up. Someone said the art is fine. I would say it's exceptional and that Udon's done a fantastic job. Okay, this guy really loves it. All right, this guy super loves it. Next up,
and it's an acquired taste. I think it like everybody looks a little bit too smooth and lumpy and things like that. But it is what it is. It's like it's art. It's subjective. But like this is a guy that won't play Mugenics because of how it looks. You know what I mean? So he's like claiming then, oh, I only care about the gameplay. Like, why are we talking about all this stuff that doesn't matter, like art? And now he talks all the time. Like, he immediately will discount a game if it doesn't look like a AAA, hyper realistic graphics kind of game.
Retro. Like, I don't know. I don't know if my audience likes this.
Like he called like RimWorld like a Flash game or something like that. Before he finally played it. Like that was a big reason why he wouldn't pick up Minecraft back in the day. It's just weird to see him have that take back then, where now it's just like if something isn't like peak graphics realism, then it must be trash.
This guy Sosage, big ups to Vanguard, says big ups to WPIG, still going strong. Also, I cover this so you don't play Spyro. I never thought anyone could play that very bad. Phil proved me wrong. His gameplay hurts my soul to my childhood. Big ups, Vanguard. Next up, we have this guy who's again talking to DSP.
Those are like my favorite ones, like Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, Sly Cooper,
3D Spaces,
Kino,
Later Madeline.
Kino. This is how you don't plays. All good.
I really shouldn't have to explain this one, but you do because DSP is involved, sir. Video games are part gameplay, part presentation. It's an interactive and visual medium. Some want to argue that it leans more one way than the other. Others want to claim that one doesn't matter at all. Most of the people that live by the latter can't respect both elements, tend to make games that don't realize their full potential. I agree. Seems pretty common, right? Hey, man, you are damn right. Art's important. It's a part of the thing. It's so weird to not care about it at all. And say, who cares a shit about the art? Okay, what the fuck? Anyways, now, if you can believe it, DSP responds and says the following. I hate the character portraits. I'll admit it. I also hated the ST character portraits. But I'd like to play this game in 2008. SF4 will be released on consoles in January 2009. Releasing this game in 2009, close or after SF4, confirms that it will be buried and will not be bought by the common gamer. I don't know what else I can say. I've tried to be honest and represent the majority vote for the past year, and I've come up against massive hate. I'm personally going to buy the game on both systems, but I know that nobody's going to give two shits about it if its release is anywhere close to SF4, so either there needs to be a major rush or else we'll be playing with invisible characters. I don't know, but this game needs to come out fast or else it will not sell. I think this is one of those rally behind me posts again. Everyone wants the game to come out, right? Pretty easy win, right?
Like rally behind me, and also just like how simple-minded he is. Because I do believe like they talk about in this thread earlier that like part of the delay is from Udon needing to change the art.
Yes.
And he's mad because he wants product. He wants product in his hand right now.
Yes.
And he's like, I don't give a shit. They can make it look however they want. I just want it in my hands.
This guy says, I strongly agree with DSP. So this is what he's looking for, guys. These easy wins. I hope the game comes out early. Yeah, good one, man. Cool. Good take. Base take there. We want the game out early. Okay. Okay, next. 1-8.
And to be fair to him and to others, like, yes, part of the issue that HD Remix had was that it kind of came out too late, and then SF4 came out and buried it. But it was always going to, because Street Fighter 4 is a new game. This is a remake or a remaster or whatever, remix of an old game.
Yes.
It was always going to happen.
Yeah, it's a niche audience from the start, really. But
like fighting games are already niche, and then you're kind of taking a niche of people that still care about fucking Super Turbo 14 years after it came out.
By the way, I do want to say, this was a massive win in terms. They were very happy with the performance of the game in terms of sales. I don't know.
If it did really well. Yeah,
they were really happy with that. So
it was. It's kind of fallen on hard times from like a competitive standpoint, and how like the FGC sees it. But at the time, it was like it reviewed well, it sold well. So I think it's better netcode than SF4 does.
Shout outs to Serlin on that one. This guy responds to Darkside Phil's post about the art not mattering or whatever. Because you know what the common gamer will and will not buy? Are you fucking serious? Quit comparing a retail game to a downloadable title. One is $50 or $60 and the other is $10 and $20. They're so different and have virtually no effect on what the other sells, no matter the release date of either. This guy is not agreeing with DSP. Okay, next we go down. We're almost to the conclusion here now. And when I say conclusion, I mean when someone gets banned. So if you can believe it. We go down here, and it starts with this. So, Cigar Bob says, I want to make sure I'm at the right spot. Yes. Cigar Bob has news and says it's fucking great news. GGPO has been announced for Street Fighter 4. Okay, that's what happened in August of 2008. Linaldo says, best news ever. Holy shit. Also, a multi-year GGPO license has been obtained. Okay. Then we get, wow, great news. Every time someone bitched here about getting Tony as a consultant, I always suspected he already was. My intuition was correct. I hope the news helps raise some brows and the hype. Now, if we could only get a release date. Okay, that's what we're looking for now, is a release date for that game. Okay, now, Ponder says, let me make it completely clear. SDHD will not be using GGPO. SDHD does still benefit from GGPO in two ways. There was no plan to use any kind of rollback solution at all for SDHD until GGPO demonstrated how great it was. Some consulting work I did at Backbone to suggest ways to improve their implementation before release may pay off. Okay? This person says, I hope you realize what you've just done for online play. Nobel Prize. He then says, Ponder just made a lot of people shut the fuck up. Straight up beasting on fools. Now we can only assume what he's talking about there. Then we get to this here. And I wanted to show you, this is what the guy GGPO does, okay? Then there is a fuck ton of talk without DSP. Now, DSP is gone from this. Now, this is one of those times where could this be when DSP got banned? I don't know, but I have to go very far in the future to get back to where DSP is here, okay? Now, DSP says that's not it. It is right here, okay? This guy says about DSP. Okay. Also, I'm afraid your assumptions on the current matches aren't entirely accurate. Honda isn't impossible for Claw, as DSP claimed long ago, except in the sense that he's one of the Claw's toughest matchups. It's still fairly even with either side to be able to turtle for the win. Okay, this person's saying that what DSP said before is not true. Now, when he got banned exactly is up for debate, but I want to show you this right here. 1-4, I'm going way earlier, but DSP did talk after this. So, Talby, maybe you can help me piece this together. Okay? So, DSP here, we already showed this one. The guy that said you're a fucking dinosaur, and I just don't mean that in age. He's banned here, says someone. Okay? Denycast. DSP is banned. So, was he banned for this? I don't know. Right? But that's all we have, right? It doesn't seem like he's saying anything that fucked up in this case, but then this person says DSP is banned. Rejoice. I don't know.
I mean, if he got banned for that post, I would honestly kind of sort of take his side. But if I thought maybe he got banned for something he said in another thread.
That's what I'm guessing. What I mean? And then this guy says, do not listen.
Because in this thread, I mean, he said a lot of stupid shit, but I don't think he said anything that I would consider, ban worthy, personally.
And this either, and he could still post after this, by the way. This is all him too.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm guessing it's another thread, I guess, but yeah, he was banned from this.
Or maybe
he got,
or maybe he got temp banned or something, and they like brought him back. I don't know. I really don't know.
So yeah, DSP tells the story like he says, he was bitching too much on these threads and sharing too much information and truth, and they erased all his posts. Well, I can tell you right now, they didn't erase all of his posts because, as you've seen, I showed you about 100 of them, and it's fire fucking post. So who knows what happened there? We'll probably not know the whole story very conveniently because IRC
really
chats are gone.
It doesn't really strike me to be the canon style to have banned him over the stuff he said. They just kind of float in when he says something stupid and say like, "Hey Phil, you're being stupid and your comment should be disregarded." And then everybody laughs at him. I don't think they would ban him over that. We do know about the one thing he did that got banned where he was posting,
he's been banned about 4 or 5 times, on the whole site.
Yeah, so maybe he got banned in another thread, and then because he was being a piece of shit in this thread, that person came in and was like, "Oh, thank God, Phil's gone. We don't have to hear him in this thread anymore." Maybe it was something like that. I don't know though. I really don't know.
This guy is DSP fan says DSP is really good, man. I don't remember a whole lot from the one time I went to DGA, but he was crushing people with Honda all day. The YouTube scrub comments are great. Then someone says, if that's DSP, then why is he so scrubby? All amazed when Guile goes through a fireball and thinks something was wrong with that throw. So, for those wondering, and this was the following year. Let's see. Just to show you an idea of the time frame, 1 year after this, after the thread, he was making videos on Dark Side Phil. Okay, this is only a year after that post you just saw. Oh, sorry, this was in November. All the posts I showed you were earlier in the year, but he was already making videos on Dark Side Phil. This is just for free, for fun.
Yet another rematch.
Here we go. I want to show you the second half of this one.
Oh, what?
This is a 18 years ago video.
Now that I completely fucking disagree with. This
camera crooked.
Straight through my fucking air fireball like I didn't do it. What? Did you? I'm glad I got that on camera. He was from half a fucking screen away. He did an air. What? 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 What?
DSP edited that clip, my friends. That is a DSP edit. Darkside Phil was willing to put in the work. He did do that. That was 105,000 views. That is how hungry people were for Street Fighter content on YouTube, guys. So there you go. A few other odds and ends here before we get... So really quick, to kind of sum up that thread. Is the storybook very clear to see where it ended or how it fell apart? Not really, right, Talby? But you can see how he was the one always questioning things, but he had nothing really to say at the end of the day outside of his anecdotal, well, it dropped a few things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think nowadays, he's tried to make it out to be that, everybody kind of knows that Rollback is bad, but we're hiding it. Like back then that everybody just went along with it because they had to, because the cannons were king or whatever. But if you read the thread, it shows pretty clearly that everybody was super, super happy with it and liked it and wanted it applied to every fighting game. And this was in its initial form back in 2008.
So, a few more real quick odds and ends here, okay, to close out the episode. Okay, this is kind of the potpourri. Just as shout outs to Doomer Ziggy for this one. So we're going to watch this video. It's 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Okay. Someone comments on this video that is of great import for us today. So let's see if we can find why that person commented. And I'll show you who it is after we're done. But we're going to watch this first.
Match 3 and more random, which really sucks. God damn it. Random never gets like DJ. That's the thing. I don't know why. Guile. Alright.
USSR.
I could work with that. Against the Ken, I can work with that.
Round 1.
Okay. Let's listen up.
I can't work with that bullshit. Nice. This game has a terrible connection, by the way.
Uh-huh.
I can already tell it's terrible.
Damn Die online.
Round 2.
It all comes together, full circle. I haven't heard anything yet that requires a response, but we'll see.
Jump at me. Come on. Oh, you motherfucker. Air throw. Nice. Yes, 2 hits. I'll take it.
Yes.
Bitch. Look at his body like teleporting around. You see this shit?
Okay.
He's like in the middle of animations and they don't come out. You saw that? He didn't even do the fucking uppercut animation. It was a crouching fierce and then all of a sudden it was an uppercut. Awesome.
No?
Let's see that again.
An uppercut animation. It was a crouching. You saw that? He didn't even do the fucking uppercut animation. It was a crouching fierce and then all of a sudden it was an uppercut. Awesome.
Right. There you go. Still nothing yet worthy of a comment in my opinion, but let's see.
This is fucking terrible, dude. I can't believe how bad the netcode of this game is.
He just started to lose and then that comes out. Oh, wow, we're really just doing Sonic Boom 1,000 times, aren't we?
I can't believe how bad the netcode is for this game. Teleporting people. Literally teleporting people or taking back moves. What the fuck? What other game takes back moves?
Fun!
Fuck you, bitch, trying to throw me.
Yeah!
And he just stands there and takes the Sonic Boom in the face. Excellent. All according to plan, of course.
All right, well, that's the end of the video, and I did not get the answer to my question. However, a certain person that goes by the name of Ponder360, who is Tom Cannon, says, "You don't know a thing about me, Phil. Don't pretend you do." So might that have been a deleted comment? But that is definitely noteworthy. Ponder himself commenting says, "You don't know a thing about me, Phil. Don't pretend you do." He didn't say anything in the video about Tom Cannon, so there's that. One more thing here to finish on. Here we go. And that would be DSP looking at the credits of the game, okay? Credits of the game.
Cammy. I don't know this match either. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Oh my god! I'm losing it here. I'm losing it. I'm fucking losing it. Don't hire him. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Credits. Engineering, lead engineer, art, UI, artists, designer, producer. I know David Serlin. I'm sure he didn't do the netcode. Let's see here. Senior leader.
He's looking for someone right now.
Senior engineers, creative director, special thanks. Who cares about Foundation 9 Entertainment? Oh, here you go. F9E Quality Assurance. You see this whole team here? Everyone on this team, don't hire them. And if they're hired right now, fire them. Because they didn't test
He's looking for a certain person.
the fucking netcode. Let's see. Now, this is all Capcom. That's not going to be... That's Udon. They do the art. These are just the songs used. What the fuck? They don't tell you who actually did the netcode. Huh.
He's looking. He has to go through this much trouble to try to felt him. Yeah.
He wants this felt so fucking bad.
Please,
but
where
it's like
is he?
if he was in that thread, he would know. I mean, he's looking for the Cannon's name, I'm sure.
And you know how much of an idiot he's being? They didn't use GGPO for this game, dumb shit.
The entire thread that he spent hours like fighting for his life in.
Yes.
He didn't understand the key point of like they did not make the netcode. It's a version of like what they did, but it's not what they did. They were
That
consulted.
shows
That's
how
it.
little he actually reads, you know?
Hearing guys, I'm assuming then.
They did not make the netcode for this. He's still looking. How
These
long?
engineers, well, I guess we can't say that because we don't actually know who it was that fucked up.
Yeah.
So, I can't say here who fucked up, but this team right here, quality assurance, you didn't do your fucking job.
Yeah.
All right. Now that I
Nailed him. Yeah, hell yeah. And to finish my final thing, the first mention of rollback netcode in reference to DSP was from 2014, on Twitter at least, I should say. And it said, tonight on Gamer Nightmares, Gordon Ramsay's greatest challenge yet. This is DSP yelling, lag, shitty GGPO netcode. And Ramsay looks exasperated. There you go. The first tweet about DSP bitching about GGPO netcode came from 2013, if you can believe it. But there you go. That will do it for the rollback netcode episode. And there could be more if I could find any more major threads about it. But this is the main one that I've found. But I'm always willing to look more and see if there's other stuff. But, Talby, big ups for joining today. What was your lasting memory from this night, this epic night?
He's just bad at everything. He's just the worst. He's the absolute worst. And I was watching that Guile playthrough, and part of why I don't like him as a fighting game player is he plays with zero swag. He has absolutely no style.
Yeah, he doesn't really care about that, right? He really doesn't.
That's why Raw Phil's really fun to watch. I know I'm not trying to glaze him too much here, but like
too late.
I like watching Raw beat him because he like really styles on Phil. You know, he really like
that gets the anger up.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. But as far as like tonight goes, it's just really funny how you do these, and I've joined you on a couple, how it's just so consistent that he makes the same mistakes he's the same person. He hasn't changed.
Mm-hmm. It's exactly the same. And it really just shows how he was always looking to be seen as a source, right? Or someone important, right? You see how many posts he makes where sometimes he's just saying a stupid comment. But there is those times where he takes time to write something he thinks is going to be profound, you know? Like, yeah, people are going to be on my side for this one. But it's just too stupid to do it, you know?
It wounds him so much that he isn't considered like a real cornerstone of a community. Like, you know, he talks about it when he talks about like the Asmund thing where he's like, I just want to talk about games and I want people to give hear my opinions on things. Mm-hmm. And it's like, no one wants to hear your fucking opinions on things because they're all fucking stupid. And the times you're right are the most, again, like layups. Oh, offline is better than online. Yes, everybody knows this. Great point. Well done, King.
That's what he wants to do. That's just like his, you know, the guy from Twitch should be fired. Okay, yeah. I mean, real good take, man. Awesome. But anyways, we'll have another one of these sometime. You know, these take some time to put together. A lot of moving parts. As the Talby knows, you saw the spreadsheet. It gets intense making these guys. But it's worth it because we find the gems that are hidden. And we'll bring it back. Don't worry. It won't be too long before we get our trip back down to the Dent Sea Scrolls. All right, my friends? So that'll do it. I'll see you on Monday, my friends. Monday. I'll do something on Kick tomorrow, maybe with trying to 100% Stranding, of course. I do have to do that. But we'll see you maybe sometime tomorrow on Kick or WPIG TV. But other than that, I'll see you on Monday for the pre-stream restream. You're all legends. See you guys. Here's the night outro. Bye.
cares.